On the 15th and 16th of November, the 5th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference will be happening at the great institution of Makerere University. The Kampala Geopolitics Conference is a two-day academic event aimed at discussing current geopolitical questions and trends. Experts in Uganda will be joined by thought leaders and policy experts from across the world to engage in participatory debates. The 5th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference is organized by Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Makerere University, French Embassy in Uganda, UN Women, International and Strategic Affairs, and Alliance Française Kampala. Register to be part of the event at kampalageopolitics.com/register or for more details via #KampalaGeopolitics.
Yeah. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, two.
But if we want to engage in agriculture that is going to turn around this country, the government must be heavily like human beings. They work well under pressure. So the onus is for all of us to put our government on pressure to ensure that it does the best. I'm not among those who oppose the exploration of this oil, no. However, I believe that transparency is important. Transparency is important because if we do not do so, it will turn out to be a curse.
Managing oil does not just come on the
Yeah.
You have to have the institutions. For example, we've just been talking about how the fiscal policy, the expenditures are not, some of them are not going into the right places. So if you are going to multiply the number of, four-wheel drives and whatever high-level vehicles and the number of parliamentarians that we have and the number of districts and the number of public expenditure just raising, then we should know that oil monies are going to be wasted.
Uganda is a very important member of the East African community, but it's also a very important member of the ICGLR, International Conference on the Great Lakes Region. And generally, the Great Lakes region as a region, and not as a regional economic community. So Uganda is an important member of the region. The context is simply that for a very long time we have been dependent. We were colonized, and this colonial hangover, which we have never gotten over, every time we think that decisions and help comes from our former colonial masters. It is high time that we raised our own resources, managed our own resources, determined where we want to put our money, or put our resources, and having African leadership, meaning that making the decisions, not the decisions that come from Washington or London or New York. So decisions which are made in Africa, by Africans, for Africans. There are not very many spaces where we discuss these matters. And I think being a university, this is also one of the ways in which we can make ourselves relevant, because solutions are found in universities. Solutions are not found in the villages. It's universities which do research and and publish and teach, basically. So the space that is provided by a conference like this, to have a conversation around very many issues, this is very vitally important for us, and that's why this is important. And I hope it can continue.
It's about humanity and the story of humanity. It's about where we come from and where we're going. So we're showcasing the patois, but also breakdances. So something is very traditional and something is very modern. You know, we all come from the forest. This is where human life originated, and the patois are the traditional inhabitants of the forests. Now they're not living in the forests. They're at the outskirts of the forest, but they're still spending days in the forests. And I think, you know, it is very useful to know where we come from, what the traditional cultures of this world are. I think they're here to showcase their arts and their culture, but also to teach us a lesson, how you live in harmony with your environment. And part of the themes of this geopolitics campaign is the environment, environmental changes, and global change for climate. Well, it is multiple. Like throughout the world, you know, nations have been built through culture. Language is culture, and usually, you know, countries have one language, multiple languages, but an official language or several official languages. It's a binding aspect of culture, and also you can define yourself through belonging in a particular culture sometimes. And normally, if everything went ideally, loving your own culture, open yourself up to other cultures and to liking other cultures. So this is what we want to showcase as part of the geopolitics.
African countries need to organize their houses so that they are able to contribute to the world stage. So if you have the ability to contribute at the table of the international players, then you can be in a position to speak and be heard. The trouble now, even if we see it as all members of AU and make a resolution, nobody is bound to listen to it because we have no mechanism to enforce it. Other countries have the mechanism to enforce. For example, the war in Ukraine you're talking about is a high-tech war. What do we have to offer? Turkey is able to influence because it has got something to offer. The earliest drones Ukraine was using were manufactured in Turkey. Yet at the same time, the trade between Russia and Ukraine is huge, that you don't want it to be affected. So when the Turkish president speaks, both sides are going to hear. But Turkey is not among the traditional world powers you're talking about. But it led negotiations that allow food to flow from Ukraine. After 5 months, when food could not move from Ukraine. So Africa has got to organize itself. We have advantages when it comes to agriculture. There is a lot of potential for us. If we invest reasonably, sufficiently, we can grow our agriculture and be able to produce huge sums of food at the world market. The moment you're able to do that, you can influence the shift.
Hello.
Anytime you say, I'm going
1, 2, 1, 2. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. I want to send out my appreciation to every single person that has made it here very early. So we are 30 minutes late, and I just want us to kickstart this program. But I want us to do a very small activity. Were we all here yesterday, or are we having new members that are joining us today? If you're here for the very first time, can I see you? Ooh, nice. So for us that were here yesterday, can we then clap for those that are here today? Welcome. We have to say sorry, you missed a lot yesterday, but we hope you can, catch up. But I want us to do something. We all have phones, don't we? Do we all have Twitter? We do? So all I want you to do is simply get your phone and say day 2 of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2022, and then use the hashtags that we have. We just want people to know that we are back and we want to be bigger and better today. Can we do that for me? Also, I want someone that attended yesterday, before we dive into our panel conversations today, to simply take us through the highlights of their day. So if I could have a microphone, I would really, really, really appreciate it. If I can simply get one person to tell me the thing that stood out for them yesterday, just one person. Help me with the microphone, please. Can you run as fast as you can and actually speak from here? This is your moment to shine. All right, as he comes, the next panel should be getting set. I'm going to be reading them out in a bit. You're very smart, by the way.
Thank you for the opportunity given to me. First of all, I'm Opeitun Philbert, a patriot, a Pan-Africanist, and an African 2063 giant. Yesterday, what stood up for me was a discussion about human rights. It really touched me, and it showed me that there is a big gap between those who know and those who don't know. And therefore, there is a lot of responsibilities which have been denied. And without those responsibilities being done, there is nothing like human rights we are going to enjoy in Uganda and Africa at large. And one of it was the denial of promoting public awareness of the law. You can't go and tell a person that we are protecting your rights when a person even don't know what a right is. Therefore, through the discussion yesterday about human rights, there were points which were touched, and it is a message to all of us who are here today that after this, the discussion of today, there is a lot we have to go and do. Let's try our level best to help our common man down there in the village to see that what you have got, those ones who were there yesterday, and we who are here today, that we share with them the pieces of knowledge we have acquired, so that we see that we make Uganda and Africa the great place, the heaven of earth. I appreciate you for giving me this opportunity.
You know, they say when you get an opportunity, you use it to the maximum, and I think he knows how to do that exactly. So thank you. There's a difference between those who know and those who do not know. Now, I want us to dive into our very first panel conversation, but once again today, like we did yesterday, we have 2 panel conversations that are happening at the same time, and I just want you to make the choice. You can choose to stay here with us and listen from our moderator who's going to have an amazing panel. That is Kwezi Tabaro, and he is the Deputy Director, Leo Africa. The conversation is going to be on the role of the African Union in conflict resolution. That is one of the conversations that we're going to be having right here. And next, we'll have the role of the private sector and of the African Continental Free Trade Area for economic inclusion and also sustainable development. So all you have to do, if you want to go for the second panel, which is exactly this, the role of the private sector, it is happening in room 5. You can please take your leave, and then we'll be inviting our next very first panel that is staying here with us. So if you want to go for the other panel conversation, please, it is in room 5. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do allow me invite Mr. Kwezi Tabaro, who is the Deputy Director, Leo Africa. It should be louder than that, or he can choose to go back. Welcome, and thank you for being here. So I'm going to give you the honor of actually introducing your panel speakers. But before I go, just to set the pace of the conversation, this is a very first panel on this very last day of this conference. What should we look forward to? I will help you set the mic.
Thank you very much, our excellent moderator. Round of applause to her. Yes, of course, it's an immense honor for me to be back at Makerere University. I was a student at this very institution exactly 10 years ago. So when we were joining, the trending hashtag then was Makerere at 90. On coming back today, it's Makerere at 100. So very excited to be back at Makerere, and to all current and current students and teaching staff at Makerere University, congratulations on the centenary anniversary. With that piece of news out of the way, I think I will jump straight into our topic today. As mentioned, just give me a second. Yes, the theme of our conversation today is the role of the African Union in conflict resolution. To what extent can there be Pan-African interests? Of course, to me, these are almost two panels in one, but I think the expertise that I have in my panelists will do a very wonderful job dissecting this in an hour or so that we have. So without wasting much time, I'd like to invite my panelists to make their way to the stage. We'll be joined virtually by Honorable Betty Bigombe. She's the immediate former Senior Director for Fragility, Conflict and Violence at the World Bank. She's also our current ambassador to Malaysia. So our technical team, kindly let me know if we have Ambassador Betty Bigombe on the line. Also joining us is Dr. Gerrit Katz. He's from the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. Do we have Dr. Katz in the room? Dr. Katz? Okay. As he makes his way, we also have Daniel Bwambale, who is many things. The official profile here says Senior Principal Magistrate at the Judiciary Service in Uganda. I'm sure today he's wearing a different hat as a political analyst. So, Daniel, you're very much welcome. Kindly do take your seat. Also joining us is a veteran journalist, now does a lot more work in the humanitarian sector, and that is Dismas Nkunda, who is Executive Director of Atrocities Watch Africa. Dismas, you're very much welcome. I'm also informed that we will be joined by Andrew Chi, who is a Senior Research Fellow at the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. Andrew will be joining us virtually, and I hope our technical team can reach out to him. Again, as earlier introduced, my name is Kwezi Tabaro. I'm Deputy Director at the Leo Africa Institute. So I will make my way to my seat, and then we'll get started. Looks like the technology has finally worked. So once again, good morning and welcome to this panel session on the role of the African Union in conflict resolution. To what extent can there be Pan-African interests? I want to know if any of my two virtual panelists has joined us, Ambassador Betty Bigombe or Mr. Andrew Chi. Ambassador Bigombe, if you can hear us, kindly say hi to the people in the audience. Okay. Perfect. Yes, we can, Ambassador. Good morning from Kampala, and I hope you've had a wonderful morning wherever you are joining us from. Yes, Ambassador. Good morning from Kampala, and I hope you're having a good morning wherever you're joining us from.
Yes, I said we're just about to go for dinner.
Oh, so it's a good evening then.
Yes, it is indeed a good evening.
Great, wonderful to have you, and we look forward to capturing some interesting insights from you. I listened to you this morning on BBC. You had a conversation with Alan Kasuja, incidentally on the same topic that we're going to be discussing today, which is mediation of conflicts in Africa. So look forward to a very exciting conversation with you. All right. Do we have Dr. Katz on the line? Dr. Katz, if you can hear us. Dr. Katz, if you're speaking, it's likely you're muted.
No, I'm not muted.
Oh, perfect. Good morning from wherever you're joining us. And
I'm joining you from Berlin.
Perfect. I hope it's a good morning in Berlin. Yes. Perfect. And Andrew? Are you on the line, Andrew? All right. Perhaps Andrew will join us at a much later point. But I will begin with the panelists in the room. I've been given, quite an extensive brief on the role of the African Union in peace and conflict resolution. But I wanted to begin with a relatable statistic. The year 2009 saw the highest number of conflicts in Africa since 1946. So there were more conflicts in the 55 or so African states in 2009 than there were in the entire continent under colonialism for perhaps the previous 70 or so years. Dismas Nkunda, I know as a journalist and as a reporter, you've covered many of these conflicts, especially in the Great Lakes region. What explains the spike in conflict on the continent in the recent past?
Thank you, Kwesi. I don't think that the spike per se is related to a particular geographical time. I think it's a coincidence that in 2009 we had the highest number.
2019,
sorry, the highest number of conflicts on the continent. It is partly explained because of the transitions that were happening, transitioning from a certain political mindset that we had after the changes that happened on the continent in terms of the politics, the move towards liberalization of the economies and the mindset of democracies. So to that extent, there was a shift of resistance against those new forms of liberal thinking that had come in, and it is that forms the basis of the various conflicts that we started getting in 2019 up to today. There are still actually quite many from 2019 up to today.
Daniel Bwambale, I'll come to you. Of course, in all this, the African Union has borne the brunt of criticism that in many of these conflicts, it's turned out to be quite toothless in reining in on the actors. And until a couple of days ago, when we finally had a peace deal signed between the government of Ethiopia and the Tigrayan rebels, the African Union had, in fact, said that it's quite unlikely the two warring parties could be brought to the table to agree on a peace deal and to allow for humanitarian support to flow to Tigray, which is such a serious embarrassment because Ethiopia also happens to be the seat of the African Union. So the country that hosts the very institution responsible for peace and conflict resolution just couldn't find acceptance or concession with the same institution. What does this say about the effectiveness of the African Union?
Kwezi, I think the African Union has been, relative to its size and resourcing, actually effective. I know that's counter to the popular narrative, but we are talking about taking as a midpoint. We are talking about geopolitics, right? Taking as a midpoint Entebbe International Airport, you have 4.5 hours to Cairo, 4.5 hours to Joburg, 5-6 hours to Cape Town, 2 hours to Mombasa on the Indian Ocean coast, 3 hours to Kinshasa on the Atlantic, and if you flew from Entebbe to Dakar, around 7 hours. Relative to Europe, if you took Berlin, you have 1.5 hours to London, 1.5 hours. The rest, Vienna is just minutes away, including Kiev. Now, you're talking about the continent of Africa and relating it to the conflicts taking place within this very large geographical area first. But as it is large in geography, it is also limited in resourcing. Then you have to go back to 2019, when the Small Arms Survey, the research group in Geneva, together with the African Union, found that we have around 52 million guns, small arms, in Africa, but 80% is in the hands of individuals, and the states own between 11 million to 12 million. So the states failing, the internecine conflict we see, its manifestation is not necessarily as a result of failure of the African Union to carry out these mechanisms, especially under Silencing the Guns 2020, which was reviewed and found wanting, and now we have Silencing the Guns 2030. You are looking at a lack of extreme state capacity. Tigrayans could only fight with the Ethiopian Defense Forces because they were almost at par. The change was when the Ethiopian Defense Forces got the Turkish Bayraktar B2 drones, and that altered the battlefield. When there was a clear winner, that's when people came to the negotiating table. What's happening in African conflicts is that there's lack of a clear winner, decisive person who would say, now we can go to the negotiating table. Everyone believes, because I mean, if 80% of the people have these small arms, they could just eat out with the state, which has only 12 million of these small arms. And very few states in Africa can be said to have a cohesive army that can actually prosecute a war for 21 days straight.
Thank you, Daniel. I'll come to you, Ambassador Bigombe. You occupy a very privileged position, and I think you have quite broad experience in conflict resolution, beginning with your efforts in northern Uganda, trying to mediate between the government of Uganda and the LRA rebels. You've been involved in regional efforts, and until fairly recently, you were involved in global efforts to end conflict. What, in your opinion, are some of the successes that we've had in Uganda that could possibly be applied to ongoing conflicts? I can imagine in our region now, the conflict between the government in Kinshasa and the rebels in Eastern DRC, as well as the ongoing conflict in South Sudan and in many other spaces in Africa. Honorable Bigombe? Yes, we can.
You can? Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. What I'm going to talk about, I want to make sure that you all understand that I'm responsible for what I'm saying. I'm talking in my private capacity, and not necessarily. I have some problems, and if you can hear me well, please speak out.
We can hear you well.
You can hear me well, great. I'm going to kind of take you away from the questions you have posed, and I want to address myself to the problems, not necessarily AU as such, but commitment of African leaders to the AU. APSA, that is African Peace and Security, was established in 2007. And it was established as a long-term structural response to the peace and security challenges in the continent. It was also designed to have access to tools to prevent, manage, and resolve all conflict. So, just like you started, what is the problem? Why do we continue to be a continent with the largest numbers of conflicts as opposed to other continents? I want to go straight to say that the African leaders, or which now we can say AU, does not want to invest adequately in prevention of conflicts. And to address at least the drivers of the conflict. Today, when we're talking about conflict, I'm just worried that there are likely to be many, many more to come, because we have disaffected youth, we have climate change, we have risks accompanying transitional political systems, we have issues of national resource extraction, and a whole of other issues, terrorism and organized crimes. All those are facing Africa at the moment. So I would say yes, there are some success stories, but there are also so many other issues, areas where African Union could have succeeded. I talked earlier on about lack of investment in conflict resolution, and I usually want to talk about it as preventive diplomacy, which we're not investing in. You talked about, the previous speaker talked about 2020 silence of the gun. I was personally in Addis Ababa, invited to celebrate silencing the gun in 2020. But as we were celebrating, conflict in Ethiopia was brewing, and everybody knew what was going on. So why could it not be prevented at that time? It was like a mockery of what was going on and what followed. Well, it was a time bomb at the time we were in Addis. So in one respect, well, I just think African leaders are also not honest with their fellow leaders. Why am I saying this? Prevented, not talk to these leaders so that it could be prevented. So I will stop there at the moment, but I think there's got to be more commitment by the leaders to invest in preventive diplomacy as opposed to waiting until people start killing one another and destroying properties. Today, African Union will condemn coup d'etats, but these condemnations do not bite. They're not a deterrent to coup d'etats that will come in future. So what I'm driving at is that we have to be more serious, more committed if we are going to handle conflict resolution and
Ambassador, I want to stay with you as you adjust your camera so we can clearly see you in the room. Of course, you mentioned the weaknesses in the AU, but do you think the situation would be any different if, for example, the African Union had an enforcement mechanism of force, that if we said no to coups in Central African Republic, if there was a coup, that there would be a continental force that would be ready to be deployed to enforce the will of the people? Do you think that would be a game changer?
That look at the number of African countries or governments, if you will, that do not pay even their subscription. That is lack of seriousness. That is clearly indicating that the Union or African Union is not a priority to some of the governments. There's the notion that African solution for African problems. But if African solution is for African problems, then let's spend money to solve those problems. We cannot turn to EU and other development partners to put in their money when we always look back and say we'd rather spend money on buying weapons and other military weapons, and at the same time we claim not to have the resources to invest in prevention of conflict. So the problem is squarely on everybody. That's why I say, is it fair to blame AU? I think AU can do some good job, and I think it has demonstrated ability to do so, but it's constrained by resources. It's constrained by resources.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Bigombe. I'll come to you for the next round of questions. But at this juncture, I wanted to bring in Dr. Katz, who I understand has prepared an introduction to two countries. Dr. Katz, can you hear me?
Yeah, should I? Yeah.
Please.
Do you have a question, or should I talk about?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm also happy to join you virtually from Berlin, and I'm hoping that you had good discussions already yesterday. I mean, I think I can underline quite a few of the points, or basically all of the points that Ambassador Bigombe just made. And I I mean, after the transition process, when the transition process started, or when the revolution started, rather in 2018, 2019, the AU was involved together with the Ethiopian government then, and played a constructive role in helping the civilian parties and the military come to a constitutional an agreement on a constitutional configuration that started the transition process. But since then, since 2019, the AU has been searching for its role in Sudan, I would say, which has been compounded by the end of the hybrid mission by the UN and the African Union in Darfur, which came to an end in December 2020. And of course, the new international peace operation, civilian mission UNITAMS, which was requested by the Sudanese government, is exclusively by one organization, namely the United Nations. So what we've seen, especially since the coup that occurred in Khartoum in October 2021, is that yes, the AU quickly suspended Sudan, and there was this condemnation, which was actually not necessarily expected by the security forces. They looked at their neighbor Chad and they thought they would be treated the same, but they weren't, so they were not happy about that. But what we saw then in the following weeks and months was really a competition between the African Union and the United Nations when it came to facilitating the whole thing. So I don't know. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dr. Katz.
Okay. And I think that has not been very, very productive. I mean, when the SRC, so the head of UNITAMS, announced a consultative process in early January after Prime Minister Hamdok had resigned, and there was no clear way forward. There was no functioning government
Dr. Kurtz.
And I think that was a problem at the time. So.
Thank you, Dr. Kurtz. If you can kindly hold on to that thought, I'll come back to you in a minute or so. But I think one thing I'm hearing from our two virtual panelists is that the institution of the African Union, for all its good intentions, is frankly a toothless barking dog, which forms the basis of my next question, and I think I'll begin with you, Dismas, unless Andrew is on the line. You know, the nature of conflict on the continent has evolved. If you look at the kinds of conflicts we're having 30 years ago, whether it's the LRA insurgency in Uganda, the conflict in Rwanda, if you stretch it, those kinds of conflicts, they've not disappeared, but they are not the most serious concerns that we have now. What we have on the African continent increasingly is transnational, non-state actor-led conflicts where you no longer have a Ugandan rebel group, ADF, but you have ADF affiliated to ISIS, now called ISIS Central African Province, ISCAP. You have Boko Haram that is in Niger, in Nigeria. You have elements of ISIS in Southern Africa, in Mozambique, in Tanzania. You have, of course, Al-Shabaab in Somalia, but now they've recently combined forces with the jihadists in Mozambique as well. So the nature of conflict has significantly changed, but the mechanisms to deal with the conflict are almost still the same. If I'm to speak from what I'm hearing, that the AU is always encouraging actors to come to the talking table. But if you have elements like the jihadists in West Africa, they're not just interested in taking the capital of the country they are fighting against. They want to recreate the state. So how do you manage conflicts in such a fluid and evolving situation like we have?
That's a very huge question that you're asking, Chris. But if I may try, one of the things that the African Union, per se, I wouldn't say that it's a failed institution. There are some elements, and my colleague here did mention a little bit about what they have done, and I'll get to your question shortly. But, for example, right now, there are about a number of countries that have had changes in government, military coups, and a majority of them have been suspended from the African Union. That is, use of certain elements of the African Union Constitutive Act, in particular Article 4H, which shows that the African Union can intervene in a country irrespective of its national sovereignty that had always been the cornerstone of the OAU, of the Organization of the African Unity, before it became the African Union. And it has suspended countries like Burkina Faso, countries like Guinea, Conakry, Mali. The only one country that it had a very significant problem with was Chad, because the Chadians promised that they were going to make a very quick transition from a military coup, because it was a son who took over from the father. And complicated by matters because even the chairperson, the current chairperson of the African Union is Chadian, Moussa Faki. So that not being the problem, not being a lacuna on part of the AU, there has been elements in the AU in which they have actually acted in a manner that they can be able to intervene in a particular conflict. Kwesi, you and I have spoken about what the AU has done, for example, in Burundi, or indeed what the International Conference of the Great Lakes has done, which is one of the babies of the African Union. Now, that does not mean that the African Union doesn't have problems. And one of them that you mentioned is actually a very pregnant one, is the one of Ethiopia. Now, the Ethiopian conflict between Ethiopia federal government and the Tigrayan forces is the manner in which the Ethiopian government categorized that conflict is what made the African Union become a little bit shy in getting involved. They categorized it as an internal conflict, which was a matter of national interest. It was a country solving an internal matter inside its own country. For us, the outsiders, we saw it as an international conflict because it involved other countries such as Eritrea. It involved other parts of Ethiopia such as Amhara, Oromo, and other parts of the country. So it wasn't just a conflict between Ethiopia and Tigray, but rather it was an international conflict. But the characterization they gave it made the African Union reluctant to be able to intervene until we did quite a lot of work, and I can speak about this because I've just come from the UN, in which we are speaking to members of the United Nations about how we can make this conflict be solved as an international conflict because it involves other countries and it involves the entire Horn of Africa. Now, to your question about the character of conflicts that we have on the African continent, is that oftentimes that there has been a withdrawal from believing in the conventional means of having a conflict, of a war to war. In other words, you arm yourself much more like what we are getting for M23. M23, I have had discussions elsewhere, and it is on record that is possibly, right now, one of the most well-armed military forces that we have, rebels, that we have in Africa. And this is, I get it on record because I was just on the Congo border about 2 weeks ago, and I did speak to some people. So how does a rebel force become so powerful that it poses a threat to an existing state, and a state which has every resource to be able to arm itself and defend itself, but it has that capacity? So those are small insurgencies that we think are, like, for example, the rebellions, the ADFs, the ones which are non-state but formal. They are formal because you can't say that ADF has not been, has no structure. If you go to Democratic Republic of Congo and someone tells you the kind of swath and the structure that the Allied Democratic Forces had in Congo before Operation Suja, it was being paid taxes. It had a formal structure in which it governance in terms of the area that it controlled. So even when they are informal as they seem, they have a certain level of organization that should make people think and believe that actually their informality is a form that we should be thinking about in the near future. Boko Haram, look at Boko Haram, what it has done in Cameroon, Niger, and Nigeria. So the Nigerian government, a strong army like Nigeria, has to think twice on how to deal with a ragtag that started as a ragtag, but it is now becoming a formal force that they have to deal with.
But what are the implications on conflict management?
Okay, now, of course, now there has to be a rejig because the formation and the mindset of the African Union, the APSA, which Honorable Gombe was speaking about, the Africa Peace and Security Architecture, did not envision that form of
so you envisioned warring actors sharing government positions and things like that?
Sharing so that they can be able to find a means of arbitrating and a means of making them sit around the table and discussing, more like what has just been happening between Eritrea and between the Tigrayans and Ethiopians, a formal sitting between two warring factions. But these warring factions, some of them, you do not even understand their ideological orientation. Maybe it's only extremism, or it's a religious belief that they are having. So those are things that we need to recapture as the African Union and understand and say, is this a new norm that we have to reimagine in terms of the architecture that we need to deal with different actors in the peace and security architecture that we had in mind?
Thank you, Dismas. Do we have Andrew on the line? Andrew? If we don't have Andrew, I'll come back to you, Dr. Katz. Picking up from what Dismas mentioned, of course, the question of ungoverned spaces in Africa, mainly in the Sahel region, is a concern, not just for the African Union, but for other partners as well, key among them, the European Union. What does the resurgence of non-state actors in these ungoverned spaces mean for conflict management? I know your expertise is on Ethiopia and Sudan, but I'm sure you could enlighten us broadly on what this would mean for conflict. Dr. Katz?
Yes. I hope this works. So I'm actually not a fan of this framing ungoverned spaces, because
Thank you, Dr. Katz. Ambassador Bigombe, can you hear me? Ambassador? Ambassador Bigombe, are you still on the line? Perfect. Listening to you this morning on BBC, you shared quite an insightful observation, which I think ties in with what Dr. Katz is saying, that sometimes it's not just the military approach alone. And I remember you telling Alan Kasuja this morning on the BBC that when you were negotiating with the LRA rebels in northern Uganda, you reached out to the women, the mothers of these fighters, and had a conversation with them, and you found that it was a more effective way of bringing these combatants on board than other means. Maybe you can expound on that for our audience.
Yes, that's true. That's true in the sense that oftentimes we only focus on track one mediation and totally ignore the grassroots. I've always said that it is this grassroots who are mothers and fathers, sisters, wives of the fighters. It's not the sons or daughters of the elite. Therefore, leaving them out in the process is usually a huge mistake. And this is not only Nigeria. I can see, can you hear me? Because you look a little worried. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You can hear me? Yeah. Well, more than 2 million people were internally displaced. And the approach is military per se. And anybody who interacts or suspected to interact with rebels are always manhandled. And therefore they become enemies. But they're caught up between a rock and a hard place. Not only that, it is those rural people who really know what is going on and who are the shakers and pushers of the conflict. They who know who the old fathers are. And I've repeatedly said in many conflicts, I was also in Colombia, but that was under new government, to push government to accept women's participation in the mediation. But it's always perceived it's men's job only. But the whole point was that in Colombia, of course, there were very many women combatants. Just like we had the LRA, the women or child mothers, as we refer to them, played very many roles. They were wives, they were slaves, they were the carriers of their children or goods that had been looted. But at the same time, they were also combatants. So I think there has to be, when one says about this word, inclusivity that involves everybody. You cannot bring everybody to the table. But there must be a link, there must be dots between what you're doing at track one mediation and what is going on with at the community level. Because, like I said earlier, they also reconcile their communities. They look after the sick, they look after the combats. In the case of LRA, whatever food was distributed, well, sometimes LRA raided camps and took away food and drugs and other stuff. But in some cases, their wives, mothers, cousins were also in the camps, so they freely provided for them some of those items. So basically what I'm trying to say is that it is very important to connect any form of mediation, what we call third track, first and the third tracks. But let's say, let me just say one thing, that all conflicts, we call them intra-state conflicts, but they all have regional dimensions. I was in Ogo in Central regional task force, the AU regional task force, in disabling NRM. But I'm saying in operating in a vacuum, when there's no presence of government, they turn to the non-state actors, which is, Boko Haram is perceived only as a terrorist organization, but they're extremely organized. Just like, I'm sorry, forgive me, I forget your name.
Kwezi.
ADF is that name. No, not Kwezi. I think we talked about the system, the organized way that ADF is operating in the Congo.
Oh, Dismas.
Right. So operating in a vacuum is very important to have some semblance of government presence. Somewhere where people feel they are connected to the government and they're not on their own. Because that way they very easily get lured into taking up arms or supporting the rebels unwillingly, but they're caught up in a very difficult situation. And they have to comply, or otherwise they lose their lives.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Bigombe. I'll be coming to you for your concluding thoughts. We have about 20 minutes to go. I'll leave the last 10 minutes for our audience to pose some questions. In case you're joining us virtually, I know this panel discussion is being broadcast live on Zoom and on the conference website, and I believe on one of our leading national television stations. So kindly do reach us out on the hashtag Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2022. Gentlemen who are joining me here physically, Daniel and Dismas, I wanted us in this last segment to focus on perhaps what is the most important conflict for our region right now, which is the ongoing conflict in the DRC, whether you choose to look at it through the lens of M23 versus the Congolese state, or any of the other 120 or 130 militia groups that are fighting the Congolese state. And I want to start with you, Daniel, by sharing an interesting experience. I know Dr. Katz is hesitant to use the word ungoverned spaces, but I traveled to the DRC in January using our western border through Lamia, and we went in about 70 kilometers all the way to Semliki Bridge. But in those 70 kilometers, and 70 kilometers is practically nothing for a country as big as DRC. Frankly, in those 70 kilometers, reaching places like Camp Kakati, you could not find anything that shows the existence of the Congolese state. Nothing. There was a UPDF field hospital there, and when we talked to the doctor, they said it's only in the previous 10 days that they had been there that people in that community had gotten to know of COVID. This is January of 2022. COVID had been around for close to 2 years. They had never been reached by any public health messaging on what COVID is. They had, of course, never tested, never known anything to do about COVID and all that. And this is replicated in many places within the Democratic Republic of Congo. So if we talk about conflict management, conflict resolution, sometimes don't you feel that even the hands of the actors, institutional actors like the African Union, can be tied if you have an ineffective state that cannot exercise control over its own territory, and yet you have these rules that are enshrined in your governing documents as the African Union, that you cannot intervene in the internal affairs of members, especially if the conflict is within actors. So how do you resolve conflicts like these that are in our giant neighbor, the Eastern DRC?
Thank you, Kwezi. You raise an interesting point because, again, you have excellent first-hand experience or perspectives about it. So you look at the DRC, and 3 of the top 10 most densely populated countries in Africa. That's Uganda at around 166 people per square kilometer, Burundi at 402 people per square kilometer, and Rwanda, which is number 3, at 442 people per square kilometer, share a common border with the DRC. This is over 2 million square kilometers of the most verdant, fertile, well-drained land in the world, being shared with these countries tearing at the seams. That's point one. And on the other side, you have state incapacity, save for a few large urban areas. Basically, Kinshasa has 30% of the country's population. Then you go to Lubumbashi, you could come to a few other urban areas, Goma, Beni, Butembo, and that's it. You, maybe the Kasai and Oriental provinces, Equator, you have the country in those urban spaces. There's no big incentive for why a Kinshasa regime would be interested in Bunia, in a sense. But Uganda, tearing at the seams, Rwanda, tearing at the seams, and Burundi, which don't have enough market for their produce to outside countries, and this is within their vicinity, will certainly have a vested interest. But how do you solve that conflict? So I was looking at Agenda 2063, and I'll come to how to solve that conflict. And there were 14 pillars of Agenda 2063. Of the 14 pillars, if you look at what the African Union hoped to achieve over the past 10 years, was the first spent 10 years. Next year we shall have spent 10 years since 2013 when they issued Agenda 2063. I think the most successful is actually silencing the guns, ironically, because the rest are really, you can't rate them. The Grand Inga has failed, etc. Why am I saying this? One, the major drivers of conflict are known. Identity, conflicted with historical grievances and rivalries, land and economics, state incapacity, and governance issues. Now, for us, in the DRC and now this space of the Great Lakes where we're seeing M23 operate, we are looking at, the state might actually have capacity, but is it interested in prosecuting that war that far? That's why I think they were smart enough to take the diplomatic offensive.
That is the Congolese government?
Yeah, the Congolese government. Because it kind of buys them time and puts it on the forefront. Right now, someone was talking about the African Union member states not contributing enough. That was Betty Wigombe. And I'm thinking, these countries basically cannot feed most of their populations. So they don't see why they should be contributing to something as abstract for the majority of them as the African Union. Prosecuting.
Our dear panel, I am giving you only 5 more minutes to conclude.
Just 1 minute. Our people in Europe have so far given, I think the US alone has given $60 billion worth of equipment and funds to Ukraine to fight against the Russians. Of course, that's a vastly better or bigger opponent. But the point is, you cannot solve conflict when you don't have that state capacity, when you don't have the resources, and when you have these drivers of conflict so ready or visible or tangible within this society we are in. Lastly, I think as we go forward, you talked about conflict in 2019 being
at its highest since 1946.
I don't think people should be so optimistic that it's going to lower in the next 10 years. I presume from my reading of all this, including at the Munich Security Conference, that the weaponization of food, the weaponization of trade, the weaponization of energy, climate change, the population growth in Africa in this middle belt, because in Africa, of 55 countries, 7 have populations above 50 million, and 5 of them are just basically in the equatorial belt: Nigeria, Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and the DRC. Now, Uganda in 2030 should be hitting 53 million, and by 2100 should have surpassed even Kenya and Tanzania, or should be competing with Tanzania. It's just a belt, a green belt. The extremities, Egypt and South Africa are the other two to make the 7. Egypt with 100 plus and South Africa with its 60 something. But South Africa is in terminal decline in a few decades.
So in essence, you're saying we should expect more conflict and not less?
In that belt. In the equatorial belt, I do not foresee a situation where conflict is reducing in the near term, unless the states make it so unpalatable for actors interested in conflict to prosecute such conflict. And the few states that can make unpalatable such ideas are only in the East African community and maybe Nigeria to some extent.
Dismas, of course, he mentioned some of the key causes of conflict as among them state incapacity. You have 55 states in Africa, and upwards of 20 of them cannot exercise full control over their own borders, cannot feed their populations, have marginalized communities that exist in some of them spreading across borders. Are there mechanisms within the African Union to address this pertinent issue of lack of state capacity? Because while you may have, giving the example of the East African community, frankly well-consolidated states in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, and the others, as you go into the interior of Africa, Central African Republic, and you start going into Northern Africa and the Sahel, the capacity of the state has been limited, but is even diminishing further as a result of so many other factors, including climate change and the others. How does the African Union exercise its role in trying to empower these states so that they can exercise effective control?
Thank you, Kwesi. Now, one of the things that the African Union has tried to implement so eloquently over a period of time since it came in 2002 to become the African Union was what it called the subsidiarity. In other words, to make certain elements of its work to be given to other entities to implement it on its behalf. In other words, for example, if you look at, we may even ask a question, why is the African Union right now not being seen in resolving the conflict in Democratic Republic of Congo, or indeed in Mali, or indeed in Guinea-Conakry? The reason being is that it has started what it calls building blocks, the regional economic communities. Now, the regional economic communities are the ones which are supposed to be looking internally, because geographically they are together. They are countries that are bound together, and they can be able to understand how to deal with a domestic or regional problem that they are having. So the empowerment of each country is how do they relate within the regional economic communities that they are. What we know is that there are 8 regional economic communities that the African Union recognizes. And this is COMESA, there is IGAD, there is ECOWAS, that's the Economic Community for West Africa, SADC, the South African Development Corporation, the EAC, that's the East African Community. Then there is what's the other one? There is the
Union of Central African States?
Yes, the ECAS, the Union of the Central, and then the UMA, which is the Maghreb in the north of the continent. So those countries are supposed to be dealing with issues that raise in a particular region, and then they are supposed to be able to report to the African Union as a mechanism of saying that we are decentralizing, so to say, decentralizing the work of the African Union. That is the reason why you find that the African Union is not seen in the DRC conflict, because it became apparent that the DRC conflict now is within the East African remit, because the DRC had already joined the East African community, irrespective of the fact that it actually would have done better if SADC was the one that was intervening. And this is my view. My view is that if SADC had been the party that had come into, because if you remember M23, the first entity that dealt M23 a bad blow was the essence of the SADC, which was led by South Africa, Malawi, and Tanzania. But the current one with the conflicts that we have, our conflicted nature and relations between Burundi has Red Tabara rebels in DRC. Rwanda has the FDR, the Hutu rebels in DRC. Uganda, we have Shuja, we have ADF, we have roads we are building, We are conflicted in terms of the dealing with the DRC. But these other countries, irrespective of the fact the DRC is both in East Africa and also in SADC, that should have been the building block that we should be encouraging in terms of how the states can be encouraged to deal with conflicts within the particular regions.
Thank you, Dismas Nkunda. Unfortunately, my moderator tells me that we don't have much time for questions from the audience, but I would encourage us, I think all my panelists are on Twitter using the hashtag. If you can kindly tag them with your specific questions, and we'll have them answered. From Dismas Nkunda, what I'm hearing is that we should strengthen regional mechanisms, use the 8 regional communities or blocks that we have to intervene in conflicts within those regions. From Ambassador Betty Bigombe, we heard about the importance of investment in preventive diplomacy, and she thinks the African Union has not invested adequately to stop the causes of conflict. Of course, from Daniel Gwambale, we've heard about the geopolitical effects of these conflicts and why he is quite sure that we're likely to see more conflicts on the continent and not less going forward. From Dr. Katz, we heard about the peace process in Ethiopia and Sudan and the conflicting nature of the different actors, the UN and the African Union. Of course, this is an issue we will not be able to resolve in a 1-hour conversation, but I think as a primer to the ongoing debate on how to resolve conflict on the African continent, it's a good start, and I hope the conversation continues even after today. This has been the panel on the African Union and conflict on the African continent. We shall have, right after this, another panel on the role of data and sustainable and efficient population growth management, and parallel to that will be another panel on climate change. So I do hope you make time to stay behind and listen to these interesting panels. I've been your moderator, Kwesi Tabaro, Deputy Director at the Lea Africa Institute. I'll be in the tea room for the next 15 or so minutes so we can catch up and share more on this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kwesi. Now, the last part that you did, you actually did take over my job, and I think my pay has been reduced. But thank you either way. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful panel. It has been a very, very fast on this last day. A round of applause for Kwesi and his panel. Well, now, Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2022. If you have any questions, any remarks, anything that you feel you wanted to see answers to, all we ask is that you go to our social media platforms and send in your comments, do tag us in, and we'll be able to get those questions and probably also get the different panel speakers to respond to that. Now, next, coming on shortly, once again, I remind you of our hashtags. They're there, KGC 2022. Do tag us in. Let us know what is your highlight today. We're once again going to have 2 sessions at the same time. The breakaway session is downstairs. We did see the moderator going there, and that was Bella Twine, the podcast producer for Last Drop Africa. The conversation is going to be around how does the intergenerational conflict compromise environmental engagement. If this is a conversation that is for you, please do make your way downstairs. We do have a team that is going to be guiding you to that. But for those of us that are staying in this room, we'll be hearing from our moderator, Shem Opolot, who is a data scientist, and the conversation is going to mostly be on the role of data in sustainable and efficient population growth management. Now, this reminds me, as Shem gets ready to take the front seats with these panel speakers, I always want to give the moderators the chance to introduce, because they're better versed with the moderators, the panel speakers that are speaking to us. But in the meantime, I should let you know that as we speak, we are at 8 billion. 8 billion people in the world. This is a report that we got yesterday. 8 billion is huge. This is a timely conversation. We are at 8 billion, numerous challenges in the third world countries, climate change issues. Please take your seat, Shem. We're looking forward to hearing a lot about data, data. want to understand the role of data in sustainable and efficient population growth management. I do want to hand over to you right away, and I do ask that you call your panel speakers. You know them better. I'll hand over to you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Shem Opolot.
Hello, hello. All right, I have finally figured out how the microphones work. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Shem Opolot. I am a data scientist. I am going to be moderating this panel on the role of data in efficient and sustainable population management. I have the distinct pleasure to introduce 3 panelists who are attending physically, and one of them will be attending online. I am going to invite the panelists onto the stage, and then I will give them the opportunity to introduce themselves within 30 seconds or less. So let me start by inviting Mr. Patrick Adenauer from Stalwart Consulting. I would also like to invite Mr. Bernard Sabiti from Development Initiatives. Round of applause doesn't hurt. You're welcome. Sit wherever you would like, closer to me, hopefully. I'd like to ask to invite Dr. Julius Kiza, a political economist at Makerere University. And joining us online is Dr. Philip Tigo. I hope he is online. We will find out about that shortly. Where? Oh, something with my name on it. Okay. I want to use this one. Yeah, sorry, just moving a bit closer, a game of musical chairs. All set? Okay, all right, let us get started. So for starters, I'm just going to ask the individual panelists to introduce themselves in 30 seconds or less. And I will start with Patrick, right next to me.
Okay, it's this one. Thank you very much, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, for inviting me to this very interesting conversation. Yes, thank you. Good. Myself, as a digital and data analyst that I've transcended over the years, Stalwart Consulting Group, an organization that helps companies, private sector, as well as governments to improve their digital performance across the sector. We've worked across different areas. I have taught at Makerere University School of ICT for the past couple of years. University of Rwanda, College of Technology as well, and covered across different aspects of data and data analytics with technology as the main focus of growth in essence, and that's what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Bernard?
Thank you. My name is Bernard Sabiti. I'm a researcher and data analyst working for Development Initiatives, which is an international organization that focuses on using data to address sustainable development issues. I'm glad to be back. I was a student here as well many years ago. It's good to see a lot of changes, except that my old institute, we used to call it the Institute of Statistics and Applied Economics. It doesn't look to have changed much for 19 years since I was last here. It's amazing. Happy to be back.
Thank you, Bernard. Dr. Chiza, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Julius Kiza. I teach political economy of development at Makerere University. I am actually here to represent the hustlers, the children of the poor, the peasants. And I'm here to amplify the demand for these experts to simplify data. They use regression analysis, statistical control. Now they are using drone. They are talking of data science. Please, can you simplify data simplification and communicate to real people, not just beautiful mathematical models? Thank you, Chair.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Chiza. All right, so to get started, I want us to start slow and then ease into the conversation, even though Dr. Chiza has jumped directly into the deep end. So I want to ask the individual panelists, when you hear the topic, the role of data in efficient and sustainable population management, what comes to mind? Considering your background, what is the most pressing issue in this regard? And I'll start with you, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Shem. You know, when you look at the role of data and how we want to sustain population across, I'm looking at sort of moving back from, let's look at the continent coming backwards. And Africa being, as they say, third of the world's youngest population in the world. And moving back to looking at Uganda being, having 78% of the population are youth, which is almost 80% in the next couple of years. Someone just said the world population is 8 billion now, and now Uganda has 78% only youth across the board. What does that say, and how do we able to manage this population, which is growing extremely and tremendously fast across the board, and how are we using this to impact what's actually transcending in the country over the years. I once had to lead a program at the Executive Office of the Secretary General. At the time, the UN was looking at what was transcending in the 2008-2009 food, fuel, and financial crisis. To be honest, global crisis affected everyone across the board. We're looking at globally, and you're transcending further down to Muntu Awansi. These are people at the bottom of the pyramid who are actually even more affected by this crisis across the board. And looking at post-2008, 2009, transcending now to 2020 across the board, only then did we have to eventually have to set up some kind of innovation to start a record of collecting data across the board to track food, fuel, and financial data for all the populations, including the youth, which is 78%, and Uganda being the pivotal country at the time was very relevant to track this, these data analytics. So creating a platform, or creating some kind of visual optimization for all the information that's gathered virtually would mean having to create a platform that would track all the data across the board. Now we're moving track over to a pandemic, or an era where we have pandemics creating different aspects in economies. And these aspects, I think, looking across from what we had from the food, fuel, and financial in 2008 to now a pandemic in 2020, coming to present, the general economic sentiments have obviously changed, and the population has had a lot of pressure. Population of the youth have had to move, employment losses across the board, population have had to migrate and also the fight across. So it's made so many changes across the board that we'll have to be able to track, and how do we manage to control the population across. I think that was my observation.
Thank you, Patrick. Bernard?
Thank you. I think for me, this is a very interesting conversation. It's very close to my heart, in part because I'm actually part demographer, so I always get amazed by the rapid changes that have been happening in our population over the last few years. When you look deeper into the population data of Uganda, there are so many subtle messages that you get to see that may not be apparent in the general data that may be put out there. For starters, by the way, I do not even think we are very sure right now the current population of Uganda, for real. I think the authoritative source, which is the Bureau of Statistics, using recent projections, puts it at around 44,700,000. Most of you might remember the popular, famous dispute that arose in July when the president announced that we are now a middle-income country. Remember that? And the World Bank sharply disagreed with that assessment. Actually, at the heart of that dispute was population figures, because what GDP per capita is basically getting the volume of production or income in the country divided by the number of the people living in that country. And the government had a different number, and the United Nations had a different number. I think according to the UN, we are almost 49 million. So this whole cliche that you always hear that numbers don't lie is not true. They can actually lie, and they often do. Statistics are collected by human beings. There are people behind all the data that we use. So I always caution people that numbers, sheer numbers, should never have the final say on phenomena. I think you have to look at the other insights, social possibilities, and all other dynamics in order to truly understand what is happening in a country. Uganda, of course, my colleague has just said, we are an extremely young country, and that is actually, I don't think you can emphasize that enough. I graduated here in 2006, that's 16 years ago. And the median age today for the population of Uganda is 16 years of age. So the average Ugandan actually today was born in 2006 when I wrote my final papers here. When I was saying at the beginning that when I enter this university, I can barely recognize it, I'm not lying, because when I was here, when I came here in 2003, society has changed at such a pace that you can barely recognize the country that we were just 20 years ago. And so the reason the data is important is that you can use that scientific evidence as a planner for the country to actually target resources better. Because I always ask, if we continue at this pace of economic growth at around 3% per annum, it means in about 2060, I think projections show we are likely to be about 104 million in this country. What does that all mean for us as a nation? The other day, I think during the campaigns of last presidential campaigns, the president made a casual remark that the youth should be grateful because he immunized you, therefore you didn't die, and now you are making a lot of noise because you were saved from childhood diseases. That might have been a cavalier remark, but actually, the basis of it was actually right. We are not dying as we used to in childhood. Therefore, we are more in number today. The killer diseases that used to kill a lot of children no longer kill as much. So just by looking at the structure of our population, you can tell there has been progress. But now you have this youth bulge, all these millions of young, hungry, unemployed, unemployable young people who are beginning to ask questions. Well, you kept them alive, now what? So, if you want really to have good sustainable planning for the country, you need the data, but I also believe you need to look beyond the data. What is the other story? What is really happening structurally in our society? I think those questions are very important, and just because of having statistics does not take away the need for those important social questions. I think that's what I want us to always remember.
Thank you, Bernard. Julius?
Thank you, Chair. I want to share a few controversial issues. I want to share the fact that the experts appear to be weaponizing population statistics to fight battles which are not necessarily ours. The conversation on population dynamics is dominated by three concerns. The first is that Africa is overpopulated, that Africa as a continent overpopulated. And I find that an exaggeration. The second claim is that the African woman is very fertile, that fertility of the African woman is a concern. Actually, it's more a concern of foreigners than Africans. The third thing is that the African population is young, and therefore we can reap youth dividends. I find these claims to be only partially true, and I want to argue in this conversation that the problem of Africa is not a problem of a large population. Rather, it is a problem of the weaponization of demographics to serve agendas which are not necessarily central to our concerns. In all societies that deploy demographics to serve the community, you do data mapping to be able to know where are the people concentrated. Are they in towns? Are they in cities? Are they in villages? Where is the most serious problem? Where is the infrastructure likely to be located? What are the likely costs? Where should we put schools, healthcare? Now, this data is extremely important, but it appears we are not doing that. So we are, as the scriptures say, our experts are doing what they are not supposed to be doing and are leaving undone what they should be doing. Data, as my colleagues have hinted, is supposed to guide planning. It is supposed to guide government intervention. If you do satellite, you use satellite data and see that the majority of the people in Africa have no access to standard gauge railway lines, that is an important statistic. And therefore, you should use that data to invest in standard gauge railway line. If we see, using satellite data, that actually a lot of people are concentrated, in the case of Uganda, around Kampala, Entebbe, Wakiso. And the rest of the country, sparsely populated. You use that data to plan urban growth. We are not doing that. If you see that people are concentrated somewhere, you need to plan healthcare. You need to plan housing. You need to plan schools. We are not doing that. Instead, we are jumping into the battle for population control. It appears some of our friends in other continents are worried that the African woman is fertile. Let me quote some statistics. I looked at Worldometer data of 2022. Only Nigeria has a population of over 200 million in Africa. Only Nigeria. The second most populous country in Africa is Ethiopia, with 115 million people. The third is Egypt, with 102 million people. Now, the rest of the countries in Africa are below 90 million, with DRC, a huge, huge country, larger than several European countries combined. DRC has only 89 million. Now, let me comment on this thing which worries Europeans, the fertility rate of the African woman. The highest fertility rate in Africa is found in DR Congo, 6 children per mother. You all know that fertility rate measures the number of children that are expected of a mother. Yes or no? Mother, omusajja tebamubalira luzaalo. In Uganda, omusajja can produce as many as you want. It is the woman that we use to estimate fertility rates. So DR Congo, with a population of 89 and a growth rate of 3.19, which is very small, has the highest fertility rate. Is that a bad thing? They are trying to occupy their space. Now, the highest fertility rate in Africa is in Nigeria, 5.4. That could be worrying. But then the next one, look at Egypt, 3.3. South Africa, 2.4. Uganda, we are told we are very fertile, young and fertile, 5. 5 children per mother. This is world-dominator data. So I want us to appreciate, and this might appear controversial, that Albert Einstein advises that what you see depends on where you stand. If you are a conservative economist worried about how to feed children, you want to restrain population growth. If you are a political economist and you're looking at human beings as an asset, you want to grow the population, only that it must be quality population. So can we shift the narrative from aggregates to the concern over the degree to which we are skilling our population, giving high quality education, giving high quality healthcare, creating jobs, and that means transforming the economy from an agrarian economy into an industrial manufacturing economy. I think I have spoken sufficient.
Thank you very much, Julius. Okay, so I want to lean into what you said a bit more. So, and luckily, both Patrick and Bernard are sort of data analysts, or at least they were at some point. So you're going to be able to respond to this, I hope. So Dr. Julius talks about data mapping, because he talks about the weaponization of data for selfish agenda by various groups. And there's a lot of reasons why that happens. I think one of the reasons why that happens is because the people who are able to collect the data aren't necessarily our governments. And so you have other organizations, which maybe you work for, have the capacity to collect data. And they collect that data because they have certain agenda. So how do we figure out how to empower governments to do the kind of data mapping that is necessary to achieve the dreams that Julius talks about? Patrick, you can start.
Thank you very much. Yes, I wanted to add on actually from what Dr. Julius mentioned about how now that we have all these statistics, and I think you're right, government is, our governments in Africa are driving surveys and collecting data on how much and how big the population is growing. But what exactly and how are they managing it, and how we're managing it, and how we're responding to it, what's the impact? Not only, Dr. Julius has mentioned, managing the healthcare, managing education. One of the things that we also don't pay much attention to, and I think some of those organizations that we work with have also looked at urban planning. You've talked about how the whole population in the country is congested into one city. But what are we doing about the next 10 to 15, 20 years when the population grows? You're driving across the city and it's congested. Someone is talking about transportation, moving for public transport, planning relocation of the cities. Tanzania has been able to transform capital city to an administration city. Nigeria initially had Lagos as the capital city and had to build from a derelict land a new capital city. And I think countries have to think about that in Africa, that we have to reach a point where Kampala was built in the 1940s. And I don't think we've changed the road or the sizes and the direction of the roads since then, but the population continuously grows. We now have a young population, as we said now, of 78% youth, unemployed. They don't have jobs, trying to make ends meet. And of course, insecurity. Now, crime rates have gone up. Crime is going up in a city which is congested in one area. What do we do about this, and how do we manage this is one of the areas that we think we can add on just a piece of that.
Bernard?
Yeah, thank you. I recognize that we are not here to really debate the pros and cons of a large population, but I wanted to say something about what Professor said. I think if we are to use data, if we are to use data to figure out what to do as a country in terms of managing our population growth, which is the topic for today, I really believe we need to be honest. We need to be honest and really look at the trajectory of Uganda's specific population. Let's put aside the rest of Africa for a moment and really look at our population. Is this growth sustainable? If we are as ambitious as some of our planning documents say, let's say Vision 2040 or the National Development Plan, if we are to keep growing at the rate that we are growing at, what are the implications for the future? Because I think asking ourselves that question means we are actually trying to use the statistics that are available to us to make the right planning decisions for the country. If you look at the fertility rate, yes, you might say that a Ugandan woman during her reproductive lifespan, which is between 15 and 49, that's how we calculate it. For now, I think the last survey that the Bureau of Statistics did in 2017, they call it the UDHS, the Uganda Demographic and Health Survey, it revealed that on the national level, a Ugandan woman will have 5.4 children during her reproductive lifespan. Now, I just want to ask a question, not for us to ask ourselves. When you look at those 5 children, well, that's a relative number. You may think that's a lot, that's not a lot. But as I said, you cannot just look at one statistic. You have to look at other relevant statistics on our society. Let's look at income, for example. The National Household Survey of 2017 showed that the average household size in Uganda is about 4 people, and the average income is about 416,000 Uganda shillings. For a family of 4, that is the average income. Look at the economy we are living in today. What exactly is the capacity of 416,000? We are talking about 4 people in a house on a monthly basis. We are talking about you have to spend on healthcare, you have to spend on education, you have to spend on food. The national poverty rate right now is about 22%. These are the number of people that live below $1 a day. And by the way, that is also kind of, there is a little bit of debate around that because the national poverty rate that we use of $1 a day is not the same as the international poverty rate that the World Bank has set, which is about $1.9 US a day. So we still have, over 20% of our population who live below $1 a day. So in my view, if you are really to use data to make good decisions, you cannot ignore such statistics. And by the way, those numbers are always kind of relative because disaggregated data, when you look at different parts of the country, there is some sort of correlation between regions that have very high number of children per woman and the poverty rates. You can almost see it on a graph. If I was to put it out here, you'll see the dark areas. If you use color shading, it will be in the north and northeast. So even when the national average is 5 children, you find that actually Kampala is 3, is now coming to below 3. So a Kampala woman typically is more educated, spends more time in school, and probably is not going to have 8 kids in her lifespan. But if you go far away into the country, actually, we have districts that still have TFR, or total fertility rate, of 8 kids per woman, including my poor Kisoro in the southwest. So if you are a responsible leader, in my view, and you have these statistics at your table, and you have to make consequential decisions for the country, I do not think it would be responsible to ignore such numbers. I think you have to be honest. When you look at data from different countries, of course, there are countries that are even more heavily populated than we are. There's where there is far more higher fertility. But those countries normally have their own unique histories and their unique dynamics. I worry really about our young people, because if 3/4 of the country is under 35 today, we are literally a country of children. And by the way, this one you can see it just by taking a walk in any neighboring village, and you see the sheer number of younger kids running around. You don't see that in many countries where you go. So we have a high dependency ratio as the proportion of people that actually have productive work vis-a-vis those who do not. We have young people here who are dependent to their late 20s. You actually find that when you finish school, even here, you actually don't get a job that easily. You still depend on your old folks back home. So in my view, I think it would not be responsibility or taking responsibility to ignore such numbers. But for me, the role of data in all of this really is to basically lay bare what the facts are. At the end of the day, the people that make decisions are politicians. So there is a role for ideology to play. There is a role for culture and all these other factors. But as an evidence person, if I meet a policymaker, there is no way, if I'm to be honest to myself, that I'm going to not lay these facts in front of them. I think, in my view, that's what we need to do.
Thank you, Bernard. Yeah, so, okay. So we are all talking about the same thing, and we all seem to be very good at diagnosing the challenges and the implications of our population growth, and maybe even the opportunities, as Julius speaks to. And I don't necessarily think that Julius is talking about ignoring statistics per se. But what I want to talk about is, okay, so we all agree that this data is important. And what is useful is, where is this data coming from, and who is able to leverage it to produce the kind of development that we want for the country? So my question again is to push back. For example, all of you have cited some sort of statistics. And I venture to guess that most of those statistics do not come from UBOS, right? They don't come from the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, okay? So, and yet, this country is, for all the things we can say, this country is directly in charge of making sure that they are leveraging the data from this country to develop this country, okay? But our government doesn't seem to have the capacity to do the things we are talking about, to do the data mapping, to do the surveillance, to do the building large data sets, consolidation, making sure that we can map out the country and see where the different challenges are. There are health problems in Kotido, there are educational problems in Kasese. The government is supposed to have the power to do that. But clearly, obviously, we're a poor country and we have challenges in that respect, okay? So what makes sense and what organizations like DI do, development initiatives, is they work through partnerships with governments to give them the capacity to collect this information, okay? So how is that going? How can we leverage whatever resources / partnerships that we have to actually use, use this data to develop the country? Because I think Patrick, Bernard, and Julius, you're all singing the same song. You're all on the same page. You all want to use this information to see the country succeed. So let's talk about the actual information. How can we do it? Yes, Julius.
I wanted to add a little qualifier to my friend's submissions. is our population growth rate sustainable? Now, I want us to appreciate that the fertility rates are coming down. That's the general trend in Africa. And fertility rates come down as a result of several interventions, one of which is education. I also want to submit that it's important for us to get concerned about a young population because of the high dependency ratios. High dependency is undoubtedly important, but why don't we challenge our data scientists to collect both the aggregate and the specifics? For example, if you collect on a per capita basis, how much money is spent on the children, the young children, vis-a-vis how much of the gross domestic product is allocated to these young children, vis-a-vis the 80 cabinet ministers plus, the 500 plus members of parliament, the over 120 presidential advisors, there's so many members of the intelligence community, some of whom are here. So if we calculate the per capita allocation of gross domestic product, we discover actually the most people who are dependent on our resources are those in government, not the children. I am not saying that we should not address the issue of the young population. All I'm saying is, why don't we channel resources to the right ends? And one of those would be educating our children. Let me be clear. The most important contraceptives are not the pills. The most evidence is very clear. When we get worried about a young population and high fertility rates, we are pushing the direction of using contraceptives. I want to submit that the most important contraceptives are threefold. Number one is education. Keep the girl child and the boy child in school. Evidence is clear. Graduates tend to reproduce themselves much less than those who dropped out of school. The second major contraceptive, jobs, decent jobs. The mother and father who are working have less time for reproduction. In fact, they plan out their time because they don't have time to look after kids. So people who are educated and they have a decent job are likely to reproduce themselves less. The third contraceptive is energy, supply energy, and there is data on each of these things I'm mentioning. So the problem with our data scientists is that they seem to have bought too much into the arguments of the intellectual orthodoxy. I think we need to Ugandanize our data. We need to get specific. We need to disaggregate and see who actually is a dependent on our economy. It is not necessarily the children. The most important dependent are the elites in government. I submit.
Thank you very much, Julius. So, Patrick, I asked a question about, and Julius raises a point. Even though Julius is attacking data scientists really, I don't think they have power to decide what they analyze. I think someone pushes a computer in front of them and tells them, analyze this, okay? So I think the question goes to the policymakers and the people in positions of authority on how to develop the capacity to actually collect the information that can help the data scientists generate the evidence that we need to pass the policies you're talking about. So Patrick and Bernard, can you speak to that capacity of government to do that?
Right, so I can't really speak on behalf, I guess, in terms of who is actually amongst the policymakers collecting this data. Organizations like UBOS, organizations within the governments that collect data, whether it's virtually or on hard copies that have been generated over the years. How do we transform this data and how do we generate it and keep it in one form? I feel over the years, UBOS has been able to transform itself. I can't speak on their behalf, but over the years, we've been able to try and see how, in terms of trying to get the policymakers to understand the concept of using data visualization and data collection across the board in different areas, not only mapping populations, not only finding locations updates across the country where everyone is located, using different partners in the telecommunications sector, different partners in media sector, different partners in the private sector, public sector, across the board to build some of these platforms that already exists within each party. I feel the policymakers, I think, have to get up to speed with what's transcending right now. They have to adapt with the trends and understand how to collect this data and how to use it. Everybody's moving into different platforms, everybody's using different means, and I think policymakers have to keep up with the trends and how other partners are trying to collect this data. That's my
Bernard?
Yeah, I want to take a different view on this one. I actually do not think Uganda's problem is a lack of data. We probably have too much data in Uganda. There is data on almost everything. The policymakers just choose to ignore it. I have researched Uganda's data ecosystem for the last 15 years, probably. I can almost locate every data set on everything. And I can tell you, if you can't find the data, you are not looking, or you just choose to ignore the available evidence in order to do what you want to do. For example, actually, we have one of the best statistics agencies in Africa. The Uganda Bureau of Statistics is one of the best. I think there are even studies that actually show that. We are on schedule for most of the surveys that the National Statistics Agency has to collect. The census, we have a census coming next year. I think UBOS has already finished mapping what they call enumeration areas. I saw in my email yesterday, they even sent me the questionnaires that they are using to review and give them feedback on whether those tools are going to collect the right data. The data is available as well. I always hear people talk about, oh, it is very hard to access this data. Not true. Every 5 years we conduct a demographic and health survey. I think the one for 2022, 2023, the planning is advanced. They're about to go in the field. Last year, despite COVID, we completed the Uganda National Household Survey on schedule. It's a 3-year survey. All ministries, departments, and agencies, the so-called MDAs, they have routine administrative data that they collect as part of their existence as government agencies. That data is there in those ministries. So the idea that policymakers are not making the right decisions because they don't have access to good evidence is not true. Of course, there is something that we call politics of data. There is political economy in statistics as well, very much alive. Just because you've put across data sets showing introvertible evidence on anything does not necessarily mean that the politician is going to follow that data to make a decision. Some of the data may be pointing them to the opposite direction of their interests, and therefore they might ignore the data and go ahead and do what they want to do. If you look at how money is allocated in this country, look at the structure of our budget. Which sectors receive the most amount of money? They are not necessarily the most important sectors. There I agree with my friend, the professor. It's not because these guys don't know that health is such a very important thing. Not at all. It's not that they don't know that education is very important. To say that the Minister of Defense is getting more than the Minister of Health, it's not because there's no evidence that actually when you educate the population quite well and you employ them, then maybe local insecurity will be less, as we are saying, and therefore you need to invest in money in this area. But there is something we call politics of data. The political economy also encroaches on, sanity, basically. If you look at where the rural electrification program takes its new electricity connections, it's not necessarily because they first do this nice baseline survey and determine that this district needs electricity more than the other one. If the president goes on a rally in Kagadi district and promises he's going to extend power there, and he realizes that there is political capital to gain by extending power there, he will do it. The bureaucrat in the Ministry of Finance is not going to say, but sir, look at the socio-economic indicators in this district. All those folks will not be able to pull that wire into their house. They can't pay for the power. It doesn't matter. It's a political decision. So when you are in a country that is highly political, like ours, some decisions simply don't make sense, not because there is no evidence that would have supported better decisions, but because the decisions are just ignored, because there are other extraneous goals, political and social cultural, that have to be met in order for the statecraft to work. That's the nature of our country. There's nothing you can do about it for now. So, in my view, what we need to do, we as people who collect the data, we will continue advocating, of course. There are so many advanced ways of producing data today. You actually, very soon we will even stop doing censuses, because a census takes 10 years. The last one we did, remember, was in 2014. We've been using those statistics which are outdated to make important decisions. And yet there are so many other sources of data that are real-time, what we call real-time data. Every time you use your smartphone, you leave behind you a trail of data that can be used and analyzed to make certain decisions. Remember when they locked down the country and the government decided to send 100,000 shillings to the so-called most vulnerable people? Did you ask yourself what evidence they used to determine who was the most vulnerable? Did that 100,000 actually go to people that needed it the most? Do we have the evidence for that? I remember someone, I think was it the Prime Minister, mentioned something at the beginning of that program that she's going to use mobile money transaction records to determine actually who the most vulnerable person is. People laughed at her. But actually, analyzing big data, as we call it, these big data sets like the ones that telecoms have, is not unusual. You can tell to a certain level of accuracy by examining someone's transactions on the phone to kind of tell their state, their socioeconomic state. Of course, it's not foolproof, but it's one of the ways. These are now the more advanced ways of using data. I think for us as data scientists or data analysts, we will keep advocating for that. But the idea that we do not have enough evidence to make good decisions is completely untrue, and I wish we just stop making that case.
Thank you, Bernard. I was wondering when you were going to be yourself. Okay, so so you talk about, I want to push back a little. I do think that, yes, we do have a lot of data. However, I think it is also evident that the data we have is in silos. I think we have data, I think the Ministry of Finance has its information locked away somewhere, Ministry of Agriculture has its information locked away somewhere, because usually what ends up happening is when you try to find information on certain pertinent issues in the country, you either have to find a friend in the ministry or you have to find someone who works in the development space. So yes, I do agree that there's a gap between availability of evidence and implementation of evidence based on the issue of politics that you talked about. And to that, I do want to ask, how do we close that gap? And is one of the ways to close that gap making the data, one, consolidating the data, and one, making it as easily available as possible, or as transparent. I want to be able to get on my phone and search information on Uganda and get it on my phone in real time. I'll probably have to go and line up in a ministry, right? Which makes it a problem. So we can't put our politicians to task about their ability to implement the evidence that they have if we can't say you did this, but the data says this, right? So how do we make this data more open to the public?
Yeah, I totally agree. So we have a problem of data silos, yes. There's a duplication and multiplicity of data systems by different ministries. You see, the problem of data in Uganda is a problem of the Ugandan society. You see, why do we have 150 advisors, presidential advisors, for example? Why do we have 80 ministers? So let me tell you that this kind of governance has actually permeated every sphere of our society, even to something as scientific and supposedly politics-free area like statistics. We have ministries that have databases or management information systems where they collect routine data. There's a time I counted 19 management information systems in the Ministry of Gender alone. There is an MIS for GBV, if you want data on gender-based violence. There is one on OVCs, orphans and vulnerable children. There is one tracking externalized labor, the people that go to the Middle East. There is one for people on the streets. Multiple information systems. Guess who funds these systems? Of course, when you look at how government allocates money, research, R&D, and statistics is not really a big priority. No money goes there. It's mostly donors who fund these initiatives. So you find USAID is funding a GBV database in some ministry, and UNICEF is funding a similar system in another ministry. So there is no coordination even among donors who give us this money. And if you want to convince ministries to merge these data systems together and bring these indicators and data sets together, you are about to fight the biggest war you've ever fought, because nobody wants to give up their own system, because it means they are going to lose the funding that funds such a system. So when you want to promote coordination and harmonization of data in the government, you already have a big problem. A lot of egos, a lot of influences. You ask NITA. NITA has been having an initiative as the National Agency for Technology of convincing these ministries to all submit their databases and systems to be managed in a centralized place so that there is less duplication of this data. To ask them about their success with that. Even when they are the agency with the authority, by the way, by law, to compel these ministries to work together, their success has been severely limited because very few people want to work together. There have been efforts to digitize data in the Ministry of Lands. Do you know what it means if we were to digitize and give access to the land management information system, where everyone can click a button and see the status of every plot number and every block number? Why has something so simple not been worked on like that? Because you see, if you did that, you are shaking. There is a popular saying I see on social media these days, that the table you are shaking has expensive drinks. You are shaking someone's table by digitizing this data, because it means, first of all, there is no more need to walk into ministry and pay somebody to have access to see the status of a plot number. If it is on the internet, everybody can see it. So somebody has already lost a job. You see that? So somebody has an incentive inside the system to frustrate these digitization efforts. This is what we are dealing with, shame. It's not that not everybody doesn't know what to do. Everybody knows what we need to do. But the incentive to do it is just not there. And that's absurd.
Thank you, Bernard. So I want to move to, thank you. I want to move to Julius really quickly and then back to Patrick a bit later. So Julius, thanks to Bernard's candor, we clearly see that there's a challenge in access to data, not really because the data is insufficient, but because of the political economy, which happens to be within your purview. I'd like to ask you, what has been your experience in that regard? And what do you think we can do to circumvent the challenges and really achieve what we want to achieve, which is use data to develop the country?
Thank you very much, Chair. Kwame Nkrumah said, "Seek ye the political kingdom first, and the rest shall follow." So if we don't fix the political kingdom, we will keep lamenting. But point number 2, we are not refugees in Africa. We are citizens. That means we must never give up the struggle to persuade duty bearers to use evidence and to make systems work. So while things may not be going right in all African countries, we have a stake as citizens. There's this thing in political economy we call citizen agency, defined as the ability of the citizenry to cause duty bearers to do things they must do, to be accountable, to be responsive, to be answerable, and to deliver services for the citizenry. We just cannot give up. We have to continue speaking the language of data until the powers that be buy into the argument. But number 3, very, very fortunately, increasingly, government is populated by graduates. These elites in government started with you and me. Increasingly, some of them are appreciating the importance of data. So I think our job is to manage their political expectations, but also continue to speak to the data. And in many cases, the more you repeat the message, the more it eventually gets accepted. I mean, this question of the land registry, I think that is a low-hanging fruit. If only we can keep the message going to show the corrupt person that actually you can make money by relieving stress. Yes, you're being stressed by a huge number of citizens who have to come to you and they give you 10,000, 20,000, but do you know that you spend more money going to treat your stress? In other words, what are you losing by refusing to make data accessible to others? And very finally, there is this thing called the Open Government Initiative, which is an initiative pushing for data access. But there is also the law, the Access to Information Act of 2005. These are spaces we need to occupy to cause duty bearers to become more responsive and to use data for data-driven decision-making. It is not going to be easy, but we have to seek the political kingdom first. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to, we've reached the hour mark in our conversation, and so I want to ask Patrick one more question and then open it up to the audience so that you can ask a few questions to the panelists. So Patrick, just really quickly, you very recently wrote an article that was published in the New Vision, and you talked about the next technology wave. And the very first point you made was data easy to share, which is at the heart of the ping-pong game we have going back and forth here. And so I want you to add your voice to this talk about political economy and access to data and implementation of said data.
Yes, thank you very much. As we had looked across the board for the last, I'd say, 10 to 15 years of transition in technology, we've reached a stage where data is now easily transferable, easily accessible, and of course the entry into the next phase that we're getting into, now that we've reached a stage where everyone has had to figure out, in whatever sector you are in, whether it's in education, and you're a teacher and you're teaching children, the children now are being taught at home. If you're in a Ministry of Health, and if you're a doctor, doctors are now doing home visits, and everyone is doing virtual ways to transform the educational system. We've just seen the airport now introduce a platform where you just scan your information as opposed to filling all these useless forms at the airport, which we sometimes realize in the long run there's all this data being entered and transformed using our phones, using our devices. Everybody is aware of this, and we've reached a stage where it's easily transferable. And now that we've understood this, we know that we have to understand how to make sure that transparency and open government is the next phase that we have to embrace. Open government meaning the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of NITA institutions, all these organizations have to be transparent. And transparency means authenticity, and of course, you're trying to create a platform where a government which has access and dialogue with the public, and that's what we're trying to aim at. So in the long run, when we're thinking at the next phase, I mean, we're earlier talking about how all these new technologies are coming into the world. Software developers are working with international organizations based in different locations in the world, as opposed to focusing on just employment in the country. So we've reached a stage where everything has gone virtual, and transparency has to be the next phase. And I would say, in summary, that would be my break.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Okay, I would like to open it up to the audience for questions. Wow, I was not expecting that many. Okay, we will start with the gentleman here. I think we have time for all the ones that are up here now. That's it, okay? If you decide you have a question, then we'll have to figure that out. Do I have enough time to do that? Fantastic. Okay, I'll start with this gentleman here. Can someone help me get him a microphone? He has one? Fantastic.
Yes, the argument that decision-making is crippled by the interest of the political class, and there is nothing that we can do about it, like one of our panelists suggested, is so sad. So yesterday, Professor Philip Kasaija said that we have a trust deficit in our politicians. So, but these are the people we're looking at, by the way. Last week I was at the Uganda AIDS Commission Symposium, annual symposium, and Professor P.L. Olumumba said that we should not speak like we have surrendered to the fact that corruption and poor leadership can, actually, we have surrendered to the fact that it can be changed. So we really come to such podiums or conferences, we really want to see that there is something that can be done to such things. So let me please get a solution to such a thing, or maybe let there be a voice that such a kind of leadership can be addressed in a way, at least.
Thank you. Sorry? Okay. The gentleman behind there. Maybe I'll just ask the panelists to just take notes, and then we'll just respond to all the questions at once.
Thank you very much. I'm called Tugume. I do engineering here at Makerere University. So according to one of our panelists, Mr. Bernard, he said that when you try to advocate for the centralization of data management systems into, let's say, maybe publishing it via internet for everyone to access, you'll be shaking a table of expensive drinks, like he said. But my issue is, like as people say, we are already seeing people coming, as in politicians, when they go to media and everywhere, they claim that they are working for the common man, like they are working for people. So if we can't shake those expensive drinks, because you said that it will be, a great war, are we actually scared of that war to maybe make one person lose a job for the common good of the whole people, or we are going to just keep quiet for the common man to suffer and then reserve one job for that specific person that we're talking about? And another thing about data, just of recent we had some discrepancies in data about this Ebola, which is the most current disease now in Uganda. Before the first presidential address, we had media platforms, both via social media and the actual stations. They were saying that Ebola had spread to a larger extent than actually the president came and put it out. So I would like to know, where do these media platforms get that different data, and where does the president get his? That creates, that creates a sense of, we don't trust either we are now confused. Whom should we trust, the media or the president? So we also need to be clarified on that. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, just help me pass the microphone to the gentleman next to you. Thank you.
Yes, thanks to our panelists. Really, you've given the topic justice. My question would go to the gentleman from Development Initiatives. How best as a country, as Uganda, we could also improve on our marketability and access to data. Even the National Planning Authority itself has always come out with plans that use data which is outdated, as you stated. But how best would we adhere and get remedies to having our data which is updated be used in terms of planning and budgeting? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, to the gentleman behind you. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a very interesting discussion. My name is Patrick Olugembe. I'm a graduate of this very Beach University with a PhD in population studies. And therefore this discussion, especially since it focused on an area that I touched when I was studying, I made sure that I come here. I'd like to ask the panelists one thing. I think we've discussed quite extensively about data wastage, the misuse of data and all these things. We know about these, and in fact, Bernard is really being very humble, as he states. It's really worse than he's even stating it. I was in Karamoja, and they invited us for partners, to different partners, UNICEF, all these people presented data that they had, and everyone was shocked. They had same data about same districts, same sub-counties, over the same thing, sometimes even speaking different things. So I think there's a very, very big challenge there. I would like to challenge the panelists, however. There are some good examples, I think, of good data use. I think the Ministry of Health currently has something very interesting they do. I think it's really something that's really blowing my mind. The maternal deaths that happen every week, where they use data to map out where the deaths have happened, where the children are dying, perinatal deaths, and they review each of those, what were the causes, and it's a very, very interesting thing. The question I have is, are there some success stories somewhere else in terms of data use within Uganda that people could learn really from? And then my last comment, I'd like to speak to the students here, Makerere University students. As someone mentioned that really the policymakers the question is who is to blame? We are all to blame. I think our culture is really, really poor. I'll never forget when I walked into the main building and the lady challenged me and said, you Ugandans, you're not like Kenyans. The Kenyans, you can't just squeeze them and they do. I think we need to be speaking about these things. We need to be challenging people. This discussion is very important, but it doesn't end here. We need to go to our faculties. We need to go to all these places and we challenge them about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The gentleman in the suit, I believe your hand was up previously.
Thank you. Okay. 1 minute, sir.
Quickly.
My name is Alex. I would want to thank you so much for such deliberation. But my point of contention is that, one, as Ugandans, we need to look at also our mindset. We have a problem of mindset. So whatever we see starts from within. So we need to change that culture, and then, of course, we will not be seeing most of these things like corruption, nepotism, all that. So anything to do with advancement, we must have a system that is very clear. After that, you will not have any big problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Two more. A lot more questions. A lot more hands have come up later on. No, you guys are new. I'm sorry. The gentleman over here. Could you help me get the microphone to him? The gentleman in the
Chair, the ladies might complain
right.
soon.
Okay. Well, she didn't have her hand up before. Okay, let the lady speak and then the gentleman in the suit. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, and thank you for insisting. I would generally start with complaining about the gender balance in that you've exhibited. I know you didn't do it intentionally, and then I would like us to be guided on why it's always that let's have gender balance, then you bring on a lady to speak. Let it just be something that is open up for everyone. So my name is Liz Nyazi. I'm a student at School of Social Sciences here at Makerere University. My first would be from yesterday, and the panelists, I was here the whole day yesterday, and I would like to comment about the youth in Uganda and how all these conversations have affected us and how we're actually involved in everything that is going on. I would like to interest our panelists in the fact that the youth have actually been exploited by our leaders instead of us being given the opportunity to do something. We are used with the opportunities that we hold, with the power and with the knowledge by our leaders to implement and to make their rule, or I'll call it their governance, better and more dictatorial. Then the other thing about what the panelists said is that we are using population statistics to pass political agendas. That would be a fact, and that would be something that is going on all over the world, not only in Uganda. Yeah, you should give us solutions to that. How do we change that or adjust using the statistics to pass political agendas? And then the other one would be the role of ideology in the usage and account of data statistics. Then my last comment would be the government spends more money on its employment in these ministries, in the system, than it does on implementation. You would find that in the budgets, for example, in the Ministry of Health, a lot of money goes to those that work in the Ministry of Health than in the implementation of what the Ministry of Health has to do. So that I would like our panelists to interest themselves in that aspect. Then lastly, I would like to try and let the audience and the panelists place a solution that we actually can do, not what we expect our leaders to do, because for all we know, they have failed to a good extent. So what power can we use and what power do we have that we can use to change the status quo of whatever we are complaining about? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The gentleman in the suit over here, then I'm going to give the panelists an opportunity to respond. I think the questions are ballooning. So let them first respond to these, and then we'll open it up if we have more time.
Thank you a lot. I'm called Prosper Ahawe, and I'm rising to respond to Dr. Julius's argument, especially on population control. You were very skeptical on population control, and you were trying to show how the statistics are brought in to drive a certain agenda. But allow me to highlight up something. African development is based not on African governments, but the African people. That is a fact. That whatever development you're seeing, it's an effort of the peoples of Africa, not necessarily the effort of their government. Now, when you bring out the argument of population, here in Uganda, you'll find that if you give birth or if the fertility rates are high, it still goes on to the person who bears the dependence. Therefore, you can't say that maybe we keep on with our fertility rates and then we shall pursue development. That is untenable because we know the government will not act. And I like the way General Museveni normally refers to this China, US, India, saying that you see these people have a high population and they are highly developed. But he forgets one thing. China's population growth rate was very high in the past centuries, and actually it costed them a lot. They always faced famine, starvation, diseases. In fact, they were economic refugees to Italy. Look at India. So it's just of recent when they adopted a population cut, a fertility cut, that they started developing industrially. And maybe as I turn up my submission, I would refer you to a certain book, and I'm glad I met the author in person. It's called The Time Traveling Economist. It discusses why education, electricity, and family size are key in escaping poverty. And his argument is that because of a high dependence ratio at family level, the low incomes we get are highly spent and we don't have savings in the banks. And because of no savings in the banks, they lend at a high interest rate because their savings are low. And what comes out of that? Investment is low, as well as wealth creation and job creation. And I buy this argument, and I'll give you just one example of Dubai and Uganda and Kampala. Recently, a report was showing that housing in Kampala is as costly as the one in Dubai. Yet we know that Dubai is at an exceedingly higher level than Uganda. And why is that? It's because the real estate industry in Uganda is based on loans. Like the capital is from loans. And Uganda, they borrow at a high interest rate, double digit, 22%, 15, 18. And because the capital is expensive, the cost finally becomes expensive. Therefore, if we do not address the question of population growth at a family level, we are doomed. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much for that impassioned submission. All right, so I want to give the panelists an opportunity to respond. Patrick, because you're sitting next to me, I will let you take your pick of at least one question from one of the audience members.
Right. I think I'll just sort of peruse through some of the comments or questions that you've asked. And just from the main essence, I think, from the beginning was the question about leadership and how do we address it, and how the gentleman mentioned about we as Ugandans, we are very lax. We're very lax. You look at Kenyans and they're a bit more upfront and steadfast and patriotic, and they will not stand any comment that comes across. But anyway, just to kind of summarize this in the context of the response to the data on Ebola and what data should we trust, and that's what we're talking about, leadership here. Do we trust the information that's been published online? Do we trust what's been presented by the president? Do we trust what's been provided by the ministry? Do we trust what the partners are sharing in terms of data? And I think this is where we're talking about transparency. Transparency is that we have an information that is coming from one source, and it's in a sense. I can't answer this straightforward, but it goes back to the whole notion. And I think in terms of what we would want and how do we update this data, all these platforms have been provided in terms of anything that's real time, anything that's collected across the board, and it would reduce on the duplication, to answer his question about you go to a function in a different ministry and another ministry has the same data and another institution has the same data, and everyone is collecting the same sources of data at the same time. So in essence, to summarize the challenges that would face some of these policymakers and how to make those decisions, because the data sets are available, and changing the mindset on being able to share, because now data is readily collected and it's readily available, and everyone has access of some sort to maybe the data that you collect on your phone. You make a phone call, you send mobile money, you send, receive. All these areas that you're transacting have information that is generated. So in essence, changing the mindsets, changing the ability to be transparent and open data platforms, I think, is the main point.
Thank you very much. So to Bernard, there are two particular questions that I'd like to hear a response from you. One of them was the issue of where do these platforms get the data? The media, the president, where are they getting the data? And also, the second one being the gentleman who very refreshingly asked us if you have any success stories about how data is being collected well and being utilized well and driving some sort of positive implementation in the country.
Thank you. You are putting me on the spot because you are making me jump a very important first two questions, which was about...
We have time.
I think the first one was like, these two gentlemen, I think maybe I have to clarify. I did not say that there's nothing we can do. Maybe I needed to apologize for being such a downer because I pointed out a lot of difficulties by telling you the realities we are facing. The reason I did that was because in my job, I'm a strategic analyst. I'm actually a strategic advisor to my employer. Normally what I do, I always first tell them the likely challenges they are likely to face if they are trying to work with a government agency. And the very first instinct is that actually to try to explain to them the organizational culture in these institutions. That is very, very important. By describing that culture, I did not mean that there is nothing we can do about it to change that culture. I did not mean that you are not supposed to shake those expensive drinks. I've actually written even papers, I'll be happy to share with you how exactly to shake those tables, especially when it comes to data harmonization and data access. How do you encourage synergies in a government to make sure that there is little wastage of resources by having these multiple systems? That was the point I was trying to make. Because you can imagine if you go to look for a passport, the information they ask you, you've been asked that information multiple times when you are trying to get a driving license. The National Social Security Fund has that information. The National Identification Registration Authority, NIRA, for ID, they have that information. You can ask yourself, what is so hard to actually have these systems speak to each other so that instead of lining up for 3 days on Ginger Road at immigration, just so they capture the same information that is scattered already in multiple sister agencies, why can these folks work together and harmonize their systems so that they don't keep disturbing the public? The reason they don't do that seamlessly, as you would expect, is the political economy I was trying to explain. Not to say that you should not challenge that status quo. I hope that is clear. And again, I've written about this actually. I'll be happy to share some of those papers because they are on our website. Now back to you, Shem, about are there actually success stories of data use? Patrick, thank you for that question. And I happen to have written about it as well. I'm sorry to say that, but this is what I do. But there are very, very many stories of success. I think you pointed out the Minister of Health. In my experience also, they are arguably one of the best ministries in this country when it comes to leveraging good health data and actually acting on that data. When you look at, and the reason we have a very good story around the world, even on managing epidemics, the reason the world is not so worried about Ebola is because we have a track record of managing these kinds of epidemics. And the role that data plays in this success is critical. The Minister of Health has a database called DHIS2. It comes from the forms, the Health Management Information System forms. Every time a patient receives at a health clinic, they capture your patient data, and it all comes to a centrally managed database, which is, I think, one of the best. You can print out to some analytical forms or sheets on trends of disease occurrence around the country, and the ministry actually uses this data. That is one example. But also, there are also some examples, like our social protection program in the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. Those of you who follow this, you know that we have a program where we send cash transfers to very old people. It's not a lot of money, but folks that are aged, is it now 80 years old or 70 plus, they receive about 25,000 every month. It's called social protection or social safety net. You may not be aware because Uganda being a poor country, we do not have a social safety net or a welfare state like in more advanced countries. But that's one example. Because this program was first piloted in 14 districts, and the way those 14 were selected was exclusively scientific. I have evidence of this because I was involved in that. They literally looked at data from UPOS to look at areas where poverty was very high and where there was far more vulnerability among the population. That is how they selected the districts. So that is another example. There are a few more that one can look at. In terms of then how do we improve access to some of these multiple data sets? Again, there are examples. I think the reason that I explained the difficulty around engagement with government agencies that produce data was precisely to help you. So if we were trying to engage these ministries, you know what to expect. The laws might be there. We have the Access to Information Act of 2005. Uganda was among the first countries to pass such a law in Africa. You actually have a right to walk into any ministry and be given information. But as you know, reality and policy are different things. There are some clauses that are funny even in that law, that actually, even if it says you have free access, there is you have to give 21 days of notice, then the permanent secretary is the custodian of all information in the ministry. Many of us have even never met a permanent secretary. He's such a big person. So how are you going to see him? Write a letter, it arrives in the registry. You know the registry, that little office, always at the basement of government buildings, down there. You drop there your letter, they stamp it, received. Then you wait. How long before you get a response?
So now to our panel speakers, we are only giving you 3 minutes to conclude this conversation.
Yeah, Bernard,
so I will stop on that, I think, and say that. So please shake the tables. I repeat that. Those expensive drinks, some have to get on the floor so that we get fresh new ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. We'd like to wind this up, but before we wind this up, I'd like to give Julius a chance to respond to 3 minutes, okay? 3 minutes, and I'm going to let you, hopefully you will end with a nice sound bite that will lead us out of this session very peacefully. But I specifically want you to respond to that gentleman's question about us sort of being scared of the battle for this country's soul. And also, you can choose to respond to this gentleman's challenge about your stance on population growth. And then also talk about that lady's question about how to solve the issue of the weaponization of data you spoke about.
Yes, thank you, Chair. You are giving me many questions, but little time. But that's okay. Please allow me to begin by making a comment on a fellow panelist submission. That data is now easily available, easily accessible. I want to invite us to appreciate that official statistics show that 78% of our people are still in the rural areas. They are stuck in the Garden of Eden. They are living in a science and technology museum. They don't have access to data, let alone the smartphones. So when some of our experts interact so much with the rich, they sometimes put on the language of Maria Antoinette, who said that if the people are rioting because of the absence of bread, let them eat cake. So we need to appreciate that the majority of our people in Africa are still stuck in the Garden of Eden, in an information, science, and technology museum in the rural areas. That means we have to invest in data simplification. We have to get out of our comfort zones and communicate to our people. Now, quickly, on this question of the youth being exploited, I really sympathize with you, and I appreciate with all Ugandans, every time I go to the airport, I'm seeing a fleet of youth, and they're mainly girls. They are being run off into slavery. The money maker is here in our community. But where is the data? Where is the data to tell us the magnitude of this problem? Every time I go to the airport, I am seeing our children being sold into slavery in the Middle East. And some of the stories coming on WhatsApp and other spaces are showing that trade in organs, kidneys, hearts, and now recently reproductive parts. Many people out there have killed their reproductive systems. Now they are stealing from us. But where is the data? Kindly help us collect this kind of data so that we stop exploiting
One more
our
minute.
children. One more minute. The question of high fertility rates is a problem of households, not government. My friend, you have a point. It's a problem of households because government is on leave. But it should be a concern of government. Real government must take care of the population. But let me state one little thing that we need to appreciate. Namely, from the aggregate to the specifics, we need to appreciate that the rich, like you, me, I'm not yet rich, I'm a son of a peasant. You, the rich can look after 10 children, you are producing 3.3 on average. The poor, who cannot look after one, are producing 10 plus. That is where the problem is. Can we have a government that forces the poor to produce one or none? And can we have a government that forces you, the rich, must produce more than 5? Very, very finally, I'm sounding advice. I teach public policy analysis when I'm broke. And one of the things I propose is this, that public policies are so complex that the solution oftentimes becomes the problem. Now, if you promote population control, be careful. It is very difficult to reverse. The European Union is full of populations that are in negative growth trends. The population is aging. Japan, aging. China is having a problem with the aging population. They are finding it extremely difficult to reverse. And I heard that say conclude. My conclusion is this. If you want to go into the policy of population control, be careful. It is very difficult to reverse. I would rather we invest in transforming the economy and increasing the quality of our population, creating jobs, and ensuring that we have a healthier and more productive population. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much to the panelists, and thank you very much to the audience.
Thank you so much, Shem. You've had such a fantastic panel. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I believe this is something that hits so much home, and this is why we had so many questions. Now, I want us to get on to carry on with our program, and in fact, sport is at the heart of geopolitical issues, and the Olympic Games are a perfect illustration. So Paris will be hosting the Olympic Games come 2024 under the slogan of inclusive and accessible games. So I want to quickly invite Léa Tracault, who is the cooperation attaché at the Embassy of France, to come and help us understand what exactly we mean by, en route to the Olympic Games 2024. And in fact, as she does that, I want us to watch a short video, and later she'll be addressing us. But in the meantime, I should let you know that our hashtag is trending on Twitter. So don't forget to use our hashtag KGC2022 and also the hashtag Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2022. After this, we'll be, of course, going in for lunch, but I will be back to take you through that program. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us watch this video, and later Léa Tracault will take over. Thank you.
So, hello to everyone. How can we talk about geopolitics without talking about the Olympics? The Olympic Games are one of the most closely followed events in the world, and also the theater and showcase of world geopolitics. And the geopolitical stakes begin with the choice of the events and the choice of the host city. And the dynamics can be observed not only at the level of these choices, but also at the level of boycotts and authorizations to participate. For example, Germany and Japan could not participate after World War II, or South Africa with apartheid. So the Olympics are also an opportunity to bring together 205 national committees, a gathering that is more globalized than the United Nations, which has only 193 member states. And during the parade or during a competition, each national committee has an exceptional showcase where its athletes and its flag, its name, and even its anthem in the event of victory will have international visibility and will benefit for great media attention. And beyond geopolitical issues, sport is also a vector of values, development, and a lever for action on issues such as health, education, inclusion, equality, solidarity, and environment. And in a context that reminds us every day of the urgent need to create links between peoples, sport is one of the last human activities capable of breaking down the barriers of different languages, cultures, and interests. This is why, as you could see in the video, last April, Paris 2024 proposed to celebrate the unifying power of sport through a 24-hour sports relay around the world on the occasion of the International Day of Sport for Development and Peace. And that relay crossed all continents and all time zones and had mobilized the general public and the world of sport through the commitment of embassies and the overseas departments like the French embassy in Uganda, which are labeled Terre des Jeux 2024, Land of Olympic Games 2024. So people are preparing 2024 Olympic Games all over the world, and you may also have heard on Monday about the reveal of the mascots for the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. The Paris 2024 Olympic Games are conceived as the great celebration of sport and the Olympic values like excellence, friendship, respect, and with a view to openness, accessibility, and inclusiveness. For example, low-cost tickets or 100% of the venues that will be accessible to people with disabilities. So we, at the French Embassy in Uganda, we also wanted to support the Ugandan youth towards the Paris 2024 Games. We have therefore set up a 2-year FSPI project, which is a Solidarity Fund for Innovative Projects, which are schemes that allow us to carry out innovative, quick impact and highly visible actions in the field for the benefit of Ugandan population, local populations. The overall objective of the project is to improve the economic and cultural integration of urban youth into Ugandan society through sport. And the project aims to specifically support young people under the age of 30. The objective of this inclusion is to allow both a diversification of the national culture by taking into account minorities' cultures, and to open up young people to society for a better living together. 3 important angles of the project are to promote the inclusion of young people through gender equality, participation of minorities in cultural and sporting life, in particular with refugees or people with disabilities, and the professionalization of young sports people. So the Paris 2024 Horizon offers a relatively short time frame to motivate young people, professionals, young athletes, and unite Ugandan sports stakeholders, as well as Ugandan society as a whole, around athletes. The project is structured around two sports components, skateboard and breakdance, which are two new disciplines to the Olympics for the 2024 Olympic Games. We implement these activities with several great partners, as Ugandan Skateboard Union, the French Alliance of Kampala, Skateboard and Dance Sport Federations, and the Uganda Olympic Committee. And the first component aims at engaging Ugandan youth in skateboarding at local and national levels. And the second component aims at supporting the professionalization and networking of young Ugandan breakdancers. So to show you the incredible talent and work of the breakdancers we work with, you will have the opportunity to discover a breakdance performance right after the speeches. But before that, you will have the opportunity to listen to Mr. Atem Chakroum, who is the country director of the French Agency for Development, and who is going to talk to you about the importance of sport for development. So you can applaud him for Atem Chakroum.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very humbled to be invited by the organizers of Geopolitics to talk to you about sports and the French Agency for Development, AFD. You might ask what Adenauer, specialized in financing infrastructure, would be doing in the sports field. Actually, we believe that besides the infrastructure that we finance in Uganda, which are composed in water and sanitation for the city Kampala and some cities, secondary cities in the southwest and in the north, electricity through generation, supporting the government in investing in transmission lines and rural electrification, urban development, mobility. Sport is very complementary, in our opinion, as it talks to people. Infrastructure provides water, provides electricity, provides mobility, ways, facilitate certain aspects of people's lives. But we believe that sports is also essential as it's a health factor, it's a cohesion for the society factor. It's very important to take it into account in the development field and the development aid funding. We've been funding within the framework of AFD and Paris 2024 partnership, the Impact 2024 international calls for projects which provides funding between 10,000 and 40,000 euro project using sport as a tool as a sustainable development in Africa. We have launched several sessions. I can give some examples of projects we financed. First, we have Football and Wash with an NGO called Watoto Wasoka in Kampala, which enables children and teenagers to have a better knowledge of hygiene and teach them sanitation in a context of football games. Secondly, the Playwright project developed by Youth Sport Uganda uses as well football to promote peace in Kampala communities. Third, integrated community development initiative for a youth sport-centered approach as a tool to promote sustainable development in the refugee camps and host communities. This is another initiative to respond to the issue of discrimination, hatred, radicalization, violence, and etc. You see in those initiatives what is the common link is that it talks to youth through something that talks to them, which is a sport, and this is very important to foster a social link. Secondly, we have also funded sport for mental health and social cohesion, which was a common project between AFD, FIFA, and GIZ, and implemented by the European Guild Red. It aims to combat the negative social impacts of the recent COVID pandemic. So, without being long, I want to emphasize on the importance to us to give a little bit more than infrastructure for populations, as we believe that sport is very key to ensure a better life for young people and a better integration of the society in all its aspects, refugees, communities, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Atem. We will now welcome Beatrice Aikoru, who is the Secretary General for the Uganda Olympic Committee. Thank you.
The representatives from the French Embassy in Kampala, friends from sports fraternity in Uganda, all the invited guests. I can see students here, all students of Makerere University, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring to you greetings from Uganda Olympic Committee. And I convey also apologies from our president, who is currently in Tanzania for a sports activity. I'm honored to join you today at this 5th Kampala Geopolitics Conference, specifically at the session focusing on en route to Paris 2024 Games. I'd like to applaud the French Embassy for choosing sports to be part of this year's conference. Sports, as mentioned by the two presenters, has a key role to play in socio-economic, cultural, and political lives of everyone in this country. It has been used as a tool for social mobilization of the young people, of the women, of older persons, people with disabilities, for peace, friendship, and more recently to address challenges that face our world, including the climate change. I think we had an earlier discussion on that. I'm certain that this conference provides us with the opportunity to generate dialogue on various positive issues that affect our country, the region, that's Eastern region, Africa, and the world, and the forthcoming Olympic Games that will take place in Paris 2024 cannot be left out of this debate. Uganda has participated in Olympic Games since 1956, except in 1976, when we had politics affecting the participation of African countries. That is during the apartheid, where African countries boycotted the Olympic Games. And we as a country, in the last 16 editions, we've been participating in those games. And out of those 16 outings of Uganda in Olympic Games, we've managed to come back at least with medals in at least 6 of the editions, and the last one being last year in Tokyo, 2022. This, according to us, that performance of coming back with 6, at least with the 6 outings with the medals, for us as a country is not a very simple achievement, because we are also known as, we are among the countries that have won gold at Olympic Games, including we are rated together with the countries like France. Much as the numbers may vary, but we are among those countries, the great countries, because of those medals that we came back with. Olympic Games is the apex of sports, of all sports in the world. Every sport code, when I say sport code, the disciplines, we would like to be part of Olympic Games. But of course, there's not enough space for all of them to be fitted in. In the last Olympic Games in Tokyo, we had only 35 sports codes out of 50. In this country, we have 52 sports that are registered by National Sports Council. But out of those, there are only 27 that are Olympic sports. So you can see there are those that are not part of Olympic sport. So everyone will want to be there in this apex of sports, but not everyone can have that opportunity. Of course, of those members of the Olympic Committee, the 33, we have what we call the 27 regular Olympic sports that have always been there. We have 4 new sports, and the 4 new sports include the baseball and softball that was introduced by the Japanese Olympic Committee as one of their traditional sports, as well as sports climbing. Those took place in Tokyo. We have lacrosse, which has also come in because it's an American sport, and it's going to be included in the Los Angeles Olympic Games in 2028. Then you have the dance sport, which is a French sport that is going to take included in the Paris 2022. Then you have 2 other members who are not Olympic sport. Those are for the Commonwealth. We have netball and also squash. Those are 2 sports which are Commonwealth, but they are part of the Olympic Committee. The Olympic Games, as I said earlier, is the biggest platform for athletes and officials to network. When athletes and officials go to Olympic Games, there's a lot of networking happening apart from participating and competing in the Games. It's a big asset for promotion of tourism for both the hosts and also those who are participating. France has an opportunity to use the Paris 2024 to profile France as a country. And you must have seen there's a lot of focus on France because they're hosting Olympic Games, but people get to know about it. It's used as a tourism tool, even for us as countries that participate, because when our athletes go out there, they compete in Olympic Games. Our flag will always be there at Olympic Stadium. All the number of days the event takes place, Ugandan flag will be flying high. Our athletes are going to be there to wear our brand. We use the usual Uganda branding, which takes place. And when they win medals, our athletes, our anthem is going to be sung. And I think some of us who have seen when all of us get excited, when you see Joshua Cheptegei crossing the finish line is ahead, what comes to each one of our minds? Everyone Ugandan gets excited, is shouting. That is for us as Ugandans. But out there, people get to ask, which is that country? Uganda, where is it located? What does it have? What does it have to offer? So these are things that help us. Much as we look at sports as for health, but it also profiles us for tourism. People get to know who we are. They have a reason why they come to visit our country, because they want to see the Cheptegeis, they want to see the Kiplimos, they want to see the Peruth, previously we had a John Akiba, people knew us because of John Akiba. Now those have passed. We have new young people on the block. The Kiprotich now is being overtaken by Cheptegei, Kiplimo, Chemutai. So all of these are to promote our country, and this is through tourism using sports. Of course, Olympic Games improves international relations among countries, and I think this one I cannot repeat, this was already mentioned earlier. It also gives us a chance to promote Olympism. Olympism has its values, how we can balance the body, the will, and the mind. That's the philosophy behind Olympism. And this can be demonstrated through the joy of effort. We always saw when somebody wins, everyone gets excited. The spectator and also the athlete gets excited. Respect, these are values of Olympism, how you can respect each other. Fair play, when you are beaten, you don't hate. You come back, you prepare yourself well, and you go back. So which have also been used in other sectors for humankind, social, cultural, and economic reasons. For example, we have activities that are focused on sports for development. We talked about sport for development, sports for peace. We've seen how we've used sports in the Paris 2024. We shall have a refugee team. Refugee teams have been there. There's going to be a refugee team. We hope this time around we shall have a refugee from Uganda who's going to represent the refugee team, because we are one of the countries hosting refugees in this world. Then sports for change, women in sports, and sports for sustainability, and the list goes on. Sports has been there, sports for climate change, and all those kind of things that are being used. Yeah, so as we look forward to the 2024 Paris Olympic Games, we're expecting to increase the participation, our number of athletes, that not in terms of just the previous time we had 25 athletes who represented us in Olympic Games. That number has been growing over years. But we hope that we'll be able to get slightly more number of athletes in terms of the quantity, in terms of the quality of athletes that will be present there, and also in terms of the sport codes or the sports discipline. Not the 4 we took last time, plus we'll have more of them. Now, out of our 33 members, only 10 of them have ever been in Olympic Games. Only 10. So meaning that even with the 27, there are still 17 sports codes that have never had an opportunity to be in Olympic Games. We hope this time around, some of them will be able to step up there and be part of it. So we also hope that our new sports, the skateboarding, which is being supported by the French embassy and the French people, and the dance sport will be part of those if they meet the qualification. And we're praying hard that our team for the dance sport and also the skateboarding will make the qualification and be part of the Olympic Games in 2024. So we therefore want to appreciate the French embassy for supporting us in the journey to Paris 2024. There are so many projects that benefit our sportsmen, that will help us, that will improve, enhance our participation on Olympic Games in 2024. This opportunity to mix us with experts from other fields. We are here, we managed to attend the discussions on the population, issues of that. I think we benefited, and I know my sports people here from the sports fraternity who are here may not have had that opportunity, but they were able to get this from this conference. We want to thank you for giving us that opportunity. And we hope there are things that we normally take it for granted. Us in sports, we have a different life, but there are things that would normally pass us by. We're able to benefit from this conference, and these are things that normally influence how sports sector is managed, and we want to be grateful to the French embassy for that. And I'm also sure that as we carry on with this debate will cause positive change in sports in this country, sports in our area, in our region, that's Africa, and sports in the world. We shall and will continue to connect and build bridges with partners like the French embassy for development of sports towards Paris 2024 and beyond. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, the Secretary General of the Olympic Committee in Uganda, for those remarks, very detailed, and also indicating that sports is very important to us as a country. Now, as our dancers get set, I would ask that they join us on the stage. And in the meantime, just to let you know how we are going to go about our lunch, we'll be staying in, and our ushers who are wherever you see someone who's wearing black, they will be guiding you to where you'll be having lunch, and they will be doing that row by row. And this is to simply, do away with the long lines like we had yesterday. But again, we are going to be having a conversation here, and it's going to be about between conquest and new military tools. We want to understand how can we avoid Star Wars. Now, this is going to be moderated by David Kasivante, who's the space policy researcher. We do ask that you take note of this conversation. It will be here as some of us, of course, have our lunch. So do allow me, hand over now to our dancers. We're asking that you please join us as we wait to see this performance. Over to you.
So we are now welcoming, it's a moment you are all expecting. We are welcoming the Community Exhibition Series. This is a creative art entity which uses breakdance and hip-hop and art to build communities and professionalize artists in Uganda. So we bring you a team of experienced breakdance artists and athletes to showcase for you. So please welcome on stage with a thunder of applause, B-boy flower, B-boy bossa, B-boy pencil, B-boy Pete Power, B-boy Dennis, B-boy School Farouk, and that's it. Please, a thunder of applause for them. Thank you.
Sachant que tout le monde n'a pas de piquant. Il faut faire attention que ces genres de personnes puissent manger et ne se fassent pas refouler. D'accord. Donc, elle, je crois qu'il faut... Moi, je la connais.
Another round of applause for the B-Boy boys. I was actually asking what you call your team, because you have similar names in a way, B-Boy Flower, B-Boy Pencil, B-Boy. What's the inspiration? If I could speak to one of the dancers, would you like to tell us the inspiration behind your names?
It's more of like we are artists, performing artists, so we kind of like have to bring out cool names, you know, in style that could represent us. You know, when someone calls you a cool name on stage and someone is like excited to see what the person of the owner of the name, like, what is he going to bring out, you know? You understand? So I have to come up with a cool name for myself. Yeah, but otherwise, we're coming from different organizations, but we team up and we like practice together and, you know, yeah, things like that.
Just to get more information, any of the dancers again, to let us know as our panel speakers get ready we need the stage set for our next panel conversation as some of us go for lunch. Well, I would also like to know, why did you choose B-Boy? And if you're coming from different organizations, do we then, if we are to vote for you separately?
So first of all, my name is Chimuli Stephen Valentine, but people call me B-Boy Flower. So flower is the meaning of my surname Chimuli in Uganda, so in English it's flower. And just to mention something real quick, the word B-Boy means break boy or break girl. And the dance style we're doing, it's called breaking. However, the streamline, they call it, the mainstream call it break dance, but it's breaking. It's a hip hop element of dancing. So that's why you see everyone has a B-boy, a B-girl. So when we hear a B-girl, that means that she's a break girl. If he's a B-boy, that means he's a B-boy. Yeah? Then about us coming all together. So I'm the founder of the Community Exhibition Series. It's a new emerging entity. And so the idea came that I will have a lot of people from different communities, because when you talk about a breaking in Uganda, now it's something that is large. When you go to northern part of the country, western, eastern, and central, it's everywhere. So, and my goal is to aim at bringing those already experienced breakers, you know, for development, I would say. That's why you would see that most of us come from different communities. He's coming from Zambia, Penso comes from Kawempe, Pete Power you've seen comes from Luero, Schoolboy comes from Mutungo, so all coming from different communities, but these ones join us all together for the development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, B-Boy Flower Echimuli. Well, now we're waiting for our panel speakers, and I would like to get some assistance in setting up the stage over here. But just to let you know, we'll be diving into a conversation on between conquest and new military tools. We want to understand how can we avoid the Star Wars. This is going to be moderated by David Kasibante. For our dancers, you may want to stick around because we may have to get back to you. You need to change? All right. So, as we wait for our conversation to kickstart here, we are still moving people to go have lunch. But if there's anybody who can please tell me what has so far been the highlight for you. Someone help me with a microphone. I would like to have a microphone passed over to the gentleman here. And also this is your chance in this space to ask some questions that you didn't get to ask earlier. But we want to hear from you the highlight of the day. We've had quite an amazing panel just before this, even after, before that. So, microphone please. We're looking at the highlights of the day. I don't want to share my microphone. Okay, looks like I have no other choice. Okay. All right. Let's start with the gentleman here, then we'll move on to, okay, great.
Thank you so much. My highlights are from the room downstairs. So we attended from there. those that sat here forgot about us. Now, we were talking about climate change, the impact of Africa on climate change. So down there, one of the discussants, in fact, he's a master's student in South Africa. He emphasized a point that the issue of climate change is not to do with the rest, but with you. Like you yourself, you have to know that you're the greatest impact of climate change. He said that he took a flight from South Africa to here, and he was imagining the emissions that the plane he used to come here. So his whole point was, and actually I learned more that before we think about anyone else, each of us are equally accountable for what's happening globally. So before you think of last time the president of Uganda was saying that you cannot blame Africa for the problems of the West, that people who were opposing the EU, the EU resolution on the pipeline, he said it's now the West trying to preserve the environment because they spoiled theirs, and now it's Africa that is meant to cater for the rest of the world. But the point that we came up to was that before we blame anyone else, it's us to blame. Thank you so much.
Before we blame anyone else, we should blame ourselves. Take over, then we'll come to you.
For me, the highlight today was made by Dr. Chiza Julius, and he said the most important contraceptives are three. And he said that is education, and then he said jobs, and he said energy. So instead of swallowing pills and using all these things, implants, why don't we just take the girl child to school? Why don't we provide employment opportunities to the youth? Why don't we just provide energy for people? So to me, I believe, and actually agree with him, and take on the same quote he said that was made by Kwame Nkrumah, that seek first the political kingdom, and all the rest will be added unto you, because these are the people in control. Because power is divided into two, economic power and political power. Those with the economic power are the ones in power. With the political power, if they don't use it, nothing can actually be brought to a conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This shows that you are actually paying attention, and that makes me so, so happy. You can take it from him.
Thank you so much. My name is Mohammed. The things that I've learned from yesterday up to today, it's so amazing. And whereas Africans, I think we need to make sure that we talk about issues like governance, issues like justice system, issues like climate change, issues like regional integration. Because among the sessions yesterday I attended was issues of jihadism across the continent. And we had thorough discussions about cases like Mozambique, Somalia, South Sudan, and Congo. So the issue is about how do we build resilient institutions so that we're able to address those challenges. And not only those challenges, but we also look at 2063 African Agenda, which actually talks about more prosperous, more integrated, more sustainable, more progressive continent. And we cannot actually build only within one country, but of course when we collaborate through other agencies, through institutions like East African Community, SEDEC, and other institutions, I think we can realize that kind of aspirations. But of course, we need to have more conferences like Kampala Geopolitics every year, and we see how we can bring more expertise. And there I believe that we can build more modern content. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cooperation is very key. I want to pick a lady, gender balance, and I'll do this. You want to replace the ladies? Are you a lady?
Thank you very much. I've only been here for an hour for the sports sector. And one thing I would like to thank the French embassy because they came up with the FSPI project. It did not just look at sports. As we've heard from Leah, they've looked at gender equality, inclusion of people with disability, the youth, and there's so much about sports. It's not just games. There's so much, I think, like the youth and even when you're not youth, I think it's important for everybody. The General Secretary of the Olympics Committee mentioned things like improving international relations, tourism. Sports has been used for climate change. I mean, sports people come together and do different campaigns about climate change. So I've learned so much about what we can do with sports. Sports should never be left out in any way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Inclusion is very key.
Yes.
I see this one. You have tendencies of taking over. Are you a dictator?
No.
Give us your remarks.
Thank you for allowing me. My issue was very burning, that's why. The session we were in downstairs, I got something about the climate change, the theme of intergenerational conflicts with environment and climate change was so interesting for me. And I was looking at one of the panelists, Winnie, that was talking about the refugees and the host community participating into this. And this came into my mind to see how the downer people, the grassroots people are being involved. The refugees that are lacking information. One mentioned, among the panelists, one mentioned that whatever we are experiencing now about the climate change, the consequences, we are the reasons, we are the cause. Yes, we are the cause because at a certain level, we have been left down and forgotten about. The refugees that are paid 13,000 per month at the ration, who of the human being can survive on 13,000 per month? Now, if I can't sustain with 13,000 a month, so I'm obliged to use the environment around me, whatever is around me, to keep surviving. That's how I will be involved in cutting the trees and spoiling or doing more harm to the environment. We have a number of organizations that are there. Please, can they come on ground, train people, show people how the environment is so good for them and how we can all protect it while we are ourselves protected. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Just help me pass the microphone to the lady here.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Liz Janzi. My analysis from yesterday up to today is that the panel is here to educate us so that we go back and educate. That is why I personally learned a lot, and I'm going to go back to my society, to my community, to my people that I'm always with, and pass on the information we have gotten. Sometimes we come to such podiums, sometimes we come for such conferences, and then we do not help our societies, we do not help our families. If you get the opportunity to get the knowledge, transfer it to the other person below you, someone who does not have the chance to be here or be educated enough for you, like you, to understand whatever the panels already say. Then the other thing I noticed is that the panelists since yesterday have told us to recognize the fact that the power belongs to the people, which we do not want to believe and acknowledge because we see someone else holds the money and the guns, and then we just have the voice. But if we can recognize and understand and actually go through whatever we have been told since yesterday, we realize that the power belongs to us and we can stand up and change whatever is going on wrong. Then I would conclude with having a comment. I think I didn't say it earlier when the panel was around, that things like statistics, data, how money is spent in the country. It's actually, most of it is used to enhance political power by our leaders. So if you let them have that power, if you let them have the knowledge, they are going to use it against you, and they are going to use you against you. So that would be mine. Thank you very much.
Power belongs to the people. And you also actually remind me that most times we have these conversations, but what do we do after we're out of these rooms? We should be able to implement and also at least cause action. Help me pass the microphone here. Are we having any people that would like to give us some comments on this side? Great. So after this, we'll be coming this side. But Mr. David Kasibante, wherever you are, please do take up the front seats. We are really just waiting on you to take us through the panel during this lunch break. So give us your remarks.
Thank you so much, our moderator of today. I think, according to my highlights that I have learned from this event, they have been talking about the climate change, and I think we should follow the conditions that we are in now, according to the climate change. And then another thing about the human rights, I think from yesterday, we are so exhausted, and we have to take those ideas, they should not stop from here. We should take to the society so that people who are not here, we should teach them how the impact of climate change is influencing the society, how the human rights are doing. But I'm expecting a lot after lunch about the integration, about the governance. So, and I have some information which I wanted to submit to you, Madam Moderator. I think the audience must be given some a bit time, at least like 30 minutes, for them to share their ideas, because they have a lot of ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that submission. That is exactly what I was doing actually this period. If you did see it, those are yours. So, do allow me invite Mr. David Kasibante to take us through these. And for the other conversations that were to come through from the public, do not worry. We'll be coming to you in a bit. But for now, allow David take away this panel. Over to you, David. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Sandra, for that warm welcome. I welcome you all to this session today. This is our session on space. Yes, thank you very much. This is our session on space, and this afternoon, very rainy afternoon, we are going to be discussing some very interesting topics to do with the law, the policies, the geopolitics of outer space. For those of you who may not be very, very conversant with this particular area, we are talking outside the atmosphere. Very recently, on the 6th of November, Uganda joined 11 other African countries to launch its very first satellite, together with Zimbabwe, and I wish to congratulate the state of Uganda on that achievement. This very same morning, we had our the very first time humanity is trying to go back to the moon since 1972. For those of you who have been very observant in a program called the Artemis program. So today we are going to look at the conquest and new military tools in outer space. And we are going to see if it's very possible for us to avoid a new Star Wars. For those of you who are fans of the Star Wars franchise, you may very well be aware of that simple logic. So allow me to introduce our panelists for today. Mr. Gaspard Schnitzler will be joining us online from the French Institute for International and Strategic Affairs. Together, we're going to be joined by Dr. Julien Vohe, Managing Director of Sequoia Advisors. Yes, please, you may join us on the stage. Thank you very much. You may give him a hand clap as he joins us. And we'll also be joined by Mr. Arnold Agaba, doctoral candidate at McGill University Institute of Air and Space Law. Your moderator and your host today, Kasibante David, and I am a space policy researcher. I hope that this session is going to be as fruitful as possible, and we'll have some very interesting conversations coming up. Thank you. All right. To start off our session today, I would love for our panelists to give us a brief introduction of themselves and a few opening remarks. We'll start with Mr. Gaspard Schnitzler, if he's online and if he's able to join us. Mr. Schnitzler, could you give us a brief introduction of yourself and some opening remarks? Mr. Schnitzler? All right, as he joins us, Dr. Julien Vohe, please.
Sure. Do I have to switch it on, classical mode? This one, okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. Looking forward to the discussion. And of course, thanks again for the, in this case, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, which I'm connected with, who invited me to take part in this panel. Just as a background, I live and work in Germany, Berlin and Frankfurt, and our firm is focused on cyber and IT security, so my angle will be kind of coming from this direction. To jump right in, to get to the topic, you said for the enthusiasts of space and Star Wars, I would kind of try to put a thesis out there that we probably don't have to look at a Star Wars situation, but still rather focus on the ground and the blurring of lines between civilian targets and military targets. So that just as a thesis for stepping in. Just as starters, if we look at space, it's often called a global common, which probably is a common phrase for all of you, which means that it is a space which is used by everybody, and as long as everybody can use it, it will benefit all the actors acting in space. So that is the first thought. It should be your motivation to keep space safe and clean. Maybe we come to that afterwards. But if we look at the reality we face right now, especially if we look after Russia invaded Ukraine, we do see space as a new arena for competition and for war. If we look, especially if we zoom in and what happened in Ukraine in the last month, last half year, I don't know how much you followed that, you could see that space facilities and especially satellites were not only were used to help Ukraine in the war against Russia. Yes. Satellite pictures were used, communication was used. So you see that a focus was put on using those actually private means as a military asset, if you want to put it. And just to drop some names, Planet, Capella Space, Maxar Technologies were some of those companies who actually helped Ukraine in the war against Russia. And of course, and you have to tell me how much time I have. I can shorten it up. I can, however you
Yes,
want it. You just give me a sign. I can dig deeper into the other topics if you want me to.
Yes, that's actually, now that you mention it, when you talk about space, when you talk about Russia and Ukraine, I think one of the key concerns that we're going to have to address is if such concerns should be the concern of the people, for example, in developing countries and, you know, and soon to be spacefaring countries at all. But that's a very good introduction, and thank you very much. I would like to join Mr. Agaba. Could you please give us some opening remarks and briefly introduce yourself, if you can hear us, please? Yes, we can hear you very well.
Good. It's good to be connected to Kampala. A very good morning from Montreal. I am Adenauer. I'm a doctoral candidate at Makerere University. I am also a teaching fellow at the Makerere Faculty of Law and the associate director for the Urban Space Law in Makerere, Montreal. I have taught law in Uganda. My background in legal practice and legal education, and I am happy to be having invited to speak to you about this very important topic. Now, as a way of this introduction, I think really three questions that I want to take away today. The first one is, why is space important? Space important? Why is it relevant to the discussion? The second one is, what are the interests that are vested in outer space? And maybe the third, which we should highlight, is how can developing nations, what shows that how can developing nations benefit from outer space? So those are three elements that I might just to highlight today in the program.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, now that you mention it, some of the questions that you've posed, what's the importance of space to developing nations? Perhaps I would like to twist this a bit. Could you paint a picture for the average person, for the person watching? What exactly constitutes militarization of outer space? What exactly is this thing when we are talking about militarization? What do you mean by that? Are we sending tanks in space? Do we have some sophisticated lasers shooting? What exactly do you mean by militarization of outer space, if I were to ask you?
So to your question, what is militarization? My good friend David, you will allow me to amend your question. I don't mean to be the people.
Yes.
Because those two terms will be used today a lot. Each distinct, they have a slight difference, which is important and crucial. Militarization of space basically means the use of outer space for non-peaceful purposes. ability to live this African way and venture into what we call outer space. Between then and now, we have developed various technologies, various abilities to stay in space, to use space, to exploit the resources of space. What is happening now is that we are turning what is supposed to be a peaceful domain into a plane for fighting or for war. So there are different ways in which that is done. You can place a weapon, you can use ballistic missiles from Earth that attack an object in space. You can use laser guns, you can jump, you can spoon.
So I was right about the lasers. Okay. Oh.
Very close to that. So there are various ways in which objects from Earth or objects from space are used to attack the objects that have been placed there. Maybe one other thing that I will highlight is satellites themselves in space, for instance, can be used as weapons. So just as you maybe move on the road and cannons you develop the ability to maneuver satellites and use those that are already there. They have no weapon for the very time, but we use it as a kamikaze jet and as a weapon in itself. So these are different examples of ways in which we have military space.
Wow, thank you very much for that explanation, Mr. Gaba. And I think it's important to also note that when we're talking space, many times we tend to forget the roots, that the whole space idea has its roots fundamentally in militarization and in a space race of sorts. When we look back in the Cold War, what happened, you know, Russia and the US racing to see who can launch which rockets to space. So I think there's a bit of that, and I think our audience should keep that at the back of your mind. But turning to Dr. Vohe, how and why would you say space is becoming a new territory for conflict?
First of all, technology is evolving. Technology is evolving, then the amount of satellites, just basically the amount of satellites out there in space, is drastically evolving. Just in the last 5 to 10 years, if you look at the numbers, how many satellites out there, like 200,000. So that is one point, that is just more information, more satellites out there. And then another point is, if you look back in the 90s, beginning 90s, the Iraq War, and then 2003 were called, the second Iraq War, so to say, were called the first space wars because GPS was so important. And if you look now, if you look at what happens in Ukraine with Russia, it's called the first commercial space war. So you have the quantity of satellites out there, but also the private companies who now even more step into the scene. And actually, as I pointed out at the beginning, to work together with actors in the battlefield, so to say. So this mixture highlights it to become even more a ground for more of an arena than just as a private field of action, so to say. So those two factors play into that.
Right. So when we are looking at the war that we have on Earth, and would you say that the picture of outer space right now is a lot like a new battleground, a new front line of sorts?
Actually, I would say no. As a space, obviously, after the first satellites went up into space, that was, so to say, a new arena. But if you look, and that would be part of my thesis, if you look at what's happening, the blurring between civilian assets and military assets, so to say, those dual-use assets, that is something we saw before, but it's just used in a different way now because the technology is evolving. It becomes even more important. Satellites become more important. It's not only for communication purposes on the battlefield, but if you look, and also what happened in Ukraine, it's so to say the last case, as
Yes.
sad as it is, you can switch off the internet, you know, by just cutting off the satellites. That becomes a different story, but it's still based in the mixture of private companies giving a state something he uses and people using it, and if that can be intercepted, it has implications for the whole civilian side. So it is so to say new in the way that obviously space becomes more crowded, more satellites, and so on and so forth. But the method of targeting civilian military assets is not new per se, I would say.
Right. That's quite interesting, and I think we need to put that in mind. That so, in essence, what we are seeing as the current battle, militarization of space, we may not necessarily see tanks or killer satellites, but rather we are still at the battlefield of the soft aspects. Like you mentioned, switching off the internet or using communication sort of in a militaristic manner. And I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind. But I would like to join Mr. Gaspard Schnitzler. I don't know if he has joined us yet. Mr. Schnitzler, are you? Do we have you online right now? Mr. Schnitzler, I think he's yet to join us. So let me first reach Mr. Agaba. So Dr. Voorhis has talked about private actors. We're having a new form of actors within space, and I think this is a very important aspect because if you looked at the beginnings of space, we're talking about states and nations, but now we have actors, like SpaceX coming in. So with the entry of private and non-state actors in space, what would you say are the implications for space governance? Do we have new rules? If there are new rules, who is enforcing these rules, and how are they enforcing these rules? And how can we be sure that such rules would help us prevent a catastrophic event in outer space? What would you say to that? Yes, Mr. Agaba, are you still with us? Yeah, sure. You please feel free. You can jump in.
I'll jump in, and once your connection works,
yes.
Yeah, I'll pass it up to you. I think that would be something connected with the space as a new arena. When I said in the beginning, it is a global common. It is in the interest of everybody using space to keep, as I said in the beginning, to keep space clean. If you look, we didn't drop the word yet, space debris. So if you just destroy one satellite, all those so to say little parts of the satellites, basically fly around and could, hurt other satellites, to break it down like real easily.
Yeah.
So even if you use kinetic energy to destroy somebody else's opponent's satellite, it's going to hit back to you on the long run. If you look at maybe you've seen some graphs, how many, so to say, garbage is already out there. It is becoming a huge problem already. So that is something, maybe we can dive into that later, that should be, addressed by the international community, by the United Nations. So I think actually it should be in the own incentive of everybody using space to not create new garbage and new debris. So maybe that would be an angle to say, first of all, we shouldn't target at all the enemy's space assets, so to say. But yeah, even that, having in the back of your mind, is not in your own self-interest. Even it would be like a short, quick win. In the long run, it's going to hit back to you. So that should be an angle where you can say, let's just not do that.
So would you say that it's possible to militarize garbage? Because when we had India launch a missile from the Earth and strike a satellite, in orbit, and also Russia has done that, and there was a lot of uproar of, you're creating a lot of debris in space. Would you say that that debris is capable of being militarized, or would creation of debris be a militaristic kind of aspect?
I think the problem is I'm not a super satellite expert, but you can't target it as focused as a missile, for example. Because if you create the debris, it's floating around, and it can hit your own satellite. And as I said, how crowded the space is becoming, and we can maybe dive into the private sector afterwards again, you'll have to use the space in the longer run. So I think it's not something you could use in hurting, so to say, your enemy, but it's something that's going to fire back. So I'd rather say, maybe like I said, it's a quick win to shut off somebody's communications channel by killing the satellite, but it's going to hit back to you. So I think it's smarter to just focus on the ground, cyber hack somebody, cyber hack the company,
All right.
and then I don't want to give anybody a recipe, that's like the smarter way to do it. So, and that's what some people say, it's not going to be about kinetics, about, shooting down satellites. It's not Star Wars in this sense, but rather intruding, spoofing, and so on and so forth.
Right. That's actually a very interesting way to look at it. I don't know if Mr. Agaba has joined us yet. Could you confirm if you're back online, Mr. Agaba? Yes, sure. So our main concern has been if we can use. I'm sorry. Yes, we are back. Our main concern has been with the entry of new space actors today, including private and non-state actors. I think by the last time that I checked, we had over 200 private companies that are doing something space-related, and many more are coming up in Africa alone. So with these new space actors, would you say that, first of all, what are the implications of this for space governance? What are we looking at when we're thinking space governance? Do we have new rules for space engagement? And if we have new rules, what are these rules and who enforces them?
It's true there's a growing sector in the private sector industry for private sector activities. The commercial space sector is about $400 billion per annum, and it's growing by 10 to 11%, which means that you're likely to see an increased number of private actors joining the rest of space to have various activities. Some of them are interested in mining, space-related projects. Some of them are sending satellites to create constellations to provide, for instance, internet on Earth, various reasons. As we have seen the increase of private actors in space, there is not necessarily new rules per se to deal with them. The framework of international laws is not designed to treat private actors in a specific way. The whole framework still places the largest responsibility on the nation to which those spacefaring commercial entities belong. So if we have a company, for instance, that is Ugandan and it's registered in Uganda and launches a satellite in space, Uganda will be responsible for the activities of that company on the international scene. So we don't have a say in the rules, but there is an organic development of the rules, because as you know, when there is an increased activity by an entity or by a group of people, there is always a development of factors or aspects that needs to be dealt with. One of them has been identified by my co-panelist who has brought the big word space debris. Space debris is a big issue because it can affect the peaceful use of outer space. It other nations of outer space, and it affects the democratization of space as well. So, when we look at your question, I think the short and long answer is how we deal with space is still going to be based on international law. Now, what commercial space actors do while they're in space is going to be based on what the national policies and national laws of each of those space-faring nations say. So the governance has not necessarily been altered. It's still the same. We just need a stronger framework to deal with private entities in space.
Right, so you would actually say that the international framework as it exists today, of course, looking at some of the laws, there is still obligations on the obligations of the state are still being monitored, even if it's a private actor that is doing whatever it is doing. So you would say that the rules today are still applicable specifically to states, and then the state has to find a way of dealing with the private actor? Is that what you're saying?
So it's upon the state to enforce those rules on their own private actors to which they are registered. And it is also upon the community of states to enforce the general international law that has been agreed upon to govern us and our activities in space. So the international framework is somewhat sufficient. However, it will be a constant organic change towards dealing with specific aspects of the issue. For instance, space debris. It's a challenge now. The laws may not be sufficient, but as time goes on, they will organically develop to a level where the states can enforce how it is dealt with, how to deal with space debris, how private actors deal with space debris in space. It is just, maybe it's just the way states enforce human rights or employee rights in a company that is invested in their home territory.
Oh.
Employment law is international. So for instance, we have to pay our worker. The international community is not going to enforce that in Uganda. It will be the government of Uganda to enforce that and make sure that all the companies and all the employers pay their employees.
Yeah, thank you very much for that insight. I think, Dr. Boy, you'd like to add something?
No. I just want to underline, I totally follow your approach. Just want to underline that for me, that is one of the biggest and toughest questions, as you just pointed out. The state should be, at the end, so to say, should be where the buck stops, and the state or she should be the one solving or creating the international law then. But if you look especially at what Elon Musk, for example, did in Ukraine again, there was just a private actor, such a powerful private actor who could actually intervene in geopolitics, basically, and that is, I think, something new and even like a more forceful thing, a more forceful power on the scene, where we really have to think, how can we handle that? And just one last word, being a political scientist, I do see actually a sea shift from, as you just said, the state being normally the main actor in the international scene, to, especially connected to space, to a shift to private actors. And how do we handle that? Because if a private actor says he or she is doing a good thing, doesn't mean he or she is doing a good thing.
Yes, especially when you're talking about big tech and really huge, big budget companies that have the capability and the resources to carry out some of these actors. I've been informed that Mr. Schnitzler has finally managed to join us. Could you confirm if you're with us, Mr. Schnitzler?
Time is a wood. I was convinced that it was 1:30 French time, so I really apologize for this and for being
We are happy to have you today. And possibly could you give us, since you've just joined us, some brief opening remarks about this question on militarization of outer space, and whether or not we can avoid a Star Wars, and perhaps a brief introduction of yourself.
Sorry again for being late. So my name is I'm a research fellow at the French Institute for International Strategic Relations, IRIBIS, based in Paris. I work on European defense issues and European community issues, and on space, but more of my research work is more on French and Franco-German space matters. So to give you a quick introduction on the militarization of space, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what was said by the other panelists, so I hope I won't repeat things that have already been said, and if so, I'm really sorry in advance for it. So a few opening remarks on my side. I would say that first, the war in Ukraine has made numerous countries aware of the important role of space, and especially of satellites, observation satellites, especially for intelligence purposes. We all remember the images that were provided by private companies at the beginning of the conflict, such as Mark Sword Technologies, for example. But it also made all these countries aware of the vulnerability of these capacities and the need to reinforce their protection. One also remembers in the early weeks of the conflict the threat of Moscow to destroy Western commercial satellites, a threat that has to be taken seriously given Russia's anti-satellite capacities, which have proven to be effective after the destruction in 2021 of an old Russian satellite that was in orbit since the early 80s. This was a key show of force and warning to support West about Russian capabilities. Of course, we have to keep in mind that Russia is not alone in having such capabilities. China and India, for example, have also conducted similar tests in the early 2007 for China and 2019 for India. And all this raises huge security concerns, given the large number of debris they create and the risk they pose to both civilian and military space capabilities. We can imagine the consequences of such deliberate destruction. They would be disastrous and they would have major impacts, especially economic impacts, given the wide range of applications that depend on space capabilities today. Just to give a few examples, we could quote finance, medicine, agriculture, etc., that depend on space capabilities. The same applies to military space capabilities. In the event of a destruction, the armed forces that would be targeted by such an attack would be, we would say, blind, dumb, and deaf, because they wouldn't have access to a huge range of capabilities on the field. Therefore, there are different approaches. There is, for example, a position of resolution by Russia and China, I think, about forbidding anti-satellite capabilities. The Western approach, I would say, is different. There's another resolution by Western European countries pushing not for the integration of such capabilities, but more for putting in place, let's say, code of conduct about what is responsible behavior in space, and pushing for countries to act as responsible stakeholders in space. And all this introductory remarks raises several questions. These questions are, for example, are we able today to protect our satellites, civilian or military satellites? Another question that can be raised is, in case of the damage or a destruction of one of our satellites, are we able to attribute this action to a state and to prove its intention? One could, for example, say that it is an accidental collision, but in fact it's not. So for this you need, of course, space situational awareness capabilities, you need radars, you need a huge range of capabilities. Just in the first step to be able to attribute this action and to be aware that one of your satellites has been destructed, and to be able to say by who it was. So some states, just a short remark on the French case, some states, including France, they did not wait for the war in Ukraine to adapt their doctrine and to protect themselves against all these threats. And France, for example, was the first European state to adopt a military space strategy in 2019. It was also the first European state to transform its air force into an air and space force. It also created, for example, a military space command. France also pushed for setting up a first space exercise in Europe called Asterix to test the resilience of space capabilities, so kind of stress test for European space capabilities, etc., etc. So now I would say that one of the major issues is to convince other states about the urgency and the importance of these issues. It's on its way because French pushed, for example, that into the strategic compass, so the kind of European white book that was adopted in March this year. There is a point about military space strategy that could be adopted at EU level, and that is foreseen for 2023. So there is a beginning of a common reflection on this matter, and this should be put forward. So I will stop here to not to be too long, but these were my first insights.
I think before you take leave of that, you've been mostly speaking about space, and we've had some pretty big names. I mean, France and Russia and all these international big names. But what would you say are the consequences of militarization on developing countries and soon to be spacefaring countries? For example, Uganda, we've launched our first satellite a couple of days ago. Zimbabwe also has its first satellite. And for example, in the entire African continent, we've only had about 45 satellites launched. But we are talking about militarization. What are the implications? Bring it home. Let us understand. If I were a Ugandan somewhere, we have a district called Nakapiripiriti in Uganda. If I were a farmer in Nakapiripiriti, what would this militarization talk mean for me? What does it mean for developing countries and soon to be spacefaring countries?
It's a very good question. First, I have to admit I'm not an expert on space issues in the entire world and in developing countries because I really focus my research on Europe, on France and Germany. But from what I know and what I've read, as you mentioned, a lot of different countries have developed now or are beginning to develop their space program. We could also quote, for example, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, they have a really important space program, but also countries like Algeria and North Africa. So I would say that actually the issues are not different than the European issues because all the satellites that were launched are mainly commercial civilian satellites, but they have a similar application as the European ones. So if they were destroyed, they would have the same consequences on the several domains they are covering. As I mentioned, if they are used for agricultural planning, if they are used for security issues, for banking, finance, etc. So they will have an impact on the local economy. And actually, also, if the satellite of another country is destroyed, it could have an impact on African or Asian or other countries because I mean, all our economies are intertwined. So most of the time, also, even if the countries don't have their own satellites, they pay for having access to capabilities of communication satellites that were launched by other countries. So if these then they are also impacted by all this. So I would say that the issues are actually the same, and yes, that's my
Right. Thank you very much. I think, Dr. Voy, you'd like to add something?
If I just may add something, and yes, I totally follow that point. I would take again my dear global commons comparison. It is kind of actually like if you look at the ocean or if you look at climate change, those are all goods which everybody needs, and if if everybody can use them, it's beneficial for everybody. If somebody blocks them, it's going to fire back. So I think to answer your question, why should it be in the interest of upcoming countries to say stop the militarization of space? It should be their foremost interest to say stop. We also do want to use this global commons to the fullest, as you just did in the last 20 or 30 years. So it's our right to keep this environment clean and to keep it not only clean in the debris kind of sense, but also from a militarization. So it should be those countries who say we want to step into the arena should be one of the main drivers also to say, let's stop right here. We do want to use the space too, just like climate and like the oceans.
And that's pretty interesting, and I think it takes me to the next question that I would possibly be concerned with. We see most of the biggest spacefaring nations like the US, Russia, China, name it. They have their space sectors are divided into different sectors. So you may have commercial space, you may have military space, you have civil space, etc. And most of the less spacefaring nations or emerging space nations, as you would call them, may not have that kind of multifaceted jurisdiction. So would you say, what would you say how are these spacefaring nations, the emerging spacefaring nations, how are they tackling the question of that kind of jurisdiction, multifaceted space programs, and what would be the implications of this on militarization?
I think that brings us back to the main question of who is setting up international laws. Actually, I mean their driver should be, as you just pointed out, coming so to say from state interest to say we want to implement an international law. It's stronger. We just said there are already laws which say outer space should be only used for freedom purposes and so on and so forth. To get together, to group together, so to say, and say we do have a critical mass of countries who do say we want to push this forward. And example, just living in Germany and following German politics, Germany probably would be one of the first ones to follow and say yes, we totally need that. The European Union also. So that should be a push to say it is in all of our interests. So let's push this international law and get it a little bit more strict.
Right. Thank you very much for that. I think that's quite insightful. I have one wild question, one wild card that I would like to. Any of our panelists can possibly answer this. It's a wild card. Now that we are looking at space increasingly becoming a new frontier for militarization and for possible war, if that is possible, is global cooperation to manage space security possible? Do we have, is there possibility to manage space security? And what would that look like? What would that cooperation look like? I think I'll just go, whoever has something to say, you can say it. Is it possible? But I'll go one by one. Mr. Schnitzler, do you think it's possible to have global cooperation to manage space security? And if so, what would that look like?
Frameworks, for example, if I take what I know, so Europe, there are bilateral cooperations, multilateral cooperation, especially, for example, between France and Germany, France and Italy. There are some treaties on military space. There are several EU initiatives in the field of space situational awareness to develop a shared assessment of the situation, be able to have the same picture allies, so the US, Australia, Canada, UK, etc. And France and Germany are also associated to this initiative. So, I mean, this is not a global assessment of the situation, but still it's a cooperative way of doing things. And one thing I think one solution is pushing at the UN level, for example, resolution that is ongoing about developing some criteria to define what is responsible behavior in space, what is not responsible behavior in space is one way of dealing with these issues.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Agaba, if you're still with us, what would you say? Is global cooperation to manage space security a possibility? And if so, what would that look like?
Thank you, David, for the question. Firstly, yes, it's a possibility. It's always, nothing is impossible. Countries can sit down at a round table and agree on what to do and what not to do. We've done it before. In fact, the entire space, the beginning of the space pioneering process began like that. Began with two superpowers, the Soviet Union and the United States, sitting down and agreeing in the middle of the coldest of wars, agree on what they're going to do and what they're not going to do. And one of the children of that is the International Space Station. However, on the realistic side of things, the space has become so political, so polarized right now, that maybe there are three things that need to be done for us to be able to reach the point of agreement. The first one is we need transparency. Communication is key because it is essential in avoiding escalation after war. So, one of the surest ways we can have a space war is if there is a lack of communication and a lack of explanation as to what is happening between countries. So, for instance, if there is a maneuver of a satellite that belongs to country X, which somehow crashes into country Y satellite, that destroys our ability to, for instance, use GPS, the retaliation is going to be what sparks off space war. So to avoid all of that, we need to have transparency, we need to have communication, we need to be able to share with each other what our maneuvers are, what we're planning to do, so that we can avoid suspicion. The second one is we need to find a common ground of interpreting the space law and define certain space-relating terms. So, for instance, we need guiding principles for what a weapon is. Okay? That's basically that. We need guiding principles for what is a weapon. Because if we do not have the definition, we cannot stop or prohibit that the use of that thing. Maybe the third one is we need to develop a more robust dispute resolution mechanism, so that we can be able first to de-escalate conflicts, but also to eliminate or reduce the need for retaliation. One of the biggest problems is that if you have an issue in space right now, it will probably land in international court of justice, which the process is too long for us to have a comprehensive resolution settlement, or we will have to use the political route. And as we have said already, this is too polarized because of politics. So I think, as an international community, one of the things which the emergence of the spirit relations needs to do is to really push for a specialized justice settlement mechanism that can quickly deal with space-related conflict and that can reduce escalation in what we call dowry.
Wow, Thank you very much. I've gotten those three: transparency, definitions, and dispute resolution. Could you add anything to that, Doctor?
Sure, just to make it real quick, I think it is possible. We should focus on the self-interest of each of the nations, and the things I pointed out before, the fallout which happens, you know, if you destroy a satellite and so on and so forth. So I think there is one threshold where you can say that is in the common interest of all countries, and that is something you could start from. So I think it is possible. It's probably, maybe it's less than we wish for, but at least you can kind of agree on one line. And just to add to that one thought, the other colleague talked about the question of attribution. And that is something that is also backfiring. If we don't, you know, forbid the use of weapons, everybody can use them, obviously, and nobody can, I mean, in one scenario, nobody can tell where it came from. The example with the satellite, I thought, was really impressive. You know, somebody sends a satellite, and what happens if a private actor does that? What happens if Elon Musk, you know, wants to use his satellites to destroy other satellites? What do we do with it? So it's in the interest of all the countries to find a threshold from which we can act.
Well, thank you very much. And at this juncture, I would give our audience an opportunity to ask one or two questions about this area, and we can try to see how we can engage even further in this area. So we'll take a question or two if anyone would love to ask something related to the question at hand. Can we avoid Star Wars? Is it possible? Is it possible to avoid Star Wars? So, is there any question? Does someone have a microphone? I think we do have a question at the front here that someone would love to ask. If we could have a mic. Yes, we do have a question here. Could we have a mic, please, so that we can take this question?
Thank you for the opportunity. By the names, I'm Opeitum Philbert. Straight to the point. To me, I'm not going just to pose a question, but I'm going to share my thoughts on the topic.
Sure.
The fact is, I think it is not possible to avoid that war. The only thing we have to do as Africans is also to prepare ourselves for it, because it is there. But I don't think we can manage as African continent when we are creating, like, look at my country, Uganda. If we don't unite, we are outcompeted. Look at the competitors. China, Russia, USA, and you compare it with Uganda, really? Therefore, we just have to gang up as a continent, and we prepare for that war. It is going to be there. It is not going to be stopped. Thank you.
That's a very interesting observation, and I think one of our panelists mentioned earlier that when it comes to the consequences, even if as a country we may not be able to fight or to reach, you know, such militarization levels as the more developed countries, the repercussions of militarization do affect the country, even if it is not an active participant, the spillover effects of war. Yes, we do have another question. Oh, yes, sure, you can.
Maybe just a quick reply to your, just a quick reply, you still on it? Just a quick reply to your point, because I think I don't share the focusing on the war. I think it's still it's not going to come if we try to avoid it. But the idea of, you put it ganging up, which is kind of a hard word, but I mean, if you look at Europe, at the EU, European Union, that's exactly what European countries did. They ganged up. They created the European Union to have more more power, more say, so to say, in this international scene, China, Russia, and so on and so forth. So I would say the idea of, collecting the same interest of African countries in this case to say, we do have this aim, that's what I said before, to get this threshold of international law. That would be my take to say that's a way of positive ganging up. So that would be my take to say, that's a good idea to say we, as a single country, we're just too small in this international scene, fair enough, but if we do have the same thoughts, let's put it on a national level and find other countries who want to follow us.
Yeah. And I would even say that, we have, since 2018, maybe if you do know, 2018, the African Space Agency was set up, that's in Cairo, Egypt. So there is a bit of ganging up, I would say, if I could use that term, in Africa. Let's just hope how that will go and see how that will go. Yes, please.
My name is Louis. I'm a lawyer by training, just like you, Mr. Kasivanti. I'm just going to have a few remarks. I am not an expert on this space thing. My area of specialty is somewhere else, but I picked interest. I don't trust the West. That's my personal conviction. I've never trusted the Western world and their allies. They always use, and I've had the statement so much here, they always use common interest these days as a Trojan horse for selfish interest. So going back to the question of, is Africa prepared for this? I think the war is inevitable, but it's going to be a war in a different dimension. It's not going to be the warfare of guns blazing and tanks rolling. No. It's going to be more of warfare. For instance, and I think recently Russia, I think, utilized one of its satellites, Sentinel-1, I think, to scramble some of the images that were being sent about to show the troop movements, I think, in Ukraine. So I think we shall see an increasing effort to use the assets, the space assets, to maybe to jumble up communication. Now the question would be, would that tantamount to an act of war? And then secondly, I had an issue on the space treaty that was signed, I think, in the 60s. I perused, when I had this topic was going to be up for discussion, I perused through it and I saw a lot of due regard. So as a lawyer, I'm asking, what does due regard mean? You will not use space you will use space for due regard to peace. Now, you imagine you use space. Another example that was given here was, I think, by the French, the gentleman from France. He said that the Russians sent a satellite into orbit, I think, in the 80s, and then they dismantled it, I think recently, or 2000 or 2001. And then the space debris is on its in a relentless orbit around the Earth. So now the question would be, if that debris maybe gets into the Ugandan satellite and dismantles it, will it be due regard for peace? But then the quick question I think the geopolitical conference should address is our geopolitical interest. I know as Africans we don't have geopolitical interest because we are very divided people. We are easily nagged, and the West, of course, they always capture on our tribal differences to split us further apart. But I also like it that they are facing the divisive nature of the politics in their countries. But to the topic, I think Africans and the space agency should be wary of Western interests. And even Chinese, but I'm more suspicious of the West. The Chinese built the African Union headquarters. Little did we know that they were bugging the heads of state. They were bugging, and actually a traffic of data was being sent back to Beijing. So if we let the Europeans come here and preach to us what space program we should have, and in case the rules are being made, they want to co-opt us by giving us aid to give us better capacity in this area, I think we should be more awake right now, more suspicious of the West, the Europeans, the Americans, the British. I feel they don't have our best interests at heart. And in this space area, we should be more suspicious of them, because I don't think even our space program, sorry for talking so much, our space program in its infancy will still be crippled, because the Americans still need to help us map our resources and map them as well as they can so that they know what politics to play when they are bribing our leaders to take access to those. So space is a very vital frontier, and I think my key point should be, and the takeaway from this talk is, I think we should have a bigger geopolitical voice, weak as we are, but not allow the overarching ambitions of the West, especially the West, to dominate the discussion.
Thank you very much. There's a very good insights. And I think I will just take a round of questions, and then we'll have closing remarks from our panelists. Please, let's just take a round. Let me see how many hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands. Let's just take one round, and then we'll have closing remarks. Please make very quick remarks, like quickly, like a minute, and then, yeah, so we can give.
Thank you very much. Mine will be a question because I'm not actually. My name is Liz Nyazi. I'm not so much informed, I would admit, in the space all about it. But my question would be about how Uganda has also, we have a satellite in space. What powers do we have now? And what threats do we hold as Uganda against the international community? Like, what is our position economically, socially, and politically in the space as we talk of it now? I would want you to enlighten on that. What is our power? What are we gaining? What are we losing? Something like that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes. There's a gentleman, there are two gentlemen back there.
Thank you so much once again. My name is Habasa Daniel. I'm a student from St. Lawrence University, coming from the School of Social Sciences. My worry is because Uganda has launched satellites in space, but the Western influence, because we have been being affected by Western influence, because they are the ones who are putting those satellites in space, not we Ugandans. I'm telling you the truth. So what should be the solution for us to win those enemies? Because you can't convince me that the Western countries have been put those satellites in air and you are going to fight with them. That is something wrong. So the issue is, can Africa or African countries unite and we have something like, we combine our efforts so that we can create our own satellites, not coming from West. Because I'm still worried about this. Someone has talked, the previous speaker was talking about the Western influence. I think we still have a lot to work into, we the Africans, because we still need our own satellites in space, not being influenced by Western countries. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, and I think our panelists are noting these concerns down. Let's have those 3 questions and then we go. Please use like a minute so that we can wrap up.
Very good afternoon to all of us. My name is Laban. I'm a student of economics, School of Economics. First of all, I want to disagree with the previous speaker who mentioned that Africans, we are so divided. I think that is not true. We are divided in the times of the kingdoms and so on. But recently we see the East African community coming on, which shows some unity. 2, I think the West, on the issue of the West, it is two-sided. The West has its advantages and it has its own disadvantages. We can't say, conclude and we say, no, they have more disadvantages and so on. So my question is, the countries that have took the lead in the space, the US, the Germany, and the France have took the lead. But what is the role of the United Nations in the space program to the Africans and to the African society? Thank you.
Yes, and pass the mic. We'll take 2 more questions and then we'll call this a wrap.
So thank you very much. Once again, I'm called to Gume. I do engineering from Makerere University in my 3rd year. I want to say this from my own perspective. Whatever these people do, I'm meaning the Western world, be it the UN, be it what, they are all aimed at achieving their own set goals and objectives. They are not, they bring them in a picture, they show us that they are going to gain the whole of the world, maybe improving the world. Even these, you see these SDGs we talk about, they are there, they show you that we are going to gain as the whole world. But when you go back to where they originate from, who brings them and who puts them into practice, you find out that you would just satisfying the set objectives of those people, not us here, especially us as Africa are always sidelined. I want to say this, we as Africans, we are still facing a problem that we don't have our own set objectives if it comes to that space thing. I don't know whether I'm being clear, but us as Africans, we are being taught about everything. We are not sitting down to think by ourselves that we can maybe do something which can be done by our own and then benefit us. That's why our own satellite was launched in USA. It's not that we don't have the capability, we do, but we are still accepting to be influenced by those people to give us the direction under which we should follow. They do all this through this ineffective education system they always give us to follow, because I don't think it was made here, this education system. So whatever education system you go through is what determines what you're going to do in 10, 20, or 30 years from now. Right now, we can do literally nothing or next to nothing if it comes to space, because our current people who are concerned with such things, we are not prepared in the same way as those people who are doing them in those outside countries. They studied them in theory, not more of practical. Even
so
those
it goes down to
them
preparation.
Sorry?
So it goes down to preparation and objectives. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, we need to set our own standing objectives, which are different from the ones of the Western world or any other part of the world, because we are different. We are at different levels of development, different education levels, so we need, this Star Wars won't stop, but then what counts is what's your position in those wars. Where are you standing? Are you always the last one down, or you're somewhere in the middle, or you're the top? That's why those countries keep on, competing. If this one sets this one sets the other. Like that. That's why even China is now under construction of the artificial moon. I think most people have heard about it. It's all aimed at improving itself as China, not improving the whole world. So we need to be more specific with our objectives as Africa, and then learn to rebel against some education systems that don't, help us in any way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we are running really, really short of time. One last question in 5 seconds, please,
Hello.
and then we can have closing remarks.
Yeah, mine is not a question, actually, but should be a contribution. My name is Martin Waiduba. I'm the founder and CEO of Internet, or rather ICT Embedded Uganda Limited. I'm a telecom or electronics engineer. I'd like to state that, there is nothing to worry, or what Africa has to do is to engage international space, international opportunities like this. We are UN member states, and this has been the scenario for a long time. The UN there's a UN Office for Outer Space Affairs, and the objective is peace, peaceful cooperation. We are also members of the International Telecommunications Union. Uganda is a member. And what does that do? Protection. There is the UN Article 15 on radio regulations. There is the intention to ensure that space monitoring, if we cooperate now that we have launched satellite in space, that we can cooperate with the UN, with the ITU, to have a space monitoring, to be facilitated with space monitoring so that we can know what is ongoing. What is the objective of International Telecommunications Union? Is to protect against interference. Now, this is not different from telecommunications. You have MTN, you have Airtel. Just as it is with telecommunications technology on land, that
Yes, as you're
Uganda
wrapping up.
communication protects you from interference. So we have regulations in place. If we use that to emphasize, to assert our voice, then as developing countries will have nothing to worry. All I'm encouraging you is to engage the international space because the platforms are already there.
Thank you very much. I think with those, I will allow our panelists to give some final remarks regarding the questions that have been asked and also the topic at hand in a minute or two so that we can wrap up this session. And I think I'll begin with Mr. Schnitzler. Could you please give your final remarks and any parting shots?
Questions warmed, really interesting. I wanted to answer the first or the second comment about this discussion regarding the good intention of Western European countries. I can understand this remark. I have to say I don't agree, but I can understand it because, of course, we see things from our own perspective and we don't have the same regarding the place where we live. But actually, our approaches are not so different because you say, for example, we need our own satellites, and that's an approach that is shared by France, for example. We are really attached to the idea of what we call strategic autonomy, meaning being able to produce our own capabilities and not being reliant on foreign stakeholders. So I can totally understand that, for example, Uganda or other countries want the same, and actually I think that it's something positive. My view is actually also positive because I think that the new space is a real opportunity for countries that are catching up industrially. For example, to the lowering of the prices of launches, thanks to the miniaturization of satellites, the reuse of launchers, the use of 3D printing, etc. It offers new possibilities that makes it easier for states to launch their own space programs. And I would take the example, just to conclude, of the United Arab Emirates, because it's a developing country, and I studied this case, and I think it's really representative of how things can work. Actually, the UAE at the beginning, they had no aerospace industry. They bought satellites off the shelf from foreign countries, especially from South Korea, but they negotiated a technology transfer. So the first one, they bought it off the shelf. The second one, they developed it with South Korean engineers. And then the third one, it was developed in the United Arab Emirates by local people. And now the country has developed its own expertise and its own industrial capability on space issues. And probably in the next year, it will be able to export space capabilities. So I think this is the way how things can work. So it's just an example to say that my view on this is positive, and it should be a source of inspiration of how things can do to develop our own, that each country can develop its own capabilities. That's it. And thank you again for inviting me, and sorry for the little technical problems.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Schnitzler. That was Gaspar Schnitzler, everyone. Can we hear from Mr. Arnold Agaba? Any parting shots?
Just to be peaceful, no parting shots. Maybe some parting words to avoid some Star Wars thing. Maybe we've had a lot from the audience. I think people have been very interactive and for sharing their views. Maybe to sum up my responses to them, say number one, on the question of what we are preparing for, I would like to say we prepare for war, you're most likely to get involved in a war. If you prepare for peace, you're most likely going to end up in a peace we change the focus to peaceful, we may avoid an escalation of what has been done, especially as we've seen when the Ukraine war began has escalated. The other point I would like to put across is to say that there is no point at which the national government has hidden the intentions of what to expect. Every country wants to expect for national intentions, first of all. So that should not be an issue. It should not be a point of contention from the speakers, because we had most of the speakers say, you know, these people are going to spend that's the purpose of going to spend. The solution for Africans is to organize yourselves. You have an African space agency. You do not have as much capability as you have in Europe or America or China, but you can organize yourselves up to the point where you can probably even become a nation state, for instance. That's your challenge. Thirdly, I think the last thing is there's so many technology capabilities that we use on a daily basis because of space travel, and we should be aligned to them. Telephones, internet, all this is stuff that we use on a daily basis, and we rely on that is given to us virtually free of charge from other nations. I can give you a very good example, GPS. We all depend on GPS. We had the benefit. This is given free of charge by the United States government. So it's not very functional to say Africa does not benefit from the space activities of other nations. The challenge is how can Africa grow its activities, grow its capacity, and grow its capabilities to a level where it can be independent and to a level where it can benefit itself to the greatest possible extent of using space activities.
Right.
So thank you very much, David, for hosting us, and thank you for the event, and had a good time listening to the colleagues and to the reflections from the
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Arnold Agaba, everyone. Dr. Vohe, in a second, what would be your parting remarks, not shots?
I'll make it really short because I think time is running.
Yes.
Just to pick up a discussion around Western values, self-interest, I totally see the point. I would actually, I mean, there's a own discussion you can have. I would actually decouple it from the Western values, even though I would say those are worthwhile to follow, and rather see it in the international order. Do we all want to live in an international order where, talking about global commons, everything works for everybody and it's beneficial for everybody? And that is something where it could really underlie part of the discussion to say, how do we get our interests, so to say, bundled in this international scene, and to pick up what the colleague in the back seat said, and bring it, for example, to the United Nations. And so to say, bring our power to the table, because we all want to work on an international order, like I said, global commons, where everybody can use the spaces for everybody. So to underline that, decouple it from the Western values discussion, which is, loaded up with different thoughts, and see the international order as something that we all want to live in. That would be my point to that.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. It was an honor and a privilege to moderate this session. I believe it has been quite impactful for everyone. And let's keep this discussion going, and let's have even more high-level discussion around this area of militarization of outer space. Once more, I've been Kasavante David, your moderator today. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a good day.
An absolute pleasure to have you, David, and your speakers. It's been an amazing panel conversation as, of course, we carried on with our lunch break. I want to believe that it has been very beneficial to you who either just attended in the afternoon or even for you who has been here as of yesterday. Well, once again, I want to remind you to please do follow the hashtag Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2022. I do see we're performing well earlier in the morning, but now we seem to be lagging behind. So let's get to our Twitter pages and try to really reflect on some of the conversations that we've had here. It's a time to win all the time in the conference room and even outside to shape, of course, public debate. Now, coming on shortly is yet another exciting panel, and it's going to be on reimagining Africa's higher education on the global scale. We want to understand how we can champion innovations for transformation. Now, this is a conversation that is going to be moderated by Yusuf Chiranda, who's the University Secretary here at Makerere University. Wherever you are, please come. We are waiting for you. This is a conversation that will be happening alongside yet another exciting panel conversation. However, I see here, it is a closed door, and it is on the role of East Africa in Middle Eastern politics. However, if you're still here and you want to be part of this conversation, you can, of course, take your leave and you'll be guided in there, just in case it is still open. So we're getting closer to the end of today's program, which is also the very last day of the conference. But I trust we've managed to get a lot of information from this place. It is very exciting to see most of us really participating, asking the questions. When we have young people asking the right questions, then we are almost hitting the target of course, having transformation in our communities. Do remember that, of course, Kampala Geopolitics Conference is the 5th edition, and very wonderful time, a wonderful moment to do networking. I want to believe that you've gotten a chance to talk to your neighbor. Did you talk to your neighbors? You know, you can enter a conference room and you leave without a contact. I want to tell you networking is powerful. Make sure you know who is seated next to you, what they do, and where you can find them if you need them. Just don't go beyond, you know? Don't go beyond what you're supposed to ask related to work. Let us be guided on that. So, as we wait for a panel conversation to come through, I want to ask my fellow organizers to please get this panel started. I want to invite the moderator, David Kasivante. And if you take long, you're not paid to talk, I will take over and also take your pay. So try as much as possible to come through quickly. Yes, we'll be having David, I beg your pardon on that, Yusuf Chiranda. Now you can see, you can take back your money. Well, can we have reflections on some? I do remember that much earlier was supposed to get some comments from this side. Do we still have people that would like to share their reflections on today's event and also yesterday's event, as we wait for Yusuf Chiranda, the University Secretary, to come take us through this panel conversation? Anyone? Let's talk about, okay, the climate change. You have to have a comment on that. It is affecting us on a daily. I want to believe that as a country, if we paid attention, in one or the other, we are starting to experience a heat wave. If not a heat wave, it is probably flooding, you know. So can we have some reflections on the day or the youth participation? We are yet to have a conversation on championing innovation for transformation. Yesterday, actually, I'm reminded of a conversation we did in the newsroom that UNATO is recommending that we have our children go to school for 8 years instead of 7. So is this something that is going to better our education system? Conversations that you can take part of. So, can we have some reflections? There's a hand behind. Someone help me with the microphone. There's a gentleman who said they need young people to participate, to do recommendations. This is the time we are creating the space. Let's have a microphone at the back. Our dear moderator, Yusuf, we are waiting for you. We are seeing you. We want you to take your seats.
Yes, hello. Can I go on with my comment?
All right, yes, carry on.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Joel Odokonyero from the Refugee Law Project. I'm just following on a discussion we had in the room down on climate change, and following a discussion with the Kennedy Owo, who was one of the panelists, and there was an interesting discussion around how do we ensure that our initiatives or involvements go beyond just like a cross-border initiative. Because most times we are focusing on looking at the young people, intergenerational issues around youth in one country, but Uganda is a very unique country, or people are very unique. If you look at Uganda, some of the population, for instance, in Kasese, have people who are living in Rwenzori sub-region, who are in Congo, and then others who are in Uganda. If you go to West Nile, also in the other aspect, the side of West Nile, some of the people live in Uganda, and they have their relatives in Southern Sudan and DRC. So how do we ensure that intergenerational discussions go beyond just one boundary, or it's cross-border in nature? Because the issues that affect the group in Uganda also affect the groups that are in Uganda. So we need to expound and go broader in terms of our engagements and say, how do we look at the Great Lakes, for instance, as a region where people live in similar situations and they are brothers and sisters in different parts of the country. And the other key aspect that came in that group was the issue around how do we engage in involving the refugees, for instance, who are in Uganda, in issues around climate change. The focus has been always like how the refugees utilize their small pieces of land that they're given, which cannot necessarily do a lot of, say, tree planting or engage in permaculture, as one of the panelists, Winnie Tushabe, talked about. So how do they have a partnership, for instance, with the district local governments where the refugee settlements are in, like Isinjiro, for instance, and the stakeholders like the OPM? How do we ensure the youth in the different spheres, the settlements and the local governments, work together to utilize some of the spaces that are unutilized by the district local governments, like where the refugee settlements are in, and how does OPM, as one of the key actors, ensure that it brings together these sets of persons, the local government, the refugees, and other entities to work together towards achieving broader goals. And I think that's very important, because once we look at stakeholders, the leadership of the different stakeholders is also very important. We can't leave everyone at large. So we look at OPM as a key pillar in bringing together stakeholders like the local government and the refugee entities, CSOs, to come and manage that process to ensure that whoever has a contribution is within a system, because we can't deal with people or persons. We deal with systems like the local government and the Office of the Prime Minister, which is a government institutional entity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You seem to have brought out quite a number of points, but I just want to have it in a few words so that people remember it. If you were to sum it up, what would you say?
I think multi-stakeholder engagement when it comes to environment and looking at cross-border engagements, not just focusing on one country approach. We could look at a multi-country approach when dealing with issues around climate change. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, do join me in welcoming Yusuf, who's going to be taking us in the next panel conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, Yusuf, we've been waiting for you for the last 1 hour. So give us the most fantastic panel. Because as we stand in this room, as we sit in this room, this is going to be our last conversation, panel conversation. So give it to us and give it to us good. So for the comments behind, we'll hopefully be getting back to you in a bit. And once again, like I did mention earlier, we have a side conversation, a breakaway session, and that is in room 5, maybe. We should be able to confirm that, but we have our team outside that can guide you, and it is on the role of East Africa in Middle Eastern politics. So, Yusuf, I won't do the honors of taking over your panel speakers because I know you know them better. So, do give us the honor and invite your speakers.
Thank you, and good afternoon to you and colleagues. I don't know why you say you've been waiting for me for the last 1 hour. I was invited for a session which starts at 14 45.
That goes to say that we've been eagerly waiting for these panel
okay. Thank you very much. Now, I know this session is a short, and we do not have the liberty to take a lot of time. We are having a conversation on reimagining Africa's higher education on a global scale, championing innovations for transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all might be aware, there has been a very significant conversation about the African growing population and how the continent can increase opportunities for that population to be engaged productively, but also to be able to make sure that the people of Africa can indeed get a livelihood. And we have a very interesting panel which we are going to have that conversation with. I will begin by inviting Mr. Michael Mugisha, all the way from the London School of Economics and Political Science, where he's a PhD candidate. Mr. Mugisha. And as Mr. Mugisha makes his way to the podium, please also join me to welcome Mr. Solomon Kingi Benge, the CEO and founder of Fundbots. Yes. And as Solomon makes his way, please also join me to welcome Mr. Awel Wihanganye, the Director, Leo Africa Institute. And finally, I have the pleasure to invite the newly elected representative of Makerere University Senate to the University Council, Associate Professor Sarah Sali, who is also Dean of the School of Women and Gender Studies. Please, you're here. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have all been part of very significant conversations which emphasize the role education should play in transforming societies, and more so for the African continent, where we speak about significant challenges of unemployment and underemployment and low productivity against an ever-increasing population in search of opportunities, and also against a continent which is endowed with a significant amount of resources, be they mineral resources, be it a good climate or fertile soils which could be leveraged to increase productivity in several sectors. And yet, the concern for many analysts has been that African education has not yet succeeded fully in the two core mandates education plays in the journey of transformation. One is that of preparing the people who access it with the necessary skills to be employable, but another is to spearhead innovations that expand opportunities for people to be productive and to get jobs. Now, without necessarily holding you back in the conversation about what African education should do, I would like to start this conversation by picking each of your thoughts on where do you think African education has been successful in contributing to the African transformation journey in a global context, and where do you think it has not? And I will begin with you, Mr. Mugisha. There is something which is like a mouse. confirm this is not working.
It is.
It's okay.
Switch off these ones, it will work.
So how do we switch them on?
Finally. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Yusuf, and my colleagues on the panel and the audience. Good afternoon. Let me begin by saying that it's such an honor for me to be here and to talk about a topic that really it's close to my heart, but also is so central to my work, because I work here as a lecturer with the School of Statistics and Planning, but now on a PhD program. So I think the debate on education, how education can be seen as an instrument for shaping a country's development or transformation, as a kind of concept which is in the topic we're discussing today. I think for African countries, I think the evidence is damning in terms of how central it has been. And I can start with just going back to, where our story starts with, which is with independence. The kind of our forefathers or leaders who shaped the contours or the outlines of this country's development, at least political development. The struggles they had to go through, but those struggles started at a time when we had built a critical mass of intellectuals who then started thinking about the country's specific issues and problems, and then started imagining a set of ideas around which they could mobilize society to begin, thinking about more concretely how to shape the state, but also the kind of different contestations that happen within that state in terms of how that state then builds a relationship with its citizens, to be able to sort of imagine, but also more concretely shape the development project. So the African post-colonial state at independence and the struggles they went through really were born out of the fact that there had been a couple of years of investment in education which produced this new class of intellectuals that started thinking about problems and then imagining ways to mobilize society. And then, more importantly, the different education organizations. I know I'm using the term organization more intentionally because too often we confuse it with institutions, and there's a clear distinction between institutions and organizations. But, particular higher centers of higher learning like Makerere University were so central in providing the intellectual sort of anchoring to enable these leaders to be able to think about different ways in which they could fashion but also shape the development project. Now, fast forward, there's a lot that has happened, the kind of, shift in the international intellectual paradigm around the role of the state and how universities would have to be recast and reconfigured in shaping a new kind of relationships and how states become integrated in the global economy. That had such a fundamental impact on education organizations and their role that they play in the development project. More specifically, the implementation of structural adjustment programs had such a damaging impact on universities in terms of the decline in funding towards universities, which led to the exodus of intellectuals. So the shift was really more towards investing in primary education and secondary education, because someone at the World Bank basically said you reap more in terms of economic growth and development if you invest in primary education rather than investing in secondary and higher education. And of course, that shifted the focus of education. And of course, right now, so we are at a place where there's been a huge investment in primary and secondary education, but with limited funding towards higher education. So the interest and investment in research and the ability to build innovative systems or innovative systems has collapsed, or at least has had significant challenges that now where we are, the kind of initial conditions we have are a situation where we have a rapidly growing population that is not properly educated to be able to shape the development project and carry it forward.
Thank you very much. And I will come to you, Mr. Wihang, and just to build on what Mike has been giving us, the journey of how the support towards higher education or the focus has been shifting. But I think we are at a moment where many influencers have shifted from that perception. There is a considerable interest in supporting higher education now, both within African governments, but also within the international community of development partners. But looking at the African education institutions themselves, do you think they are ready to make the jump into assuming their role to contribute to the transformation of this continent?
Thank you. Thank you, Yusuf. And congratulations, Prof. Very proud. You know, when I was invited to join this panel, I was very specific to ask the organizers to invite me as the director at the Leo Africa Institute and not at Makerere, because I have my two bosses on the platform, so I wanted to be sure that I can speak freely and express myself in a way that doesn't indict myself.
But just to be clear, we can't guarantee that we will see you as you were invited. So,
so in that case, I think to just ask this, I think this is such an important conversation that we're having. What has African societies done and better, and what they haven't done well? I think what they've done well, especially given the end of the colonial governments, is that they have sustained a certain level of literacy and education systems to continue thriving. I think Makerere still remains like one of the top universities in Africa, and arguably in the world in the context of partnership on the African continent. And it has continued to increase on its disciplines in terms of the training programs it offers and the number of graduates it puts out. And even though maybe there can be a debate about the quality of either the graduates who are coming from here or the type of research coming out of here, I have traveled a bit, and we also read different maybe reports and publications from global institutions. It's a bit difficult to go to any global institution and not find a Ugandan who is qualified to be in those places, in those institutions. And commonly, you'll find that they are coming from Makerere or some of the universities here. I also had, I mean, you live with our education system in Uganda, where I went to literally rural schools for education, and I went into what you can call the first world university class, and I was studying with people who have gone through like some of the most privileged education institutions, and I was still able to cope, catch up, and even sometimes be on top of my class. So we may not have, like the education system in Africa may not be on top of the range in terms of global standards, but I think there's something good and there's something still sustainably impactful that the institutions are producing in terms of training of people. Our systems here in Uganda, you could argue that almost 90+% of the people who drive the policy processes, the private sector engagements, and managing the infrastructure of the country are trained in this country. Again, maybe you can argue that we are still not in a first world country, but nevertheless, the training is done here. And this is the next generation has gone through that. What I think the universities have not done well in the context of global engagements is we don't see the shaping of mindsets in perspectives on Africa. You still go to look at African literature, and most of the literature is still not, you don't get through breakthrough books on Africa, on bookstores, platforms which are written by Africans. We still don't see Makerere, for example, as a vibrant center for conversations on how to eradicate poverty, how to deal with climate change, and how to deal with the issue of crisis of the African migration crisis. So I think that's where probably we have not done well to maintain the African education institutions as the center for debate, for ideas, But I still think that there's a great deal of value coming out of these institutions.
Before I move to the next colleagues on the panel, the absence of African literature on the shelves of these international libraries and bookshops and the reading lists of the LSEs, is it because there is no African literature to put there, or is it because people just ignore African literature?
I think maybe I could just, a quick answer would be, how many books have we seen being launched at one of our top universities, Makerere? How many books do we launch? How many literature books do we get our students to read in reference to the different disciplines of study that they're undertaking?
Michael, do you have any African books on your program now, on the reading list?
Well, I think to say African, maybe you're talking about literature by African scholars. Is that what you mean?
Literature from Africa, you see.
Because
is Africa color? I think it is not.
Because there's a whole debate about decolonizing the academy, which if we go into is such an enormous debate. But what I can say is that there are many scholars really working on Africa. But I think what is stuck is the fact that you don't see as many African scholars involved in research and publishing. Most of the research that comes from Africa, I think statistics suggest that there are about 10,000 publications per year, which is equivalent to the publication of Netherlands alone. And that's for the entire continent. So I think he makes a very good point in the sense that there's not many Africans thinking about the issues happening here, about our economies, about society, about politics, about our science and technology, and actually writing about the things and shaping the discourse of Africa. It's normally researchers from out that look within the African continent. And there's a whole debate about the kind of methodologies that are applied and the conceptual apparatus that, again, getting into what constitutes knowledge for who and why. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Sally, I deliberately tried to expand that conversation a bit. Before I come to you, you were a member of, you were dean of a school at Makerere, one of African leading universities. You were a member of the Senate of that university. You chaired the Quality Assurance Committee. You were a member of the council. I think if we are to reimagine African higher education at a global scale, there is definitely no way we are going to have that conversation without answering the question, how much actually is African higher education contributing to conversations about Africa at the global stage? And the indictment from the two gentlemen is that actually not much.
Hello, I think I can be heard. Yes, thank you very much, moderator, for that question. I think even before we ask how much African higher education is impacting on the global scale, we need to ask ourselves how much of African higher education is impacting on the local scale. Because you have education institutions, higher education institutions that are located in Africa, but that are everything. Apart from the people there being African by color, they are not very African. And why is this? Of course, we know that what we know as formal education, including higher education, is very much an extension of the European kind of education system, which was brought at the time. Of course, there was an African version of education, but that got replaced by the current kind of education, which is more formal, more structured, and more written. And as Michael said, we did undergo decolonization, by the first decolonization when the people actually left, the colonizers, but education remained as the artifact of cultural imperialism. So in the academy, the African academy today has a challenge of two things. It has to be locally relevant and globally competitive. And that does create a certain kind of tension, because being globally competitive means you have to do certain things according to what counts as global competitive rankings. You know, we are in these rankings so as to be relevant, so we try to recap the research, We try to recap the publications in high-impact journals, and we do all that kind of thing. But of course, it also goes with research. And then when you look at being locally relevant, I mean, most of the research and most of the funding we use to be globally competitive, interestingly, also happens to be foreign funding. And that's why I liked the question you were asking, why there's no literature, whether there's any African literature on Michael's curriculum. And Michael was asking, do you mean African scholarship, literature written by African scholars, or what exactly do we mean? Because this is the dilemma we live with. It's true, you may not find a lot of African literature in global spaces to shape global debates. But it is also true that even when you find it, whose need is it responding to? The countries that are well-resourced happen to have an educational system that responds to their local needs. And I know you've always given this example where I did my PhD in Edinburgh at the time. The Ministry of Higher Education was also the same docket for trade and industry. So it was very important to see the needs that society needed and sent the signal to the higher education institutions, and they did that response. So higher education actually exists to answer the needs of that society at the time. But now what happens if you happen to be in a country where your higher education, apart from salaries of people, is not really driven by a local agenda? And you're not going to stop your people from being driven by an international agenda, because the university is also a global space. It's not just a local space. So the academy is a global space. So until we try now to begin thinking local, but again, thinking local with which kind of knowledge? That's the other debate that we shall end up with. Whose knowledge are we reading? And it is interesting, if you looked at where are the debates on decolonization taking place, they take place in universities. Decolonization is not taking place in secondary school in this country. It's not taking place in primary school. So they are dealing with the information they have. So if we are to give them information that is local, how much will it cost the country? And I'm not saying this as of saying it should not be done. It should be done, and it must be done. Because until you have an academy that is locally driven, that is financially driven by local resources to respond to those local needs, that kind of academy, that kind of higher education will always respond to the needs of the donors. And then that also goes hand in hand with something else. Of course, we are now very scientifically driven because people have come up with the understanding that the more scientists you have, the more industry you'll have, and the more development you'll have. Now, I don't know what kind of research gave birth to that kind of analogy, but just assuming it's true, okay? So then we have to ask, whose science knowledge are the people working with? What standard mechanisms of invention are they moving with? And this goes back to what you said. How much is the African curriculum or African scholarship driving local debates? Because even for it to be able to drive debates, is it simply mimicking Western academic literature, or is it new kind of academic literature which speaks to local needs? The question of decolonization, the question of political economy is very important. People have to be able to make these assertions, these relationships, before they begin asking science for who, knowledge for who, because these institutions don't exist for nothing. They exist to produce knowledge. But whose knowledge are they producing? Because being black alone is not sufficient. Because whose kind of knowledge are you purveying? Whose kind of knowledge do you leverage? And Mr. US, it would be important, maybe at one time in the future, you looked at the curriculum to see how much local, how much Ugandan literature is in our course outlines. You may not find much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want us to pack one question because we are going to come back to it when we finish with Solomon. Is African higher education responding to the African needs? The idea of homegrown solution, is that what African education is? But Solomon, first of all, I am happy to meet you again. I remember I first met you when I was still a student at London School of Economics, and we were talking about fund boards and those kind of things the boards can actually do. And I think for me, it's, having you here gives us the best entry into the idea of championing innovation for transformation. Now, the debate has been that innovation has been represented to mean apps and things like bots and things. Basically, what has happened in the West in terms of technology is what should represent innovation in Africa. And sometimes people have done reverse engineering and called it innovation. You manufacture a diesel generator and you say, I have innovated a diesel generator. It has been there for how many years, I don't know. So how do you see the concept of innovation in Africa from the background of where you sit?
Thank you so much. Before I answer that, I think, Professor, you'd be very excited to meet a gentleman called Mwalimu Musheshe. You know him? He is, he's thinking about, he's actually been building a local approach towards higher education. I think it's in Western Uganda, so you might want to consider having a conversation. Thank you so much. So me being on this panel is imposter syndrome on two fronts. One, I am talking to very academic people, whereas I'm more of the practical side. I am talking to professors, and yet I dropped out of my first semester in university.
There is one professor here and one PhD. The other one is just, a PhD candidate. So
mine is just a USCE certificate. But also, this is a geopolitics conference, and I'm a scientist. So I'm hoping that I'll be able to add some value. But I'm really excited to hear that we are looking at local context, especially local innovation. For those of you who are not aware, Fundibots is working with primary, secondary, and university students to improve how science education is taught in schools. This year, we trained about 11,000 students across Uganda. And our goal is to reach 1 million students by 2030 across Africa. So a lot of the innovation that we do is about transforming learning environments, because all of you who did sciences at whatever level, you know that your primary engagement with science subjects was a teacher talking at a blackboard, explaining all these concepts, and somehow you expected to memorize that information and pass an examination, right? So we are trying to flip that on its head. We are basically saying, how do we bring purpose back to learning? And so coming back to your innovation, your question about innovation and local ownership and all these reverse engineering things. And if there's any journalist here, one of my pet peeves with journalists in Uganda is they claim every time they see something that has been created that's unique, they claim it's an invention. So a few years ago, someone said they had invented a drone. I'm like, no, drones have been around for decades. It's not an invention. So the terminology is actually really interesting in how you phrase it. In the context of higher education, the foundation for innovation, especially innovation from a local perspective, that foundation will always be rooted across two major levels. There is the understanding of the core concepts of science, especially in primary and secondary school. However, there's the core concept of literacy and numeracy, right? You cannot understand sciences if you don't have a firm understanding of math, basic math, right? And you can't really do sciences if you can't read well, and those are core foundational skills. So I like the foundation that the government is trying to do in terms of creating an environment where students can get into the learning journey, starting with their local languages, starting with their local context, by saying, this is how the world applies to me. Now, if we can continue carrying that forward into every single stage of learning by saying, how do we apply the principles of physics to the problems that you are having around you? And then as you move into higher education, you ask yourself, this research that we are doing on things like astronomy, things like medicine, etc., how do we refactor and provide a local context for some of the innovations? We have seen scenarios where research in medicine and pharmacy for local medicines are being taken over by big pharma because they can identify the chemical that is in there, and then they patent the chemical and patent the plant, and yet our African traditional innovators understand the medicinal powers of that thing. So for us as an organization, one of the ways in which we are trying to achieve that is that all of our learning has local context. So if you look at the majority of organizations that teach robotics, they are importing tools from abroad and then using them in the classrooms. For us, we build together with the students. So our robots are typically made out of wood, plastic, things that kids can find around. And even as we continue to, even as they continue to grow, we are always challenging them. What solution can you provide for the local environment that you're in? And for university students, we have a wonderful internship program that also has that at its core. Like when they join the university, when they join our internship period for the 6 weeks or 8 weeks, we challenge them to solve a locally relevant problem using the information that we're going to teach them. So we're answering a lot of the questions that are being discussed on this panel, but we are doing it from the practical implementational side. So we like to get our hands dirty and execute and do.
And that is, indeed is always the missing link, that what the professors are able to come up with from their laboratories should have people translate it into action. I want to stone this issue of innovation a bit, and maybe I come to you, Awel, from the context of higher education. You know, the conversation is around universities now is innovation hubs. Innovation is kind of the cliche now. Everybody talks about innovation, innovation, innovation. Of course, reverse engineering is not bad. Nobody says it's bad. Taiwan transformed its entire economy by just reverse engineering chips, and I think now they are the leading manufacturers of computer chips in the entire world. But do you see this growth of the idea of innovation hubs in African higher education institutions is representing a realistic potential of promoting innovation which is relevant to the development needs of the African continent?
Thank you. So I think first and foremost, every university of this time must have centers like innovation centers, which are, or design centers, which allow students to exercise their creativity. It may not necessarily be just tech, it could be art and in the arts and performing arts, or design spaces and all that stuff. Everything that sort of like allows the thriving of creativity and thought process of the students. So innovations hubs should really be a standard, I think, at this point in every university. But having said that, I think it goes beyond just innovation hubs. I think when you talk about higher education within the global context and from where we stand as Africans, I think we may not necessarily have to overhaul the whole curriculum as we have it, but I think certain aspects of it we must start thinking about how that changes. And it's just looking at, I think, the needs of the market. What is the market saying? What are the key sectors of our economy? What kind of skills are driving those sectors? How do we train people to be able to be competitive and be useful in those skills? When you put into that global context, I think you also look at what's driving competitively, what is driving the economies in terms of competition against each other. It may not necessarily be what we are studying right now in the classrooms. What we're studying, I think, is good. We've already determined that academically, I think, in a way, rudimentarily as it is, we get a good education that allows us to compete with others on a global scale. But I think there are certain, I was recently reading a World Economic Forum report which lists about like 5 top skills if you have to be competitive in today's market, especially in the first world. And there was only one reference to technological expertise, to be well-trained and very versed with the use of technology. But the others are mostly what would be called like soft skills. Are you a leader and do you have influence? Are you able to have critical solutions, quickly come up with critical solutions, critical issues that are going on within your company or your businesses? Are you able to manage the team in a way that everybody feels that they're inclusive? And so some of the skills that are now needed to be competitive in a global market or running a big business, a big organization, may not necessarily be the sort of the academics that we study, but rather, so for universities, I think we must start thinking about what are the extra trainings do we need to incorporate into our curriculum? What are the other aspects of negotiations, for example? How do you negotiate your way through a situation? How do you build networks? How are you able to maintain these networks? And how do you get networks to work for you? So beyond, I think, the setting up of spaces, innovation hubs, design spaces, creative arts, the performing arts, where people are able to do like dance and film and all these things, you know. These spaces should be given in any university. But I think the focus should also be put on how to build competitive individuals. I'll quickly say something. I was looking again the numbers in terms of population growth around the world. I think Africa, we're about 1.7 billion people right now. By 2050, we'll be about 2.5 billion. And the global population will be about 9.8 billion, so about 10 billion. So meaning that Africa will provide quarter of the global population, which is quite a significant number of people around the world. So all these people we integrated into the global economy with migration trends, and what kind of people are we going to be sending out? So we need to start thinking about how to train our students to be not just competitive here, because our economy is still a bit different. It still requires physical skills, where you're still required to use your hand and be present and all that. But as the world is changing by 2050, which is in our lifetime, we're all going to be required to be competitive, looking for jobs elsewhere beyond the African continent. So my thinking is that we need to emphasize, not just to say it's a cliche to have innovation spaces, but we must have many of them across that allows people to really use their mind and expression as an added tool on their skill sets.
I'll come to you, Michael, and I will stay a bit on this issue of innovation. Well, we are aware that even when many things are innovated, only a small percentage of them can be scaled up to cause real an impact on the market, on societies. But do you feel that the innovations we discuss now in the context of our higher education institutions is actually relevant to realistic opportunities within our economies?
But I think the first thing is, perhaps let's try and define what we mean by innovation, because I think there's always a danger in conflating the two terms, innovation and invention. To innovate is to change something established, especially by, either introducing a new product or a method or an idea. And basically the question then is, why do you need innovations? So if you're changing something, then there is a presumption that there's something problematic with the existing, the status quo that you seek to change. Now, what does innovation do? Education or centers of learning, they offer the capacity to learn, which is to generate knowledge which is basically facts, information, skills acquired either through experience or through learning. So we're basically talking about the theoretical and practical aspects of a subject. Now, how is that knowledge relevant to innovation? So as a country or as a society or as a state, you have to define, why do you need to change the way things are? For what? Because then that shapes the second question, which is a more philosophical question of how then do you recast your education system to ensure that the kind of learning you're providing is generating the knowledge that is relevant. I like the term that Professor Sari mentioned, creating knowledge that is locally relevant and globally competitive. Because we now cannot ever escape from the fact that we operate in a global economy where you're engaging with other countries. So if you need to innovate, then you must be confronting specific problems that you wish to solve. Now, for me, speaking as an economist, and maybe on the side as a demographer, you have a rapidly growing population facing serious problems of underemployment and unemployment, high levels of vulnerabilities at households with low income. They're myriad of problems that you're facing, focusing on the fact that there are specific structural problems with the economy which you need to deal with to be able to create the kind of, to stimulate economic growth, the dynamism and the resilience in the economy to generate jobs. Your first immediate problem, I would say, is how do you create jobs to employ people more gainfully so they earn an income and ensure that your households are secure. Now, it leads me to the second question that I mentioned, or issue that I raised here. what economy do you create? Because we're talking about economy, we're talking about a density of market exchanges. People come to engage, and I think to exchange what they produce. So they come with goods. Now, you can create local market exchanges, but also your local economy will be integrated in the global market exchanges where you engage with other countries that are also producing. So if you're going to build trade relations with other countries, the question is, what do you come to trade? When you show up to trade with other countries, what do you come to trade? Now, if you're still trading maize, coffee, beans, these commodities that are highly fragile and vulnerable to global price fluctuations, that means that as an economy, you're vulnerable. So then, to innovate, you're thinking about how do we tap into higher value commodities or higher value products that you can bring and sell so that our citizens can earn more income. But also as a state, when your citizens become empowered economically, the state also becomes empowered. So you have to define what sectors are going to shape that transformation. And of course, that leads to a different question of thinking about, our place in the world, trying to catch up with other countries, where some of the sectors you're going into, they're already established global players who do not want a new player to enter. So you need to look at where do our opportunities lie. And so for me, many times, of course, when you read a lot of literature on how countries have transformed, there's this sort of, general thinking that somehow we have to go into the kind of, traditional industrialization, moving into textiles and things like that. But those industries are gone now. You can never, as Uganda, produce a shirt cheaper than Bangladesh, than China. You'll never. But there are opportunities in new sectors now, in artificial intelligence, in data science, in big data, in tourism, in financial services. So then the question is, how do you build these sectors and harness them? What capacity do you have to tap into that? Now, to create an innovative ecosystem, you have to think about 5 major features. The first is it has to be characterized with strong knowledge and technological base. 2, it is characterized by high investment from private sector and government. 3, you build strong linkages between businesses, the private sector, and centers of learning. 3, you have to revise your education system to be able to make sure that the knowledge you're generating is actually feeding into this innovation system. And finally, you have to encourage a culture of, a culture of entrepreneurship and risk-taking. Now, to do that, unfortunately, too often, when you hear a lot of debate from government, but also from public punditry, there's a presumption that somehow Makerere University is supposed to shape the agenda for Uganda's education. No, I completely disagree. Makerere University responds to the agenda of government. So government has to define what is it that it seeks to solve, and then mobilizes all the different players within the businesses, in the private sector, within the different universities, to actually have a debate about, to say, if we want to build, let's say, because right now there's a dearth in terms of data scientists that these, big tech companies need. The question is, how do you make sure that you recast your university education to build these and strengthen the networks to actually respond to that demand? Because if Mark Zuckerberg and, let's say, Silicon Valley needs 20,000, developers, that's an opportunity. Why isn't, we have a whole, department or college of ICT. We have to get into what quality of data science do they need and how can we produce them. That's a different kind of discussion from one where government is saying, oh, but there are these researchers at Makerere. What are they doing? I mean, government now, just finally, Yusuf, finally, and I mean it. Government, thankfully, and this is a welcome development, set up together with the administrators at Makerere, set up the Research and Innovation Fund, which is right now, I think, as you're aware, has, there's been a lot of money going into that and people are doing research. The question is, I wonder whether there's somebody in the government who is actually saying that we want you to focus your research here because we want to solve this problem. Or is it money that was provided? And we have our colleagues, we are doing research and publishing papers. And of course, we get promoted on the basis of these papers. but that knowledge is really not, it lies idle there. So I think knowledge becomes relevant only if the state determines what knowledge is relevant and how that knowledge will shape the development project, development contours of the country.
Thank you very much. I need to come to Solomon and Sarah before I can interact a bit with the audience. Now, Solomon, when you were concluding, you said you're the guy who is determined to get the data and try to put into application the things Professor Sally and her colleagues come up with from their research labs. But what really shapes these kind of opportunities you see? Is it because you think that our learners are lacking these kind of practical skills in the class, like they are trying to argue? Or is it because you see a realistic potential in the local market which can be leveraged if learners are exposed to the kind of interventions that organizations like Fundbots brings on board? This question for me is particularly important because I think sometimes people innovate because they want to do the things which everybody is talking about and not really being able to point out that what I am doing helps us to leverage this opportunity better, or it helps us to solve this problem better.
Wow, that's a very loaded question. I would like to preface it by saying that the purpose of education is to prepare people for opportunities, especially in a world that is changing very, very rapidly. When we look at it from the context of the industrial revolutions, because everyone now is talking about the fourth industrial revolutions and technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, etc., and how they're going to transform the job market, right? I really like the response that was given around how we cannot attempt to compete on markets that are already saturated, job markets that are saturated. Low cost, thin margin jobs, thin margin markets, we absolutely cannot afford to compete at that level. Now, the problem we have as a country is that, and you'll forgive me for saying this, but everything that we are doing now to prepare our youth for work is for jobs that were needed 10 years ago. We are not preparing them for the jobs that are coming 10 years from now, right? We need to be looking so far ahead that we're asking ourselves, what does the future look like in 50 years? And how do we prepare our country for that, right? So I really like the perspective from macroeconomics and all these sort of global perspectives on where is the world going and how do we begin aligning ourselves to that specific challenge. Now, when it comes to innovation, I like to use the example that the majority of things that we see as innovations in the technology space were created by very young people. People who are still in universities, people who were in the university labs. Facebook, we all know, was created in a lab. Blockchain tech was created by some random dude, but one of the biggest players in the blockchain space wrote his first blockchain thesis when he was 21, right? That's basically university age. So my argument for innovation at levels above secondary school, tertiary education, is that this is a point where people are beginning to look at the world around them and ask themselves, what can I create to change the world? They're looking at the opportunities. Yes, some of those opportunities are mimicking the innovations that are coming out of the global market, but they are typically creating an African perspective for them. Remember that the big distinction that we have is that a lot of solutions that are brought to Africa are top-down, they're not bottom-up. So someone will sit in Silicon Valley and say, Africa has a fintech problem. They are having trouble moving money around. But to tell me which financial innovation has worked in Africa better than mobile money. Mobile money was created in a low-resource context because the people who were innovating it understood the environment that they were in. And that's why it's important that we educate students to take advantage of opportunities within the context that they understand. I mean, it's fine for someone to say that, okay, let me go and study in the US and take advantage of whatever whatever first world opportunities are there. But like Awel said, Africa's population currently is close to 23% of the world. In a few years, it's going to be more than 25 or even 30%. We are such an incredibly large market that it does not make sense for us to mimic innovations that do not have the local perspective. So I'm fully in support of local innovations. I'm fully in support of creating learning contexts that allow for students to develop innovations within the environment that they live in, because proximity to a problem is the fastest way to solve that specific problem. And so I don't know if that answers your question, but I really hope it gives you the perspective there.
I also picked something very important. Proximity to a problem is the fastest way to solving that problem. That's my take home. Thank you so much. Now, Professor Sally, before we come to the audience, you remember we packed a question about whether higher education is answering to the local needs, the local context. And the gentleman on this side also bring in the debate of how do you change education, are you improving the curriculum? Now, from the time I started participating in conversations about education in Africa, it could never end without someone having an attack on the curriculum, on the colonial education system. So I have 3 questions for you. Okay. Whose responsibility is it to change this curriculum? Just in the Senate this morning, you were passing curriculum, revised the curriculum for this, what. There is not somebody from the UK who is coming here and writing Makerere's curriculum. We write it, we revise it, and then we say it is inherited from the colonialists. So whose responsibility is it? Who is informing this person when it is time to change? And do you think we need to get this person out? If, I mean, like the guys who are in Senate today, including myself, why do we do things and then keep blaming others for the same things 60 years later?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chiranda, for that question. Actually, that goes to illustrate how deeply ingrained colonialism was. I will answer it. You see, there was the economic side, the artifact things, but there is also the side of cultural imperialism, which you have to deal with. Now, I've listened to everyone else speak before me, and I think from what people submitted is where the problem is. You gave an example of people who are innovating tech things. I don't know, Mark Zuckerberg, I think you mentioned something. Michael said the same and gave us a lot of economics, and of course, Awel gave us how hubs should do thin economics, and I don't know, opportunity costs. And my question is, are there similar examples of such people in Africa? They are definitely there. Why don't we know about them? Because to be scholarly is to read about what is trendy in the world. So we are all reading these books of how Facebook was built, how Elon Musk is doing it, and do we ever take time to look at what everyone else is doing? There's a lot of knowledge in this space, but either it's not readily accessible to us because it's not published, or so we are all focused in a particular, so we are permanently playing catch up, even when we're in the curriculum. So if we are to say, the government is blaming us for not having responsive curriculum, the issue is what's the most important thing in the economy is people. So what do these people need? If we thought with that in mind, probably we would innovate better. He talked about having close proximity to a problem. Mr. Chiranda, you said earlier about reverse engineering. Singapore, China, whatever did it, and it has worked well. And I think for me, the game changer in all of this is they thought with their people in mind. Just take a drive out of this country. Ask the fine artist, why are they painting that kind of art? They are painting it because a tourist will buy it. When you go further into the parks, why are people making the baskets? The whole craft industry in this country is for the tourist. The whole agricultural industry in this country is for export. So we are always externally driven. Now, you asked whose responsibility. Indeed, the Senate today had a lot of professors who were passing curriculum. The professors are part of that ecosystem, okay? Because to be scholarly, of course, it's to get a foreign degree at some point. Michael is in London, Awel came from Canada, Mr. Chilanda came from London, I went to Edinburgh, I don't know where he went. But you see, the issue is even if you are in Uganda, the knowledge you are reading, the formulas, what counts as knowledge, what counts as economics is foreign driven. So the question is, how do we go back? It may be difficult, but I think for me I can give one thing which is important for us to refocus, and it's the question of ideology. Unfortunately, the subjects that are supposed to put people into thinking about their spaces and thinking about how important their local is are the subjects we've hammered most out of this country. So we are all pushing science, we are all pushing technology, and we have deceived ourselves that these things are value neutral. It's not like political science, it's not like sociology, it's not history, it is not. So it is in subjects like the humanities, it is in subjects like the politics that you will understand how you're located in relation to others and ask critical questions and make critical junctures and departures. But now we have packed those. So we've been told science is the important thing because science doesn't have Lugambo, it doesn't have stories, it is science. But actually what we are doing is play up. There's no knowledge which is not value neutral. There's no knowledge which is not culturally loaded. So whose duty is it? Who has the responsibility? Of course, the other side that I haven't gone to is if you try to be locally relevant, no one will be interested in you. I can give an example. This university has made fertilizers for a very long time. The Uganda government does not import Makerere, does not use Makerere University fertilizer. The role of higher education is to come up with innovations. As actors in that space, we need to think with our local people within. One time, the African Development Bank people, we were at a meeting, and they said, actually, the biggest consumers of African products are the African people. But sadly, when people are doing the innovation, they don't have the African in mind. It comes by default. It's not by design. You are expecting someone else to come and give you dollars, but anyway, in the absence of the dollar, you can take the shilling. So we need to try and fix that. And then, of course, at the end of the day, when you fix that, the role of government is fundamental in responding to these things. But if you have a government which does not look at its higher education institution as the source of knowledge, but the external, so you have a faculty of agriculture in Makerere producing fertilizer, producing soil testing kits, but government imports them. So what does that mean? The higher education institution cannot grow knowledge, because if we had industry, that knowledge would go into the industry would give feedback to the higher education institution to say this works, this doesn't work. That would spur more innovation or more improvement on that knowledge. And then that would also create more jobs, more science, and more everything. But we are packed with our things. And maybe when you get time, Mr. US, you can go behind the faculties of agriculture, faculty of engineering, and maybe the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. This is where you have the graveyard of all our innovations. A child tried to make a tractor and all this, and they have been made with a lot of money. They are there in a junkyard, and National Council collects them up very well. They are all full of grass. So one, academics have a role to try and think with the local in mind. The government and the Ministry of Education has a role to shape the curriculum from the lower level. The government at uptake level has a role to consume and drive demand for these kinds of products so that the scientists and so that the knowledge can even grow out. So it really lies with us, but let us know within the economy are people. People are the biggest drivers of economy, so we have to think with those people in mind. Otherwise, we shall always wait for the lone tourist who may not come or may come in sparse periods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we can go on, but the time we have been given is quite limited, and I am sure our colleagues in the audience are similarly motivated to contribute on this conversation.
Yes, so can I just say something before we go there? I picked up on something that Professor Sarasari said, and I think for me it really brings in down the role of institutions of higher learning, which is mindset, ideology, identity. How do we see ourselves as Ugandans first and foremost, and then as Africans? I think all this innovation we're talking about, and I think also the mistaking innovation to be just purely about technology. I think that's the other shift we need to also make clear, that innovation that we're talking about that's going to change the society is not just technology driven, that we have to think in other ways in social terms. This push for science studies and technologies and as a major focus for government, I think for me is a bit out of step, I would want to say. I think if I just wanted to read out I had written them down when I was coming, what the World Economic Forum sees this year as the key skills that any one of you guys as young people, you need to have to be competitive in any globally connected company. One, it was like problem solving, self-management, how you manage yourself as a person, working with people, capacity to work with people effectively, the use of tech and development of tech, leadership and social influences. Those were like the top 5 skills through their research that came out to say, and I think universities can play a role by, again, creating these innovation hubs, having art spaces and dance studios that allow people to self-express and develop other sports grounds and that kind of, and not just academics. And I think the Makerere is already working on the new strategic direction also that makes it possible for the research or instructing research centers to be directly connected to the issues that are priority for policymakers and for the challenges that we're trying to face. So in a way, it has to be like practical engagement.
Thank you very much. I had already gone for the gentleman in a blue suit and that corner.
Thank you so much, Kennedy from University of Pretoria. One thing I know is that anywhere I've gone, Makerere has been the greatest, and I've always said it, so I must say it from here. I've identified some short links that we have in regards to our education system that we need to talk about. With the curriculum, we have talked about it a lot, but we just need to focus on what we call critical benchmarking. We can benchmark from other countries, but selectively choose what works for us. It will help us, because we don't need the Canadian prairies things in our geography. They don't help us anymore. The short links I'm trying to talk about is language. Language simplifies the way of understanding. Colonially, we are so religious. Why? Because the Bible is translated in almost any language. It's in Acholi, it's in Uganda. We understand it well. We know all the verses in the local languages. But take me to Archimedes' principles in physics. I don't know them. Because the language is so complex. I do not understand them. That's one thing that has set the Western world far apart, because they do it well in regards to language. At University of Pretoria, I'm so shocked people write PhDs in Afrikaans and the local language. We don't do it here, because we've not taken the initiative to shape our understanding in the most local way that works for us. The biggest thing that really hurts me
just is... Just can somebody write a PhD in physics in the local language in the University of Pretoria?
Yes.
Okay.
They're writing in Afrikaans. Yes. So when you look at our constitution, Article 6 makes English the official language. From nursery, I've been studying in Uganda in English. I've been singing Mango Yellow, until I learned the good English. Went to university, the same thing. Now, this is Kennedy who is applying for masters in laws in university in Edinburgh, in Scotland. They want me to take an English test. For what? Now, that should be something that should show us that we are being insulted. I've spoken English all my life. What do you want from me again? Then another thing is passion. How are we putting passion and education? Is it the right thing that I'm studying? Is it something that would work for me? Are our parents telling us, go do law because I want to do law? That's not your area. Huh? Now, this works on improving the relationship between the learners and the teachers. Are the teachers well facilitated to have passion to teach? Are the learners also well versed to have good working relationship with the teachers? I saw what passion means in high school, where my colleagues at the back of their book, they can write over 5 lyrics. Chris Brown, 50 Cent. You know the lyrics from A to Z. You know even where the commas are. But when you're asked for dy dx in math, you don't know. That explains the passion. Is math really important for someone who wants to do art at the early stage? And to think about that. Why are we pumping ourselves with all these things that I'm going to throw away?
Thank you.
We end up speaking good English. We make English compulsory. We make agriculture optional. We end up speaking good English, but we're starving to death because we don't agriculture. We need to think about those.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course, Solomon will tell you need some basic levels of literacy and numeracy. That's what he has just been saying. But I will take the three gentlemen here, then I will move inside. But let's make it in a minute, please, because we should allow many of our colleagues to...
Thank you so much. My question is a simple one. My question goes to Professor Sarah and Mr. Michael Mugisha. And it's about how do we reform our educational system across the continent? Because this is the problem we're having as a continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How do we shape our choice of system? Yeah.
Thank you so much once again for giving me another opportunity. On the issue of education sector, you see now, I will always blame the government, the professors that we have, and even the parents. One, in our education sector, you see it is so embarrassing for someone to start in primary when he or she is talking English up to university very well in speaking English. But when someone is going to talk about the background of agriculture in Uganda, you can't raise anything. So we have the context of Europe that is still a factor. So we, the Africans, what can we do so as the education sector can be effective to high educations of learning? One, we can have, like, if we can change the curriculum. One, now what is the use of history, the history of Europe? Talking about Napoleon, talking about Adolf Hitler, what is that? When we don't know what is the legacy of Nelson Mandela, we should teach professors, and the government should blame themselves, and they should come back to their table. They should have one ideology so that this curriculum of Uganda and Africa must change so that we can have a good
Thank you very
institution.
much.
Thank you so much.
I think I've given this gentleman here, then we will move a bit to the back. Then we may come back here if we have time. And I need somebody from the organizers to tell me by how much can I exceed the 1600 time limit, please.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Opeitum Philbert, a patriot, a Pan-Africanist, and the 2063 giant. On the issue of education, when I look at my own history, where I come from, where I came from, up to where I am, I really wasted a lot of time. In primary, I studied 5 subjects, and I used 7 years, just every day going to school, coming back. And they teach you, they tell you to cram things, which I'm not even seeing any use of them where I am right now. In secondary, when I joined senior 1, I was given to go through 18 subjects.
person must have done many subjects and did not focus on. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
18 subjects. And in fact, right now, of the 18 subjects, if I try to inspect myself, of the 18, it is only either 3 or 4 which are helping me. And where I am right now, I'm taking 4 years. When you calculate all those years, each and everything we are studying is just theory, nothing like practical. Other people in China, people are trying to see how they can make a car. Someone with 5 years is looking at how to make a car. But for me, even right now, at the age I am, I don't know how even I can go and stand in front of the judge that I'm representing a client. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that even the time we are wasting that studying, it is really useless. If there is a way the education system of Africa can be changed to the way that if a person has got, if there is a way we can identify the talent where someone is too good, we just nurture that person in that way. If a person is good at maybe preaching even the gospel, let that person go and preach, because it is going to help him to go to heaven.
Thank you very much. I will go to the lady near the back.
Now, as I conclude.
No, let's conclude, please.
Okay,
They have cut my time significantly, so I think the point is made. Let us have the lady. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chiranda, and thank you to the amazing panelists. My name is Harriet Kamashanyu. I actually graduated from here, and I'm also back here for my master's in international relations, so I'm happy to be back home, and thanks to CAS that is making this possible. We all cannot deny the fact that higher education contributes a very, very key element in our human capital development. And thanks to the government of Uganda and other African countries that have hugely invested in this. But still, there remains a gap in the aspect of quality. And my question will go to Dr. Saleh. Reflecting on that you've said, I think if I can go home with anything, I'll go with the quote that you made. Having this really relevant locally, but also globally competitive. But the question is this realistic, especially in our contemporary Uganda, or it is still a dream that we are chasing? The biggest percentage in the audience are young people, and we all know the high rates of unemployment. If you talk about issues in Africa, number one, everyone will say unemployment. But the question is it about the absence of the jobs or the unavailability of the right quality of skills that young people need to harness the...
You see, I wanted to ask that question. Can you repeat it again? It's really important. Is it the absence of jobs or is it the lack of skills? I think we need an answer to that question. Yes, to your neighbor.
Thank you. My name is Nakale Mashamira. I work with the Women Uganda. I just have 2 contributions, I think, when it comes to innovation. For me, innovation is sustainability and environmental friendly. So however much we have the innovation hubs in the universities in Uganda, whoever is guiding the students, they should guide them to produce innovations that are actually sustainable and also environmentally friendly. We have different, how are they called, FGMs that have been produced, but realize that our soil is just wasted after planting those plants. So innovation should be sustainable and environmentally friendly. Then my second thing goes to the education system. If you've done adult education, you've read about Paul Flery's Pedagogy of the Oppressed. He has a section where he talks about the banking system. Our education system in Uganda, it is in form of a banking system. We have teachers who teach and the learners who learn. And whatever they teach us as learners, we are supposed to cram it. So if we still have that kind of education system, I swear we are not going anywhere. So I think the moderator asked a question about who is responsible for changing the curriculum. The person who is responsible for changing the curriculum is the student. And the lecturer, the teacher is just supposed to guide that student in form of, in a way that I present what I need to learn, and the lecturer or the teacher is guiding me to learn. So if we go away from that form of banking system, then we shall be in position to raise competent people who can actually produce innovative solutions that are sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move in the center here. There is a lady in pink.
Thank you. My name is Salama. I'm a master's student of gender studies in this university. Mine is a short one for Professor Sarah. I have concerns about decolonization discourses. Talking about going back, where exactly are we landing? Are we still the same people? Then also, there are a lot of factors that have brought us where we are now. Which mechanisms are you using to filter out that colonization has caused? Thank you.
Thank you very much. At the back, the neighbor, yes, please. And then we will move at the extreme back there.
Okay, thank you. I'm called Mutambi Samuel. I was a student of philosophy, and currently I work in agriculture organization. I want to ask a question to Professor Sarah. You seem also to be worried or not in support of this education that we are getting. And from your words, you say that we inherited the institutions, but not the education. Therefore, the education is full of black people, but the real education belongs to whites. That troubles my mind. If it belongs to whites, why are we not doing exactly what they are doing if we are pursuing their education? Because it means the education we are getting is not centered here. We are studying the same education that the whites are getting. Why are we lacking in the quality? Why are we not innovating the same way the whites are doing it?
Thank you very much. We have the lady at the extreme back of the hall, and then we will come to the lady here.
Well, first of all, I'm Liana Naturina from MOBS. I want us to understand this. We are in a world that is evolving. And I'm not so sure if the blame game is still what we need, because we have seen this education system we call less quality or bad quality, whatever we want to call it, raise professors, raise people that have changed the world. So is it a game that is about the education system or a mindset? Because we've seen very many things evolve. Someone there talking about we need to have education translated in languages we understand. Is it a point of understanding or a point of mindset? Because we've seen ourselves live in a box, like we are telling our lives we are living in a box of chocolate where the only option we have is chocolate. But yet we are living in a world that has given us very many options of where you can choose what you want, where you can change your mindset. So are we to blame the education system or the mindset that you have, the elders have created in us, the young people, that it's all about education, it's all about you going to school, get education and do this? Who exactly are we to blame? Which blame game are we playing? Is it the right one? Or we are just choosing to live in a world of lamenting all through?
Thank you very much. We had the lady here. Yes. Now, colleagues, the lights are just flashing straight into my eyes. So if I miss you, it is the lights. Please.
Thank you so much. I'm Neumbe Naomi from Makerere. From Chambogo, and I'm doing education.
It's okay, yeah.
It's true that it's better to walk the path than to curse it. And most of us in this room, instead of walking in the path, we are cursing it. The fact that we should try to appreciate what we got formally, though it's not competitive enough. And there was a question at the panel there that, is African literature on the continent? No. And the reason, because it isn't there, one, it's because with the young people or Africans, we are not confident enough. All you think of is, I want to write something like how the American is doing it. I want to do something like how those people are doing it. We are not putting confidence in ourselves. And I do literature, and most of the books that we are doing, or most of the literature works that we always refer to, are of the whites. And our lecturers even tell us that we are never the best writers, which is so wrong. We are good writers, but though we are not confident enough. And we try to lose that. And here people are asking, is English necessary? Is history necessary? Is the other thing that we studied necessary? I think we need the basics in life. It's not good to ignore some things, because I can be a farmer, yes, but if I don't know the English, how will I transact goods with someone who is somewhere else? How will I have the knowledge of what is happening in the country right now if I didn't do history? Of course, I will know that Marie Antoinette said that. So it will be dangerous. I will not say, go and eat cassava, like how the president was saying it of recent. So there are some things that we should always put caution on. And the other question that that's that, is it the Sorry,
I think we could keep it at one.
Can I only say this?
Please.
Thank you. The absence of jobs and lack of skills. Are we lacking? Is it like we are lacking the jobs or we are lacking the skills? I think both. We are educated. After finishing the education through the education system, we are lacking jobs. But though we also lack skills, people lack skills, so it's two-way. We both lack the skills and there are no jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There couldn't be, I think, a better way in trying to demonstrate the relevance of history like you have just done. Now, excuse me. Allow me to come back to the panel briefly, because you have also sent a lot of questions this side. I know the questions have also been unevenly targeted, but I'm sure each of the panelists has something to say about some of the conversations which have come from the audience. And so I will start again from you, Michael. I know you were part of a study, I think it was by the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, about the education, skills, and employment debate. And Harriet puts it in a very clear way to ask the question, is it the skills, is it the jobs? I am a teacher, for example, and I think I'm good at it. And I know there are so many people like me who are lawyers. I'm not one. Economists, but they find the job to be a mason, to be a pump attendant, to a boda boda. So should we be judging whether they are skilled or not based on their inability to do things they didn't train in the first place?
Well,
you must answer. Your question is also, I must say, because if time catches up with me, I'm not coming back to you. So, please.
Okay. Let me just say one thing, is that we acquire skills not only through going to a university or going through a vocational education. We acquire skills through even experience. Actually, experience shapes you to acquire skills better than other places. But I always say what the university or centers of learning do is determined by a much bigger goal. And universities, I mentioned this and I think it bears repeating, universities do not shape a country's education policy. They can contribute to the debate. But ultimately, the debate is shaped by those who run the state. Those who run the state have to imagine what kind of society, what kind of political community do you want to create. And that will shape the debate about what economy, the relation between, the actors in that political community and how they actually benefit from what the state is doing. Now, is it the skills or the jobs? Well, it's really a kind of chicken-egg paradox, really, because the level of critical skills that any economy or country has reflects the strategy of how that country is going to grow and will shape what kind of investments are made to actually build those skills. Now, we have to be careful with these very polemical statements where we say the education is useless, we should just forget about it, the curriculum, completely overhaul it. I'm not a subscriber to such kind of sweeping narratives because today, many of you are able to pick a microphone and actually contribute to a debate, but you actually forget that you're able to do that because somebody through class actually gave you the opportunity to build those skills, which some people may not be able to do so. But also the other thing is that there's something instrumental, or rather intrinsic about education. Whether you get a job ultimately or not, of course you should get a job, yes. But whether you do or not, to be educated is better than not to be educated. I don't think anyone here would be happy to say, if you're asked, should you go to school or not, that you just stay home and say, I'm happy to not go to school at all completely. So going through school equips you as an individual with the capacity to be able to even make your own decisions, but also engage with others. And I think somebody mentioned something about language, and of course,
Mike, I know you have many questions, but I now have to set the time to 3 minutes.
You're actually working within 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. I'll add it there. I think we can continue this conversation beyond.
No, please. Just conclude.
What I was basically going to say is that if we get into this, if we get frustrated and all we talk about are, we have a debate which is very uncritical and we don't really look at the issues, we risk throwing the baby with the bathwater. And I think that is not very helpful. I think we need to look at how can we reform our education so that it attends to the needs we need to solve, the problems that are so central to us. And then you build from there, because the problems of today will change. They won't be the problems of tomorrow. And I think each generation will always have to think and imagine what is it that they actually have to solve, and then begin to have this conversation in terms of what knowledge, what skills do they need to solve those problems.
Thank you very much.
I think the lady from Chambogo, I think really for me summarizes my key point about the relevance of higher institutions of learning in the future of our countries. I think the universities must be able to provide space for creative thinking, for critical thinking, and informing who we are, identity, the question of identity. Because, and this is the role of, why should, for example, why are we not publishing not just scholarly works, but also just works of literature and art and all that, or just answering Professor Sadi's question. When the artists, when they're doing their art, which market are they doing, which artists, which market are they designing the art for? And just always imagining that maybe the Western society is what appreciates art, so the tourists and all that. But the young generation, I think for me, gives me hope, because our opportunity is to engage with young people who are in these spaces. And increasingly now they do art for the art they love, for self-expression, to tell stories about their communities and their culture. They are trying to rediscover their cultures through art and some of the other forms of art like performing arts and others. So I think for me, institutions of higher learning to be relevant within the global context of engagement and preparing our young people to be competitive, it has to start with how we see ourselves, taking back the question of identity, of who you are as an African, as a Ugandan, and your place in the world. And my last point will be, I know that the question of saying, of race
I truly do not want to set time up. Dear speakers, let us try to summarize the conversation.
Yeah, I was just going to say the comment of race. I really like that, for example, we can just say, oh, the whites, and it's a very innocent thing that is not loaded in any form of like hate thing, right? But it's also very important to have these conversations, for example, about race and identity, so that in other spaces, for example, if it was mentioned that by the whites, it would be seen like, so you can see even global conversations, we're not in tune. If we're in a global setting, have this conversation, some people would probably take that in an offensive way. So we need to integrate conversation, identity issues, and all that into our thinking process.
And reimagine ourselves at a global scale. Professor Sari.
Thank you very much for those numerous questions, but I can summarize them in this way. Maybe 3 or 4 points. One, we are not on this panel to lambast the role of education. Actually, if you want to know the difference between the advantages education gives you even when you're not employed, compare yourself with colleagues who are illiterate in villages. You need to study, and you need to study very well. The next thing is about the curriculum we are talking about. It is actually, there's nothing wrong with studying the Napoleon Bonaparte. But what insights do you get from Napoleon Bonaparte to make sense of King Mwanga and Mutesa I? The post-colonial writers like the Chinua Achebes and Ngugi wa Thiong'o were good writers because they studied literature very well, and it was Western literature, but because they had experienced life in an African setting, were able to get that skill and apply it. The purpose we go to school is not to do exactly what you were told to do in school. Otherwise, there will be a course for each and everything that people are doing out there. The purpose you go to school is to acquire knowledge. This knowledge should enable you to be a critical thinker. So it is perfectly possible if you got critical thinking skills from philosophy and today you're doing farming. There's nothing wrong with that. Globally, that's what happens. So it's not that because you did philosophy, you must be a philosopher. Because philosophy is about knowledge, so you must have the knowledge. Maybe you'll become a good philosopher on African agricultural systems, okay? So that is very important. So what do I mean? The context matters. Like Naumbe said, when they say you are not good writers, it's not that they're saying you're not good writers. You're not writing with the context. If you did A-level literature, there were things like Wuthering Heights, the Emily Brontes. They wrote from an English context. They wrote about winter. They wrote about life there. So if you're just going to help that, it's going to be a problem. But can you learn that skill and write about life in a village in Uganda? So that is basically what we are talking about. And by decolonization, we are not meaning go back to a pre-colonial state. We have evolved. Today we are here. We carry the post-colonial state and the post-colonial things with us. How do we make sense? And that's why I said, let us think with the African in mind. The African in mind is not the African in 1700s. The African in mind is the African in this room today. What do we need and what do we plan with? And that goes back to the first question as well. How do we reform the education system? By everything that we have said here, let us think what actually serves us. We need to be locally relevant and globally competitive. There's no shortcut towards that. We are in a global environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Solomon, you have the chance to have the last word.
Thank you. I'll very quickly say, especially to those who have been talking about how useless education is and how they, one, broad education provides an opportunity to lay a foundation for your future knowledge, for lifelong learning, and for your focus. The complaints that people typically have about what they studied is not really about the what, but how they were taught. So many people are actually complaining about the process of the teaching itself. Yeah. The other thing that I do want to highlight is that everything that you're complaining about that you wish was not in class is actually a passion project for someone who's pursuing a PhD in that area. So as much as you might not be appreciative of sciences or arts, remember that there's someone out there who's really excited about it, and his foundation was the same as yours. It's just that you chose to prioritize one area and they chose to prioritize another area. The foundation is necessary for each of you to find where you belong in this world and how you can contribute to this world.
Summarize it in 10 seconds.
In 10 seconds, I also want to mention, recognize the privilege you have of being able to sit in this room and say that, and speak English and say education is useless compared to those who are down in the villages who could wish to be in the place that you're in.
Thank you so much. And I think I can't add to that.
A round of applause to our very last panel. Thank you so much for all the deliberations you've made this evening. But for me, my key takeaway from this is what happens next after this? What do we do after this conversation? Do we just leave everything we've talked about in here, or do we go out there and implement quite a number of some of the recommendations that we've gathered here? So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very big thank you to our very last panel. And it does bring us to the end of conversations today, because that was also our very last panel. We won't be having any more conversations coming through. But I want to quickly say that it's been such an honor sitting here and listening from different experts in different fields, and I want to believe that you and I have picked one or two. But most importantly, a very big thank you to our partners who have made this event possible. And I want us to do something really brief as we come to the end, as I almost hand over my duties. If I mention any of the partners, all I ask is that you join me in clapping. Is that okay? So thank you so much, the French Embassy in Uganda. Thank you so much, Alliance Française. Thank you so much, UN Women. Konrad Adenauer, Stiftung, thank you so much. IRIAs, thank you so much. And finally, I hope I don't forget any, otherwise I won't get paid. Makerere University, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being an amazing audience. So from me, myself, and I, it's been an honor being your host, and I want to invite Mr. Gregory Mayer, who's the CAR's focal point, and he is going to be representing all the partners, and he will take us through the rest of the session. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sandra. I would like to invite the team, the organizing team, to join me on the stage. Don't worry, won't be long. Yes, so Sandra already introduced myself. Let me just repeat it. My name is Gregory Mayer. I'm a project manager at the Regional Program Security Dialogue for East Africa, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation's program that took over the lead in organizing this year's Kampala Geopolitics edition from the country project Uganda and South Sudan. The people you see besides me and I have put this conference together in the last month and weeks. And I must admit it has not always been easy, especially since it was only in August that our regional program started its work, and also a couple of representatives of the partner organizations changed during the last weeks and months. However, the fifth Kampala Geopolitics conference was, in my opinion, a success, although it had to be organized within a shorter time span and with a faster pace as usual. We've heard excellent, thought-provoking contributions over the past 2 days. The moderators have succeeded well in actively shaping the discussions and keeping their respective panels well under control. Sometimes with a bit more time, but overall I think it worked. You, the participants, equally have played an important role. Without your contributions, your ideas and discussions, this conference would not have been the success it was. To the experts on the panels, to the moderators, and to you, dear participants, I would like to express my sincere gratitude. I'm delighted that we had such excellent discussions about geopolitics and the war in Europe, cybersecurity, climate change, and so much more during the last 2 days. Not only during the respective panels, but also afterwards and in between. I hope that the contacts made here will continue in the future, as I'm convinced that they are indeed valuable. I would also like to thank our partners and service providers and volunteers. Without them, such a beautiful stage set, such a good live stream, a wonderful website, such excellent catering, and the entire running of the conference would not have been possible. But my very special thanks goes to the team I mentioned earlier. Big applause, maybe. As I said, the organization this year was not that easy, but we managed. We were often under time pressure, but in the end, the result is very good in my opinion, and I hope you share my judgment. The fact that we managed to put together such a conference is due to a large number of people. Thank you very much. The next, 6th edition of Kampala Geopolitics Conference will most likely take place in October or November 2023. You're all cordially invited. And now I would also like to invite you to another Badwa performance, which will take place here on that stage. And afterwards, to have a cocktail with us at that place, I don't know how to call it, where you enjoy your lunch behind the auditorium. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. The Batwa are inviting you to the cocktail just at the back, so kindly follow them as a procession, and let's end this evening in style. Thank you very much.
Makerere is an inclusive university and is a pioneer in gender mainstreaming on the African continent. Our decision on affirmative action for girls who qualify to join the university has led to the increase of enrollment of female students in our undergraduate programs from less than 10% 20 years ago to 52% now. That ratio reflects the ratio of the Ugandan population.
Today, we are not going to only focus on the terrible things that are happening, but also we are going to look at how do we bounce back, how do we leverage on our human capacity, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreements, and all the different efforts that we have to bounce back.
Because it's not about bringing others' debate to Africa. It's about having debates here in Africa that have an existence of their own, that match your expectations and concerns, and solutions.
We're really proud and humbled to be part of the Geopolitics, and a big thank you. Mwebale basebo na nibanyabo, and enjoy.